It felt incredible. I opened my eyes. A gorgeous young woman, wearing the top half of a flight attendant's uniform, was lying in bed beside me. I froze. Didn't I die back in the apocalypse? I remembered it clearly. The end of the world had come. Humanity was hit with devastating force. Natural disasters and zombies ran rampant, and civilization teetered on the edge of collapse. I'd only survived those 3 years because I'd somehow gained a spatial power. But in the end, I was still killed by a mutant creature. In that very instant, I'd been engulfed in a flash of white light. And when I opened my eyes again, this jaw-dropping scene was right in front of me. I studied the woman carefully. Huh, she looked kind of familiar. Uniform seduction, huh? Was I dreaming? I gave a bitter little laugh to myself. Life in the apocalypse must have been so damn repressed that I was dreaming about a flight attendant right before I died. Young Master Xiao, what's wrong? She asked, her eyes hazy, noticing I wasn't moving. Before I could react, she rolled over. Damn, so forward? My brain was struggling to keep up, but I didn't say no. Suddenly, the hand I reached out got pricked, a sharp sting. Huh, I could feel pain. This wasn't a dream. I wasn't dead. I quickly flipped her back over, and the name badge on her uniform fell off. Turns out the pin had jabbed me. Under her bewildered gaze, I picked up the badge and looked at it. Engraved on it was the name, Su Xiao, and an ID number. Su Xiao? Holy crap, it came back to me. Wasn't this the flight attendant I'd hooked up with before the apocalypse? I turned and looked. Outside the oval window, moonlight lit up the thick layers of clouds. Hell, wasn't this my first and last mile-high romp before the world ended? I quickly found my pants and pulled out my phone. Oh, come on, young Master Xiao. I knew you were going to film a video again, Su Xiao said, covering her face bashfully. I ignored her, unlocked my phone, and saw the date on the screen. I was completely stunned. June 21st, 2032, midnight. I'd actually been reborn, back to 10 days before the apocalypse began, which meant I had all the time in the world to prep for the end, didn't I? Something suddenly struck me, and I quickly raised my left arm. Nothing there. But I knew. The moment the apocalypse hit, there'd be a sharp sting between my brows, and right after, a row of numbers would appear on my left arm. Those numbers represented the energy a person had left, displayed as a countdown in years, days, hours, minutes, seconds. In the apocalypse, everyone starts out with enough energy to live 1 year. But that doesn't mean you can only live a year. Energy can be traded. Two people clasp their left hands together, then use their minds to transfer whatever amount they want. Once your energy hits zero, no matter how badass you are, you die instantly. On the flip side, the more energy you have, the longer you live and the stronger your body. Without weapons, a person with 100 years of energy could easily wipe out someone with just 1 year in a single blow. And once you cross 10,000 years of energy, not even guns and cannons can hurt you. So in the apocalypse, money is worthless as dirt. Energy is the real hard currency. Time is life. Time is power. But energy can't be stolen. The other person has to willingly give it to you. If you kill them, their energy vanishes completely. Total waste. Of course, there's a way to steal it. Let the other person get bitten to death by zombies. Once they turn, their remaining energy congeals between their brows, forming a cylindrical object like a battery. Kill the zombie, extract it, and you can replenish your own supply. But it's dangerous. People are even harder to deal with as zombies than when they were alive. One wrong move, and you're the one who dies. Before my rebirth, I'd stockpiled over 1,000 years of energy. Shame it's all gone now that I'm reborn. A pity, sure, but I'm not worried. With my experience, I can win back what I lost, and then some. Besides, 1,000 years of energy is really nothing. If you rank physical tiers by energy, 0 to 9 years is tier 1, 10 to 99 years is tier 2, 100 to 999 years is tier 3, 1,000 to 9,999 years is tier 4. All the way up to tier 9 at 100 million to 900 million years. And in my past life, I'd only just crossed the threshold into tier 4, a total loser by the late stages of the apocalypse. That's the price you pay for playing it safe and just trying to survive. Then something else hit me, and I quickly shut my eyes. A moment later, I was ecstatic. My spatial power was still there. After the apocalypse begins, everyone awakens some kind of power, though the timing varies. The powers come in all shapes and sizes, generally split into combat type, magic type, and some special abilities. Some special abilities are extremely rare, even one of a kind. Take my spatial power, for instance. I'd never heard of anyone else awakening it. Of course, it's possible someone out there had one too and just kept it hidden, like me. Powers can be upgraded, but you need crystals from the bodies of mutated animals. There are 9 levels of power in total, and I'd only reached level 5. The space had grown bigger, a full 10 soccer fields worth, but that was about it. I'd always thought this power was pretty useless. Aside from letting me carry more stuff, it was good for nothing. In the apocalypse, resources were scarce as hell. So what good was a huge storage space? It felt as frustrating as having a bank card with no money in it. But now things were different. The end of the world hadn't come yet, and I already had my spatial power. This was straight up game-breaking. In my past life, I'd stumbled on a small supermarket and stashed every last bit of its supplies into my space. It wasn't a lot, but paired with wild vegetables and game, it was enough to last me 3 years if I rationed carefully. That's why I lived so cautiously, never daring to team up with anyone, preferring to scrape by alone. I had no choice. In the apocalypse, resources were the scarcest thing of all. People would beat each other bloody over a single pack of expired instant noodles, even kill for it. I couldn't imagine what would come knocking if anyone found out I had a spatial power. I also knew that joining a group boosted your odds of survival in the apocalypse. But unless you were a core member, you were nothing but cannon fodder. So having your own core team was crucial. Without a team, I'd end up dead in some monster's jaws all the same. And then what would be the point of getting reborn at all? Since heaven gave me this second chance, I had to prepare thoroughly. First, I'd use these 10 days to stockpile as many resources as possible, the more the better. As for a team, no rush. Ordinary folks weren't worth my time anyway. I'd rely on my memory to recruit the badasses I'd seen in my past life. Everything was ready. All I needed now was money. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I let out a cold snort. Wasn't the whole reason I was heading back to Haiching this time to get money? In my past life, my stepmother and my half-brother had played me for a fool. All the way up to the apocalypse, I never got a single cent. This time, did they really think I'd let them get their way? 6 hours later, the plane touched down. In the first-class private suite, Su Xiao and I had gone through every position in the book. Mr. Xiao, I've got to fly back, so I can't stick around. Don't forget to call me, okay? From now on, I belong to you and only you. Su Xiao said sweetly in my ear, giving me a seductive smile as she helped me get dressed. I glanced at her name tag and her still unbuttoned collar, then smiled faintly. Sure thing, babe. I've got some business to take care of when I get back. I'll call you once I'm done. I didn't tell her about the apocalypse. She was just one flower among the many I'd picked. Still, since I'd been given a second life, I decided I'd give her a heads up the day before it all went down. Call it a parting gift for old time's sake. Good luck, girl. At a mansion in Haiching, by the time I arrived, 6 or 7 people were already sitting in the living room. My stepmother, Zhang Li, and my half-brother, Xiao Run, looked at me with cold, dismissive expressions. They didn't even bother to say hello, like I was some kind of mortal enemy. Xiaoyang, you're back. Come, have a seat. Lawyer Chin's been waiting a long time. A middle-aged man stood up to greet me. I didn't even need to look to know it was Wang Jian, my dad's sworn brother. Seeing me ignore him, Wang Jian pressed on anyway. Xiaoyang, I really shouldn't be here for something like this, but after all, I was your father's closest brother. I came to bear witness. I brushed him off again and turned straight to the lawyer. Lawyer Chen, you can go ahead and read my father's will now. Lawyer Chen was the one who'd call me back. We'd video chatted before, so I recognized him. Lawyer Chen stood up and gave Zhang Li and Xiao Run a glance. Ms. Zhang Li, Mr. Xiao Run, Mr. Xiaoyang. I'm Chen Gang, the lawyer chairman Xiao Feng retained before his disappearance. The 2 gentlemen behind me are from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, in the event that something happened to him, all assets under his name are to be distributed as follows. Mr. Xiaoyang inherits the entirety of the group's shares. Ms. Zhang Li and Mr. Xiao Ren jointly inherit 2 mansions and cash deposits totaling 2 billion. I wasn't surprised in the slightest. I'd already known all of this from my past life. But Zhang Li and Xiao Ren went pale with shock, and even Wang Jian's brow furrowed. That's impossible. Lawyer Chen, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zhang Li was the first to speak up. Lawyer Chen's face remained expressionless as the notary set the written will and a phone on the table. Here is the text of the will along with video confirmation. Mrs. Zhang, you're welcome to review them yourself. Zhang Li snatched up the will and read it several times, then played the video. Finally, she slumped back onto the sofa in defeat. The company shares are worth 20 billion, and my father didn't leave me a single share? Xiaoren couldn't sit still either. He glared at me furiously, as though I, his own brother, was to blame for all of it. 2 billion in cash was nothing to sneeze at, but next to 20 billion in shares, it suddenly didn't look so appealing. I watched them coldly, saying nothing. All right, the will has been read. From here, the notary office and I will oversee its execution. I'd ask for everyone's cooperation. Seeing no objections, Chun Gang was about to move on to the execution phase. Wait. Wang Jian shot to his feet. Lawyer Chun, the transfer of shares is a serious matter. With Chairman Xiao gone, as the group's second largest shareholder, I believe we should notify the other board members first to prevent any internal chaos within the company. He turned to face me. Besides, Xiao Yang has been away studying all this time. He's not familiar with how the company operates. All the affairs have been handled by his stepmother, Zhang Li, and his brother, Xiao Run. So I'd suggest giving this more time to sort out. What do you say, Xiaoyang? I looked at his oh-so-sincere face and sneered inwardly. In my past life, it was this very Wang Jian who teamed up with my stepmother to stall my inheritance at every turn, leaving me penniless right up until the end of the world. When the apocalypse hit, Zhang Li and Xiao Ren used the excuse that the mansions and the cash all belonged to them to kick me out of the house. I ended up on the streets, nearly freezing to death in the super cold wave. My teeth ached with hatred. But this time, history would not repeat itself. The moment Zhang Li heard Wang Jin's words, she suddenly put on a smile. That's right, Xiaoyang. If you take over out of nowhere, the people inside the company probably won't accept it. Let your stepmother pave the way for you first. You wouldn't want anything to happen to the company your father built from the ground up, would you? The words sounded caring, but they were pure threat. I suddenly smiled. You've all put on quite a show. Now it's my turn. I had no interest in fighting over those useless shares. I only had 10 days. There was no time to liquidate them, especially with these people throwing up roadblocks. Only what I could get my hands on immediately truly counted as mine. Stepmom, there's really no need to make this so complicated. Since you and Xiao Run are the ones running the company, I'll bow out. How about this? I take the mansion and the 2 billion in cash, and you two take the company shares. Sound good? The moment I said it, the whole room froze. Was this kid an idiot or something? Zhang Li asked warily. What are you playing at? I chuckled. Relax, stepmom. If you don't believe me, Lawyer Chun and the notaries are right here to witness it. As soon as you agree, we sign the agreement immediately. Chun Gang and the others were stunned too. Had this kid lost his mind? That was 20 billion we were talking about. You mean it? Wang Jin couldn't wait to jump to his feet. Then, realizing his reaction was a bit too eager, quickly played it off with a laugh. If that's the case, then this is easy. You're all family anyway. How you divide things is your business. Let's do it Xiaoyang's way. It'll save a whole lot of trouble. I didn't bother with him and looked at Zhang Li and Xiao Ran. So what do you say, stepmom? Little brother. Zhang Li still wasn't convinced. She asked suspiciously, do you have any other conditions? After all, the deal was too good to be true. It didn't feel real to her. I smiled. Of course I have conditions. First, the 2 billion in cash goes into my account immediately. Second, I don't want this mansion. I only want the one up on Zijin Mountain. As compensation, throw in another 500 million and a car. If you can do that, we sign right now. Beside her, Wang Jian was anxiously shooting Zhang Li meaningful looks. Fine, let's do it. Zhang Li fought to suppress her excitement. Mom, the Zijin Mountain mansion was bought for me. It's just been renovated and nobody's even lived in it yet. I already promised my friends I'd throw a party there this week. Xiaoran jumped up and shouted. Shut your mouth. Zhang Li shot her son a glare. This good for nothing. With company shares in hand, what mansion couldn't he buy? Xiaoran shot me a vicious look, then turned away and fell silent. With the agreement reached, the rest was simple. Under the witness of Lawyer Chun and the two notaries, the agreement was signed and took effect. 2.5 billion landed in my account. Looking at that long string of digits in the balance, the number made me laugh. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. Just as I expected, the moment I was willing to take a loss, everything moved fast. As Attorney Chun was leaving, he remarked, seeing how harmonious your family is, Chairman Xiao must be resting easy in heaven. He'd seen plenty of family feuds among the wealthy, but never one that wrapped up this cleanly. I smirked to myself, harmonious? Really? When I was 9, this stepmother came into our home with her son and drove my birth mother to her death. For 15 years, I'd hated this family, and hated my father even more. So when he died, I didn't feel much grief at all. In my last life, I never got the chance to kill this mother and son with my own hands. This time, do you really think I'd let you get away? Heh. The moment I left, the Xiao family villa erupted. Xiaoran was throwing a tantrum at his mother. That Xiao Yang drove off in the Brabus G800 I just bought. And he took the Purple Mountain Villa I spent so much effort decorating. I never even spent a single night there. He got all 2.5 billion in savings too. What am I supposed to show up with at the Sanya Yacht Show in 9 days? I already bragged to all my friends that I'd be snagging this year's top-of-the-line Apocalypse Edition luxury yacht and off-road RV. I can't afford to lose face like this. Zhang Li frowned and scolded him. You lazy, good-for-nothing brat. All you think about is having fun. Everything I do is for you. I just never imagined your dead father would pull a stunt like this. Good thing that useless Xiao Yang has no ambition and didn't ruin my plans, or things could have gotten tricky. Wang Jin chimed in from the side. That's right, Xiaorun, your mother's doing this all for you. Once we've got a firm grip on the company, there'll be plenty of time to deal with that Xiao Yang punk. I don't care. Nobody takes what belongs to me, Xiaoren. Xiao Yang, you could never beat me growing up, and don't think you can this time either. Whatever I let you swallow, you're going to cough back up? every last bit of it. With that threat hanging in the air, Xiaoran stormed upstairs. Zhongli watched her sons retreating back and sighed. Then she turned, lowered her voice, and asked Wang Jian, "How's it going on your end?" Wang Jian glanced toward the staircase to make sure Xiaoran was gone, then stood and walked behind Zhongli, resting his hands casually on her shoulders. "Relax, sis. I've got word. Once we have the shares in hand, we can buy up everything. And the moment the money comes through, we emigrate." Zhongli looked around nervously and snapped, "Get your hands off. What if Xiaoran sees?" Wang Jian let out a lewd chuckle and slid his hand right down her collar. "What are you worried about? He'll find out sooner or later anyway. He's my kid, after all." Meanwhile, I was tearing down the road toward the Purple Mountain Villa in that black Brabus G800. The car looked just like a Mercedes G63, but the interior and performance were several tiers above. One press of the pedal, and that aggressive exhaust roar could make any man feel instantly confident. It was the ultimate dream car for so many people. But in my eyes, it was just a way to get around. Once the apocalypse hit, it wouldn't be much use. I reached the villa at 2 in the afternoon. 3 floors above ground, 2 below, fully furnished, with a huge pool in the garden. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the 3rd-floor master bedroom had an incredible view. You could see the whole villa district and even the university town at the foot of the mountain. There was a private theater in the basement too, top-notch setup. I was pretty satisfied, but there was plenty that needed changing. First, I had to install an independent heating system. It was summer now. Everyone was still in short sleeves. But I knew that in 10 days, a super cold wave would strike. Overnight, the temperature would plunge to -50. It would come so suddenly that most people who couldn't make it home in time would freeze to death out in the open. Even those hiding indoors wouldn't survive without thick blankets and heavy clothes. The cold wave would last 10 days, during which going outside was impossible. If you didn't freeze, you might starve. In my last life, it was the very night the cold wave hit that Zhang Li and her son threw me out of this villa. I'll never forget that bone-deep cold. If I hadn't stumbled onto a tree hollow just big enough for one person, I would have frozen to death in the wilderness. So heating had to come first. A charcoal boiler was the most practical, stable, and reliable. The walls needed extra insulation, and all the windows had to be swapped for multi-layer insulated glass. Next was independent power. Once the grid went down in the apocalypse, it never came back. Every night, the whole world plunged into darkness. Only a tiny handful of people who managed to get generators had electricity. But generators run on fuel. Without it, they're just scrap metal. So an independent power system was crucial. The pool in the yard could double as a water reservoir, but it needed modifications, or it would freeze over, and I couldn't draw any water. The walls had to be raised and topped with barbed wire, and the gate replaced with a reinforced, impact-resistant one. It was a lot of work with very little time. I needed to find a renovation company fast. I searched online and found a fairly large one. When I called, they said they'd send someone over right away. Figuring I had some time to kill, I decided to go check out the tree hollow that had saved my life. In my last life, I'd hidden inside it for 10 days. I didn't freeze, but I nearly starved. Luckily, there was a big bird's nest inside with a few rotting hatchlings, and later a rabbit crawled in too. That's how I survived. Come to think of it, those dead baby birds had saved my life in a way. Now that I'd been reborn, maybe I should go take a look. Who knows? Maybe they hadn't died yet? If they were still alive, I wouldn't mind raising a few to repay the favor. It was only about 2 kilometers away. I spotted the big tree from a distance. The tree had to be at least a few centuries old. It would take 7 or 8 adults just to wrap their arms around it. A few large red cloths were tied around the trunk. In my last life, I'd torn these down to wrap around myself. They weren't thick, yet hiding here, I never felt all that cold. I never figured out why. At the base of the trunk was a crack just wide enough for a person to crawl through. Inside, a thick layer of wheat straw lined the floor, with a big bird's nest resting on top. I crawled in and looked. There were 7 hatchlings in the nest, and most of them had already gone still. Only one still had the strength to lift its head at the sound. It opened its beak wide and let out a weak little cry at me. I checked carefully. The other 6 were stone cold. Well, even if I'd come a little sooner, it wouldn't have made a difference. The mother bird must have met with some accident, or she'd never have abandoned a whole nest of chicks. At least one was still alive. My trip wasn't for nothing. I buried the 6 right there, then carried the nest back to the villa. I set it up in one of the rooms, went out to the grass to catch some bugs, and fed the hungry little thing until it was full. Once it had eaten its fill, it drifted off to sleep, perfectly content. I really hope it makes it. Being alone is just too lonely. Having a bird around wouldn't be bad. Everyone else braves the apocalypse with a dog by their side. Me? I'll do it with a bird. How about that? 2 hours later, the guys from the renovation company showed up. A man stepped out of a Range Rover, early 30s, tall and imposing. I'm 6 feet myself, but standing in front of him, I was still half a head shorter. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Mu Guang from Guangyu and Company. Here's my card. I took a look. Mu Guang, general manager. Well, the big boss himself came out. Looks like he was taking my order seriously. I didn't waste any time. I led him straight inside and laid out all my ideas one by one. Mu Guang listened, completely dumbfounded. In that moment, he probably figured either this mansion wasn't actually mine or I'd lost my mind. Ahem, Mr. Xiao, are you sure you really want to renovate it like this? You're not messing with me, right? He wanted to confirm again. I shot him a look. Did I have nothing better to do than mess with him? He gave an awkward smile. Why do I get the feeling you're trying to turn this mansion into an apocalypse bunker? I nodded firmly. Exactly, an apocalypse bunker. Seeing that I wasn't joking, he believed me. Mr. Xiao, hang on a second. I think my sister might be able to help you out. With that, he jogged back to the car, opened the back door, and exchanged a few words. Then a young woman in a long dress stepped out from the back seat. When she walked closer, I was stunned. Gorgeous and cool-headed. She could easily rival any A-list actress. Perfect figure, perfect face, flawless. I couldn't help but wonder, why bring his sister to meet me? To land my order? Was he trying to seduce me? Honestly, it'd be hard to turn down. While my mind wandered, I heard Mu Guang say, Mr. Xiao, this is my sister, Mu Wanqing. She's a top student in the design program at Haiqing Art Institute. You can talk over your ideas with her. Mu Wanqing smiled slightly. Hello, Mr. Xiao. My brother says you want to turn this mansion into an apocalypse bunker. Her smile was incredibly sweet, full of youthful energy. I kept getting this deja vu feeling, like I'd seen her somewhere before, but I just couldn't place it. Forget it, the bunker came first. I pushed the thought aside. Miss Mu, just call me Xiaoyang. Yes, I want to build an apocalypse bunker. Could you tell me more about your ideas in detail? She wasn't so naive as to call me by my first name. Sure, follow me. After a good discussion, I was thrilled. Today I'd stumbled upon real talent. This Mu Wanqing knew way more than I did, and she nailed every little detail. No wonder she studied design. Miss Mu, you know so much about building bunkers. Have you designed one before? She smiled shyly. No, actually I'm a hardcore apocalypse enthusiast. In my free time, I love designing apocalypse castles and stuff like that. I nodded understandingly. Brother Mu, your sister's ideas are exactly what I want. Can you two hurry up and put together a comprehensive construction blueprint and give me a quote? If it works out, we start right away. I was so happy I'd even switched to calling him brother. Sure thing, Mr. Xiao. I'll call in a few more people to take measurements. You keep talking things over with my sister, and I'll have her work through the night on the plans and drawings. We'll have a quote by tomorrow. Couldn't ask for more. The group kept at it until past 9 at night, without even stopping to eat. It was me who thoughtfully ordered a hearty takeout. I kept stressing to Mu Wanqing to treat the mansion like her own home when renovating it. Use the best of everything. Don't worry about the money. On the drive back, Mu Guang asked his sister, what do you make of this, Mr. Xiao? He's not just yanking our chain, is he? Mu Wanqing thought for a moment and shook her head. My gut tells me he's not a con artist. But anyone who'd actually turn an apocalypse bunker into reality is either rolling in more money than they know what to do with, or overly lost in fantasy. So which do you think he is? She laughed. I think it's the money thing. Haha. I handed the entire project over to her, full authority. Any ideas she had, just run with them. Treat it like she was building it for herself. Rather than say I was building the bunker, it'd be more accurate to say I was paying to make her own dream come true. In that moment, Mu Wanqing thought I wasn't such a bad guy after all. Meanwhile, I was lounging comfortably on the big bed in the third-floor master bedroom. In the nest tucked in the corner, the little chick had eaten its fill and was fast asleep. And so the day passed. If tomorrow went smoothly, I could leave the place to Mu Guang and his crew, and my next step would be stockpiling supplies. Now that was a massive undertaking. There was so much to prepare, and so little time. If not for Mu Wanqing today, who knows how much energy it would have cost me. Once things were finalized tomorrow, I need to rent a few cold storage units and warehouses to receive the supplies. Forget it, no more thinking about it. This was the first day of my rebirth, and all I wanted was a good night's sleep. The apocalypse was full of dangers, and living day and night in constant fear had worn me down, body and soul. It had been so long since I'd had a peaceful night's rest. At 7 the next morning, I was jolted awake by loud squawk squawk bird calls. The little guy was hungry again, and his cries were way louder than yesterday. Looks like he was recovering well. I grabbed some bugs and fed him. Mu Guang arrived with Mu Wanqing as well. Mu Wanqing had dark circles under her eyes as she handed me the drawings and the quote. Mr. Xiao, based on preliminary estimates, 30 million should cover the whole plan, Mu Guang said. I looked over the drawings and was very satisfied. Mu Wanqing had truly put her heart into it. The price is acceptable. How long will the renovation take? 15 days at the fastest. Some of the materials and equipment have to be custom made. What? 15 days? No, that's too long. I froze. There were less than 9 days until the apocalypse hit. At this pace, I'd be toast. 8 days max. Can you make it happen? Mu Guang looked troubled. Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid that's not possible. I can pay more. How about 40 million? Mr. Xiao, it's not about the money. It's 50 million. All right, I'll do my best. I want it done, not your best effort. Fine, Mr. Xiao, deal. I guarantee I'll deliver on time. Mu Guang was floored. He'd probably never seen anyone as ballsy as me, someone who treated money like dirt. I transferred the money to Mu Guang right then and there. Even less willing to slack off now, he immediately rounded up his crew and got to work. Off to the side, Mu Wanqing watched, dumbfounded. The way I threw money around, you'd think I'd picked it up off the street. Seeing that she hadn't slept all night and looked exhausted, Mu Guang urged her to head back and rest first. I could tell Mu Wanqing really was worn out. Sure, she was in it to earn my money, but she'd genuinely put her heart into the work. For that alone, I had to thank her. I said, Miss Mu, let me drive you back so you can get some rest. Your brother can hold down the fort here. Actually, I've got a few questions I'd like to run by you too. She hesitated for a moment, figuring I might really have something to discuss, and agreed. Then hang on, let me grab a few things and I'll be right down. A little while later, I came down cradling a bird's nest, which made both siblings do a double take. Mu Wanqing said in surprise, You're this old and still raiding bird nests. I passed by a nest of baby birds. All the others had starved to death, and only this one was left. I rescued it. Look how cute it is. She softened the moment she saw it, reaching out to stroke it. Poor thing. What kind of bird is this? Mu Guang leaned in for a look. A baby crow. You see them all the time on construction sites. Mr. Xiao, keeping this thing is bad luck. Just toss it. Mu Wanqing flared up immediately. How can you be so heartless? It's still so tiny. If you throw it out, it'll die. I smiled. It's fine. I'll raise it a bit, and then release it back into the wild. I couldn't care less about luck, good or bad. Was the apocalypse going to hold off just because I didn't have this little guy? Mr. Xiao really has a kind heart, Mu Wanqing praised. Come on, let's put it in the car. I'll take you back first. I drove all the way to Haiqing Academy of Arts, in the university district at the foot of Zijin Mountain. That's when I learned Mu Wanqing hadn't graduated yet. She was just interning at her brother's company. The Brabus G800 parked commandingly at the school gate, drawing a crowd of stares. Mu Wanqing said, Mr. Xiao, let me think more about the apocalypse supply list. I'll send it to you tonight. Great, thanks. The second she stepped out of the car, another commotion broke out. Isn't that Mu Wanqing, our campus queen? Why some guy dropping her off first thing in the morning? What kind of car is that? The new BYD. You hick, that's a Brabus. That thing could buy 100 BYDs. Mu Wanqing lay in her dorm, unable to fall asleep no matter what. This Mr. Xiao, actually asking me to help him figure out what to prep for the apocalypse? He's seriously obsessed, acting like doomsday is really coming. But come to think of it, it was kind of fun. Fine, she'd play along. She wasn't sleepy anymore, so she picked up a pen and paper and started writing in earnest. I drove straight to Haiqing's largest storage facility, renting 5 warehouses and 5 cold storage units to hold daily necessities, vegetables, and meat. Truth be told, I wasn't actually going to store the goods there. It was just to throw people off. I couldn't very well stash things into my space in front of everyone. That'd scare them half to death. Next, I hit up the biggest vegetable wholesale market, and the moment I walked in, the whole place went wild. A big spender had arrived today. Scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, eggplant, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melon, pumpkin, dozens of varieties. Anything I could see, I grabbed, 100 tons of each. The bill came to 100 million. I paid a deposit up front, with the goods to be delivered to cold storage in batches within 7 days. No way around it. The boss had to source it from all over the country. In the seasoning section, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, barbecue seasoning, hot pot base. 50 million, delivered in batches. In the grain section, rice, 10,000 tons flat, 50 million, fully stocked in 8 days. At the fruit market next door, another uproar. 100 tons of every kind of melon and fruit, another 100 million. With the fruits and vegetables handled, the most critical part, stockpiling meat. I went straight to the headquarters of the city's largest chilled meat chain. Their meat is reliable. I got right to the point. How much per ton for pork, mutton, beef, and chicken? Give me your rock-bottom price. The manager asked, How many tons are you looking for, sir? 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of mutton, beef, and chicken, and 2,000 tons each of mutton and beef offal. The manager was so shocked he dropped his ledger. Thinking I was there to cause trouble, he quickly called in the boss's son, young Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou had the manager calculate the price, figuring that if I was messing with him, he'd make me pay dearly. The total came to 700 million. I didn't even blink, paid the deposit, left the address, and strolled off, leaving young Mr. Zhou dumbstruck. Last stop, the seafood market. I loaded up on all kinds of seafood: ocean fish, freshwater fish, Australian lobster, king crab, shellfish, abalone. Oh, and sea cucumber too. Sea cucumber is great. Eat it, and you feel fantastic. The bill came to 200 million. I specifically instructed them to kill and freeze anything still alive. My space can't store living things. All told, I placed 1,200 million in orders just today. Adding in the renovations and warehouse rentals, I'd already blown through more than half my money. But it still wasn't enough. This much stock was barely a drop in the bucket. Still, I was genuinely worn out from all the shopping, so I'd order the rest online. Thank goodness for the mighty internet. With money, you can buy anything. I opened up the shopping app and started buying. Once I started ordering online, I couldn't stop. Everything seemed useful. After 3 hours of grinding, I'd bought another mountain of stuff. Liquor, beer, wine, bottled water, drinks, spicy snacks, canned food, self-heating meal kits, instant noodles, bread, tents, sleeping bags, cookware, lighters, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars, water purification tablets, portable solar panels, generators, power stations, lights, first aid kits, and a projector loaded with 10,000 movies. For food and drink, I bought in the biggest quantities possible, the more the better. That was another 100 million, with alcohol taking the biggest chunk. In the apocalypse, that stuff is in high demand. With everyone's nerves so on edge, people need an outlet. There were also cigarettes. Can't buy those online, so I'd have to figure something else out. After buying all this, my brain was utterly fried. It was the first time I'd ever realized spending money could be this exhausting. Just then Mu Wanqing sent over the supply list she'd put together, but I was too worn out to look at it. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was dinner time. Learning that she hadn't eaten either, I drove straight over to pick her up for dinner as a thank you. Miss Mu, order whatever you want, don't be shy. Anything's fine, whatever works, she said, a little bashful. I put on a mock-stern face. A woman shouldn't say anything's fine, and a man shouldn't say no can do, don't you know that? She laughed. Then let's go to the Cape restaurant. The food's amazing, and it's a great deal. That work for you, Mr. Xiao? That last bit clearly carried some other meaning. Come on, could I really say no? Works for me. Lead the way. The Cape restaurant isn't by the sea. It's near the University District. The area isn't exactly bustling, but business was booming. We arrived right at dinner time and had to wait in line. This popular, it's gotta be good. Any place that could make people wait and waste time, the food had to be worth it. Mu Wanqing said with a touch of pride. Of course. This is the go-to foodie spot for our whole university district. We waited nearly an hour. I was so hungry my stomach was sticking to my back, before finally getting a table. Miss Mu, you order. You know the place. It was my first time here, so I left it all to her. She didn't. I didn't bother declining. I just rattled off the order. 1 braised prawns, 1 mapo tofu, 1 stir-fried pig's feet with chili, and 1 of your signature crab hot pot. For dishes, perfect. The waiter smiled. Lucky you, miss. You just grabbed the last crab hot pot of the day. I was surprised. There's a limit on this dish. Mu Wanqing looked at me like I'd never been out in the world. The crab hot pot is made by the owner himself. Only 100 a day, and if you don't order ahead, you might not even get one. Consider yourself lucky today. Oh, I said, scarcity marketing. The other 3 dishes came out quickly, and the crab hot pot arrived too. But just as the waiter reached our table, a girl in heavy makeup, black stockings, and a short skirt stopped him. Which table is this crab hot pot for? The stockings girl asked coldly. Table 69. Can they give it up for us? That's not up to me. You'll have to ask the customers. The stockings girl followed him over to our table. When she saw Mu Wanqing, she froze. Well, Mu Wanqing. It's you. Mu Wanqing looked up. It was Wang Min, the belle of the dance department. What a coincidence, Wang Min. You're eating here too. Wang Min gave a careless reply, her eyes locked on me. Seeing that I was decent looking, she felt a flash of jealousy toward Mu Wanqing. But one glance at my plain clothes and her face filled with contempt. In a snide tone, she said, how rare. The great campus belle of our college, eating alone with a man. Your boyfriend. Mu Wanqing quickly waved her hands. No, just a friend. Mu Wanqing, I wanted to treat my boyfriend to the crab hot pot today, but I ordered too late, and you too took the last one. You know my boyfriend. He's the son of the owner of Haiching's chilled meat chain headquarters. He's sick of eating at 5-star hotels every day, so I brought him here for a change. Do me a favor and give it up. I'll owe you one, and if my boyfriend ever has renovation work, I'll send more business your brother's way. When she mentioned her boyfriend, she deliberately shot me a glance. The message was obvious. You're way out of your league with someone like that. So know your place. I said nothing. I was waiting for Mu Wanqing to make her stand. Mu Wanqing thought it over, then refused. Sorry, Wang Min. It's my friend's first time here too, and I want him to try it. You can ask his opinion if you want. She wasn't stupid. I was her brother's big client. There was no way she'd let me get upset. Wang Min looked me over, full of disdain, not deigning to beg someone as ordinary as me. Fine. This dish costs 100 something. I'll pay 5 times that to buy it off you. That covers your whole meal with plenty left over. Great deal for you. I'd actually been planning to give Mu Wanqing face and just let the dish go. I was starving and didn't want to drag things out. But hearing this, my temper flared. Who did she think she was looking down on? Waiter, put the crab hot pot on the table. Today, I'm eating this crab hot pot. The waiter quickly set the dish down. Waiter, we're about to eat. Could you shoo away the flies? The waiter froze, at a loss. Come on, man, don't put me in that spot. Wang Min exploded with rage. What did you say? I offer you a break and you spit on it. Today I'm going to make someone like you remember what happens when you offend your betters. Her voice was so loud it drew stares from all over the dining hall. Just then a young man rushed up from behind me and asked with concern, What's wrong, Min? Who upset you? Seeing her backup had arrived, Wang Min got even bolder, pointing right at my nose. This broke loser had the nerve to call me a fly. If you don't smash his mouth in today, I'm done with you. That's going too far, Wang Min. I won't let you insult my friend. Mu Wanqing was genuinely furious. Insulting her friend to her face was a slap to her own. Wang Min's eyes turned venomous as they swung to her. I'm going too far. You cheap slut. You really think you're some campus belle? What good are good looks when you end up with a broke loser? Trash. Mu Wanqing was so angry she couldn't speak. The young man who'd rushed over took one look at Mu Wanqing and couldn't tear his eyes away. Damn, she's gorgeous. Next to her, Wang Min was like a pheasant beside a phoenix. Perfect timing to flex a little, show this beauty what he was made of. Maybe she'd even come around to him. You get over here. Watch me. He walked up to me, ready to throw down. Then he saw my face and choked. Holy Mr. Xiao. I looked up. Haiqing really is a small place. Little Mr. Zhou. What a coincidence. This young man was none other than the junior Mr. Zhou from the company I'd bought meat from today. His face couldn't have looked worse. Mr. Xiao, why are you eating in a place like this? I glanced at the stunned Wang Min and sneered. A broke loser like me, cursed with a lowly life. Where else would I eat? Mr. Zhou forced a smile. Mr. Xiao, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Before I could answer, Mu Wanqing stood up and said angrily, Misunderstanding? Wang Min insisted on buying our crab hot pot. We said no, so she insulted me and my friend. You call that a misunderstanding? Mr. Zhou got it. This woman really knew how to make trouble for him. He spun around and slapped Wang Min across the face with the back of his hand. You cheap bitch, you can't even eat a meal without causing trouble, and you offended my biggest client. You're a walking disaster. Apologize to Mr. Xiao and this lady right now, then get lost. Wang Min covered her face, looking at him with teary eyes. You hit me? Mr. Zhou got even angrier. A slap is getting off easy. You really think you're something? Apologize now, or I'll have you sent to the sea and sky feast to serve as somebody's plaything. At that, Wang Min shuddered in fear and dropped to her knees with a thud, turning to me. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. I didn't even give Wang Min a proper look. I said coldly. I think you should be apologizing to my friend instead. Wang Min immediately shuffled on her knees toward Mu Wanqing, pleading desperately. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I was despicable. For the sake of us being classmates, please forgive me just this once. Mu Wanqing had a soft heart. After all, they were classmates, and the other girl had apologized, so she couldn't very well keep pressing. Seeing that neither of us said anything more, Mr. Zhou waved Wang Min off in disgust. Get lost. Don't ever let me see you again. Wang Min looked like she'd been granted a pardon. She scrambled to her feet and slunk out of the restaurant. With the farce over, the customers in the dining hall turned their attention away, satisfied, and went back to their meals. I sat down. Seeing Mr. Zhou standing there like he wanted to say something, I offered, Want to sit down and eat with us? He quickly waved his hands. No, I won't intrude. Oh, by the way, Mr. Xiao. Boss, just call me Zhou Fei from now on. This meal's on me. I'll go pay. With that, he turned to leave, but I grabbed him. Today I'm treating my friend. Don't steal my thunder. Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing, instantly got the picture, and was about to excuse himself when I stopped him again. Oh right, what's this sea and sky gala you mentioned? And what did you mean by game tool? Zhou Fei looked shocked. Mr. Xiao, you don't even know about that? I shook my head. I've been abroad these past few years. That explained it. He suddenly understood. The Sea and Sky Gala is an event that only took off in Sea City the last couple of years. Several luxury brands jointly host this trade exhibition and they only invite the upper crust. This year's is happening in 7 days. As for the game tool, Zhou Fei glanced across at Mu Wanqing, hesitated, then leaned toward my ear and lowered his voice. Not the place to talk about it. Let me add you on WeChat, and we'll chat privately. I paused. Oh, so there's something shady going on here. Got it. After we exchanged WeChat, Zhou Fei took off first. Mu Wanqing and I were both starving, and after all that commotion we'd lost the mood to chat, so we took it all out on the food. But what amazed me was, the taste of this food was incredible. No exaggeration, it was the best I'd ever eaten in my entire life. A spread like this in the apocalypse would probably spark a full-scale riot. The pleasure hitting my taste buds washed away every bit of that earlier unpleasantness. Watching me wolf down the food, Mu Wanqing smiled with real satisfaction. Could the place I picked ever be bad? We firmly executed the clean plate mission, just short of licking the plates. I wiped my mouth and gave her a thumbs up. Miss Mu, thanks for bringing me here. She looked embarrassed. Not at all. I should be thanking you for the generous invitation. Our eyes met, and we both burst out laughing. Whatever tension there'd been vanished completely. Mu Wanqing went to the restroom. I headed to the counter to pay, but I got drawn in by a row of awards on the wall. National Chef Competition Gold Medal Sea City Designated Chef for Foreign Receptions International Food God Cup Winner Sea City Top 10 Outstanding Young Women. Young woman? The owner is a woman? An image immediately popped into my head. A chubby, big-hipped woman tossing a wok. Ugh, why do I always think this stuff? As long as the food's good, who cares what she looks like? I'm not eating her. But the gorgeous young woman sitting at the counter, now she was someone I wouldn't mind taking a bite of. Hi, can I meet your boss? She gave a faint, soul-stirring smile. Handsome, what are you after? I want to meet the master who conquered my stomach. She smiled charmingly. Master's too much, but thank you for the recognition. I was a little surprised. This gorgeous woman is the head chef and the restaurant owner? Wasn't she supposed to be big-hipped and heavy-set? Is the chef industry that competitive now? I was actually curious what kind of master could make food like this. If it's you, sis, then it all makes sense. My look of sudden clarity piqued her interest. Oh, why do you say that? I smiled. Because I believe everything beautiful in this world must be created by beautiful people. You've got to have either outer beauty or inner beauty. And you, sis, at least have the former covered. She giggled. This kid isn't just good looking, he's got a sweet tongue too. Since you're such a smooth talker, handsome, sis has to give you a discount. She handed me a business card. Here, from now on, mention my name and you get 20% off every time. I looked at the name, Lu Yu. Then thank you, sis Yu. I'd originally wanted to meet the owner just to get a familiar face, in case I ran into her in the apocalypse and could pull her onto my side as a chef. But this Lu Yu not only cooks well, she's got the looks of a temptress. Keep her around and nobody would have any appetite for eating. After dropping Mu Wanqing back at school, I made another trip to the villa and found Mu Guang overseeing the workers on the night shift. To speed things up, he doubled the crew and split them into 2 shifts. That put me at ease. I caught some bugs to feed the little crow that was squawking away, then decided to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay. I still had a delivery to receive early the next morning. Passing a large gas station on the way, I suddenly remembered I hadn't stocked up on diesel and gasoline. Without fuel, how would the generator run? I ordered 1,000 tons of -35 diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline, and asked the owner to connect me with a friend who sells coal. I wanted 1,000 tons of smokeless coal. 20 million total. I left the address, set the delivery time, and finally headed back to the hotel. Lying in bed, I pulled out my phone and looked over the supply list Mu Wanqing had sent. I ordered online everything I hadn't thought of. Sanitary pads, all kinds of toiletries, clothes and shoes for all 4 seasons, underwear, sports bras, yoga outfits, black stockings, sheer nude stockings. Looking at the buyer show photos, I got completely lost in it. After buying all that, I moved on to defensive gear, stab-proof vests, riot shields, riot batons, military knives, tang sabers. Honestly, this stuff is only useful in the early days. Once the survivor's powers grow later on, none of it will matter. Firearms would be better, but there's no way to get any right now. By the time I bought everything, it was midnight. Just then Zhou Fei messaged me with an event breakdown for the Sea and Sky Gala. The more I read, the more excited I got. This year's is a one-day event themed around Doomsday, featuring a whole lineup of high-end outdoor camping products. Off-road RVs, luxury yachts, wandering pods, even small aircraft, you name it. And the highlight is the wild party at night. Zhou Fei also gave me a detailed rundown of what a game tool is, and after hearing it I couldn't help but marvel. Too twisted. He happened to have one spare electronic ticket, so he sent it over, and we agreed to go together. I happily accepted. I'd been wanting to get myself a proper apocalypse ride, and an off-road RV was perfect. A yacht would be ideal too, The great floods in the mid-apocalypse submerge almost all land, and survivors have to rely on lashing together rafts for floating platforms in extremely crude conditions. If I could get a luxury yacht, wouldn't I be living like an emperor? Just thinking about it got me excited. I absolutely have to go to this sea and sky gala. As for that twisted game, I've got no interest. A crowd of people taking turns, that's just plain disgusting. At this point, the essential supplies were basically all bought, and the next few days would be spent receiving deliveries. I also ordered a ton of good food through delivery apps: fried chicken, roast duck, cold noodles, cold jelly, meat sandwiches, rice noodles, stinky tofu, snail rice noodles. I bought several truckloads of ice cream too. As long as it could be delivered, I bought out pretty much everything, every single day, blowing through a ton of money. Over the next few days, I ran myself ragged from morning till night. It wasn't until the early hours of the 9th day that I finished collecting all the goods, and then I spent another whole night hauling everything into my space. Inside the space, time stands still, supplies stored there never spoil or rot. Put in a cup of hot water, and no matter when you take it out, it's still hot. That's my favorite part. Once I finished the inventory, I finally felt at ease. I checked my account balance, still over $1 billion. Plenty to burn through. At 8 in the morning, I fed the little crow. Over the past few days, it had grown a full coat of glossy black feathers, so shiny and slick it looked like a lump of coal. So I named it Coal Ball and bought it a big wooden cage, building it a cozy little nest. Worried that today might eat up my whole day, I left Coal Ball with Mu Wanqing to look after and figured I'd pick it up once I was done. Once that was settled, I met up with Zhou Fei and headed straight to the Sanya Yacht Show. The event was held at a yacht harbor by the sea, decked out in lavish, extravagant style, with gorgeous women everywhere. It was blazing hot, and these women lived by the motto, less is more, and shorter is better. Flaunting everything they could, they practically turned the venue into a moving scenic display. Black stockings competed with bikinis, barebacks rivaled long legs, and plunging necklines matched curvy backsides. The showcase floor was packed with small aircraft, sports cars, RVs, and outdoor gear, while rows of brand new yachts of all sizes were docked at the harbor. Aside from the outdoor gear and luxury goods, every single plane, yacht, and RV was one of a kind. All custom, one-of-a-kind editions found nowhere else in the world. To emphasize their exclusivity, these custom pieces had no fixed prices. They were auctioned off. Whoever had the deep pockets took it home, just like an auction house. This tactic worked wonders. Some tycoons, eager to flaunt their status, would happily pay several times an item's actual worth to snag whatever they fancied. So the organizers raked in a fortune every time. At 10 in the morning, the Sanya Yacht Show officially kicked off, with the custom products auctioned off in order, going to the highest bidder. Around noon, an Apocalypse Edition heavy-duty off-road RV up for auction caught my full attention. Built on a Mercedes-Benz heavy truck chassis, it had 8 wheels and 8-wheel drive, with all 8 tires being custom-made, puncture-proof and wear-resistant. 12 meters long, 2.6 meters wide, and 3.8 meters tall, it was an absolute beast. The body was made entirely of special steel, offering great insulation and bulletproofing. Even the windows were bulletproof. The roof could raise and lower, becoming a sunroom when lifted. There were expansion mechanisms on both sides and the rear, and once deployed, the interior space was astonishingly huge. The roof was fitted with 5,000 watts of solar panels, plus an 8,000-watt quiet diesel generator, and it packed lithium iron phosphate batteries equivalent to about 100 kilowatt-hours. The whole rig carried a 1,000-liter insulated clean water tank, enough for several days on a full fill, along with a 500-liter gray water tank and a 200-liter black water tank, both good for many days between drainings. Inside, the rear expansion opened up into a super king-size bed. The 2 side expansions formed a huge living room, and there was even a retractable hanging bed up top. It had a full bathroom, shower, and kitchen, complete with a fridge, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, microwave oven combo, and a TV/audio system. In winter, there was a diesel heating and hot water combo unit. In summer, an onboard air conditioner. Seeing this setup, I couldn't have been more satisfied, especially that 8-wheel drive off-road capability and the 7 differential locks. In an apocalyptic environment, those would be incredibly important. This vehicle was basically perfect. Sure, it weighed 25 tons and guzzled fuel, but that was nothing to me. Codenamed Conqueror, it had a starting bid of $30 million. I decided I had to have it. I bid $30 million. Everybody, don't go competing with me. Shall run, all right. Before I could even open my mouth, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. It was none other than Shao Run, my half-brother. He was surrounded by a crowd of men and women, standing out like a sore thumb. Hearing it was the Shao family's second young master, everyone tactfully backed off from bidding. Besides, This vehicle was way over the top. Who would actually take it out off-roading every day? Seeing no one competing, Xiaoren nodded with satisfaction and clasped his hands. Thank you all for stepping aside. Just as he was heading off, delighted to pay, I spoke up. I bid 40 million. The whole place fell silent in an instant. People looked around trying to find the source of the voice, wondering who had the nerve to disrespect the Xiao family's second young master. When I stepped forward, some people recognized me. Huh? Isn't that the Xiao family's eldest son? How did these two brothers end up going at each other? They say these two don't get along. Guess it's true. Haha, this is gonna be good. Who do you think will win? The second young master, probably. Heard he just inherited the company's shares. No shortage of cash there. Xiaoren froze when he saw me too. How did this loser end up at such a high-end event? And how dare he compete with me? I still haven't found the chance to deal with you over that villa business. And now here you are causing trouble again. Xiaoren was determined to win today. Even though I had inherited all his savings, he'd borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang Jian just to attend. You dare to spend as lavishly as me? Besides, he'd secretly had people tail me and knew I'd stockpiled a mountain of supplies. This idiot can't even spend money when you've got it. You've only got that measly billion or so left. Can you even afford to play this game? Xiaoren sneered and raised the bid without hesitation. 50 million. After shouting it out, he shot me a provocative glare. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. My eyes were only on that RV, and I had to have it. So I just cut to the chase. Adding 10 million at a time is too much of a hassle. I'll bid 100 million straight up. The moment those words left my mouth, the whole venue was in an uproar. This eldest young master was quite the big spender, if a little foolish. Dropping 100 million on a big toy like this just wasn't worth it. Xiaoren was so furious, he was practically steaming. This older brother of mine must have a screw loose. A real nouveau riche, dumb, but rich. He wanted to bid again, but his friend stopped him. Run, no need to fight over it with him. If you really like it, just have the manufacturer custom build one. 2 months, and it's done. Why sweat over this? That's right, Brother Ren. We don't want to go out into the wild anymore. We want to head into the deep sea. Let's go check out the yachts. Several heavily made-up girls, wearing barely a few scraps of cloth, chimed in to talk him out of it. Xiaoren seized the opportunity to save face. Fine, I'll go with what you want. Since you love the ocean, I'll definitely snag that Apocalypse Edition yacht for you all, huh? With that, he shot me a vicious glare and left with his entourage. I got the off-road RV just as I'd hoped and quickly paid up. The money, I arranged for it to be delivered to the courtyard of my villa on Purple Mountain after the event. Next came a bunch of luxury cars and private jets up for auction, but none of them caught my eye. Not interested. By the afternoon, an Apocalypse Edition luxury yacht grabbed my attention. This ship wasn't just luxurious. The specs made my heart race. It was 80 meters long, 4 decks total, and the luxury inside goes without saying. It had every kind of entertainment and living amenity you could think of, plus a seawater purification system. The most impressive part was the hull, entirely built from high-strength special steel with a semi-submersible design. Paired with a smart control system, it could withstand level 10 winds and 10-meter waves. Safety-wise, it was off the charts, truly one of a kind in the world. And it had wind, solar, diesel, and hydroelectric power generation, so running out of electricity was never going to be a concern. I was seriously impressed. But I also had my doubts. A beast this big, could I even afford it? Sure enough, the starting bid was 400 million. But I wasn't about to give up. I had to have this ship. Back during the Great Apocalyptic Flood, humanity suffered so badly. Now that I'd gotten a second chance at life, there was no way I was going through that hell again. Otherwise, what was the point of living? As for not having enough money, well, I'd just have to use a few other tricks. 450 million. Xiaoren, claim it. As long as none of you bid against me, I'll treat everyone to a deep-sea trip someday. All expenses on me. The moment Xiaoren spoke up, several eager young hotshots backed off. A free trip and saving money to buy a smaller boat? Why not? Seeing everyone give him face, Xiaoren looked smug and moved to pay up. Hold on. I bid 500 million. The second I spoke, the crowd erupted again. This eldest Xiao son is deliberately going head-to-head with the second son. You're telling me. But hey, the guy's genuinely loaded, like money grows on trees for him. Rich as he is, he's still not as rich as the second son. That guy's sitting on 20 billion in corporate shares. Hearing the whispers around him, Xiaoren immediately felt humiliated. He glared at me, grinding his teeth, then shouted at the top of his lungs, I bid 700 million. This yacht is mine. For him, money didn't matter anymore. It was all about face. 700 million was his limit, but he was betting I didn't have much cash left, and he was fully confident he'd win. Sure enough, after his bid, I didn't jump in right away. People around him started congratulating him. Just as the host was about to call it, I suddenly spoke up. I bid 1 billion. This yacht is mine today, too. Whoa. The whole place was stunned. Was this guy crazy? Money burning a hole in his pocket? Xiaoran burst out laughing in fury. Haha. Xiaoyang, you're just throwing out numbers. Do you even have that kind of money? Quit causing trouble here. I smiled. No, I don't have that kind of money. But I can put down an 800 million deposit first and pay the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. The organizers didn't say that's not allowed, right? The organizer. It's not out of the question. They weren't stupid. The price had shot up to 1 billion. Whether I paid today or the day after tomorrow, who cared? Someone on Xiao Ren's side objected. So if you back out, doesn't that just hold up our brother Ren's voyage? The organizer thought that was a fair point. We'd need to sign a contract. I said, no problem. Let's sign a contract. If I can't pay the balance the day after tomorrow, the 800 million deposit goes to the organizers. How's that? The whole crowd gasped. How filthy rich do you have to be to walk away from 800 million just like that? Xiaoran suddenly frowned. Did this Xiao Yang have something up his sleeve? But no matter what, he couldn't go any higher. 700 million was his ceiling. The organizers were obviously thrilled, a guaranteed win-win deal. In the end, the yacht was nominally mine. Plenty of beautiful women, seeing how flush I was, came over and started cozying up to me. Xiao Ren's side was practically seething. He'd been shown up by me twice today. Utterly humiliated. Humph. Since you insist on fighting me for everything, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Xiao Ren shot me a vicious glare and stormed off, fuming. As for me, I'd gotten what I wanted today. I was over the moon. Afterward, I ordered 100 amphibious wanderer pods. Each pod was 10 meters long, cylindrical, shaped like a capsule, with full living amenities inside, kind of like an RV. Each pod had 4 space capsule bunks, like a college dorm. The key thing was they could withstand tsunamis, and each pod could freely connect to others on all 4 sides, front, back, left, and right. That was exactly what I was after. Link them all together on the water, and you've got yourself a floating base. Put them on land, and they work as houses too. Absolutely perfect. For bulk orders, there was no bidding. I paid a deposit and arranged for all 100 to be delivered to the warehouse tomorrow, with the balance settled the day after tomorrow along with the yacht. Once all that was done, I figured I'd had enough for the day and it was time to head back, because I was just about broke, too. During all this, Zhou Fei came over and introduced me to a few young hotshots, including the son of a tobacco company CEO and the son of a big pharmaceutical company CEO. I'd been racking my brain over how to stockpile these very things, and this connection was perfect. I dropped my remaining tens of millions on cigarettes and medicine. Both young men were thrilled out of their minds. Zhou Fei and the others invited me to join their thrilling games that night, but I turned them down. Like I said, a one and done is fine, but group stuff? I don't have that kind of nasty taste. As I was driving to pick up Meichio from Mu Wanqing's school, I happened to get a call from Mu Guang saying the villa renovations were complete per my requirements, and to come do the final inspection. I dragged Mu Wanqing along, unable to wait to see my masterpiece, though, of course, a big chunk of the credit was hers. When we got to the Purple Mountain Villa, I was blown away. The swimming pool had been sealed off and converted into a reservoir, filled to the brim with clean water and topped with an insulated cover. To avoid noise from the generators, 2 large diesel generator sets were installed right here, along with a heating system so it could still be used in freezing weather. The exterior walls had been re-insulated. Mu Guang said they could handle temperatures down to negative 100 degrees. The roof was covered in solar panels as a backup power option. All the doors and windows had been swapped out for insulated, soundproof ones with extremely high strength. Short of using artillery, nobody was forcing their way in. On the second basement level, they'd installed a large coal-fired boiler with radiators in every room. Not the prettiest, but practical. The perimeter wall had been raised to 4 meters, topped with barbed wire, and the gate replaced with a heavy steel door. Mu Guang said unless someone drove a tank up, there was no knocking it down. I was extremely satisfied. This way, I'd have nothing to fear when the apocalypse came. Not only would I be safe, I'd be lounging comfortably in a villa as warm as springtime, soaking up the good times. Sweet. Mu Guang had even thoughtfully hired cleaners, getting every inch. The outside was all cleaned up, so I could move right in. I was satisfied and decided to treat the 2 siblings to a nice meal. I picked the Cape restaurant. This time I learned my lesson. I called the owner, Lu Yu, ahead of time and reserved a private room. So sure enough, no waiting in line. I let Mu Wanqing pick the dishes again. Halfway through the meal, Mu Guang suddenly handed me back 10 million. Mr. Xiao, of the extra 20 million you added, we only used 10 million. It all went to wages for the extra workers and rush fees for materials. Here's the remaining 10 million back. I, Mu Guang, have a principle in business. I only take what I'm owed. Anything I'm not owed, I won't take a single cent more. I was genuinely shocked. I forgot to swallow the food in my mouth. This guy was too honest for his own good. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he was dead set on not taking it. I sighed. People like this are rare these days. After the meal, I felt a pang of compassion and secretly pulled out 2 down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-proof vests, combat knives, and flashlights from my space. I packed them into 2 bags and gave one to each of them. They were both stunned, handing out down jackets in the middle of summer. Did I think they weren't hot enough already? They must have thought there was something wrong with my head, but I still told them, keep this stuff by your side no matter what. After midnight tomorrow night, you can do whatever you want with it. That's all I could do. As for the rest, I'd have to leave it to fate. Watching them leave, I muttered, I hope that when we meet again, we can be friends. After seeing the siblings off, I thought it over and doubled back to the Cape restaurant. Yujia, how many private rooms are upstairs? 10. 1. I'm booking all the second-floor private rooms tomorrow. Set me up 10 tables worth of dishes, your best specialties. The banquet starts at 9 tonight. That late? Yeah, my friends are all busy. I paid in advance, then left with peace of mind. That night, I sent a WeChat message to Su Xiao, whom I hadn't contacted in ages, telling her she'd better take the day off tomorrow and not fly. But she didn't reply. I tried calling. Her phone was off. Forget it. At least I'd gotten the word out. The rest was up to her fate. Having done this much, I couldn't be accused of being a heartless bastard. Early the next morning, the staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV to the villa. Once they left, I put the vehicle straight into my space. Then I went to the warehouse to take delivery of the cigarettes, medicine, and cryopods. But I discovered that all 10 warehouse doors and the cold storage doors showed signs of being pried open. Someone had their eye on me. Good thing I'd been careful and stashed the supplies in my space early. Otherwise, there'd have been real trouble. Humph, trying to screw me over? Your time to die has come today too. I put all the cigarettes, medicine, and cryopods into my space and headed back to the villa. In the early evening, I fired up the boiler, worried I wouldn't have time later. I also filled the diesel generator with fuel, enough to last 10 days or 2 weeks. Once that was done, I fed little Coal Ball until it was full before heading out. There was still a lot to do tonight. High City was ablaze with lights at night, bustling as ever. In the square, the aunties were dancing. If everything stayed the same, they'd be fighting young people for spots on the bus tomorrow morning, riding all the way to some far-off supermarket to line up for discounted eggs. In the Parkwoods, college couples were being lovey-dovey, maybe even discussing plans for their future little home. But after tonight, many people would die, and everything that had once been would cease to exist. Inside Xiaoren's villa. Young master, we sent people to the warehouses last night and found them all empty. Xiaoyang probably moved all the goods. Xiaoren gritted his teeth in fury. But we found out that these past few days, he's been getting close with a female college student at High City Art Academy named Mu Wanqing. They might be a couple. Xiaoren's eyes lit up. Can you lure this student here? As it happens, a student girl I used to fool around with goes to the same school. She says she can get her to come out. Xiaoren's face twisted, his eyes venomous. Xiaoyang, just you wait. Tonight, I'll let you taste what it's like to have someone you love taken from you. At 9 o'clock, I arrived at the Cape restaurant right on time. Seeing me come alone, Lu Yu asked in surprise, just you? Where are your friends? I rubbed my nose and said sheepishly, don't worry about it. Just bring out the food. Once all 10 private rooms' dishes were laid out, I said to Lu Yu, Yujia, have everyone go downstairs. Nobody comes up unless I call for them. Lu Yu gave me a pitying look. She understood. Every single friend I'd invited had stood me up. That'd be humiliating for anyone. Still, this guy's character had to be pretty rotten. Once everyone was downstairs, I tiptoed into each room, ready to put the food into my space. Collecting the dishes one by one was too much of a hassle, so I just took the whole tables along with them. But I only took 9 tables and left one behind. Once I'd finished, I went downstairs and tossed Lu Yu another 10,000. Yujia, don't clear the banquet, and don't let anyone up. My friends are coming later. Consider this overtime pay. With that, and without waiting for her to agree, I walked straight out. Lu Yu thought to herself, little brother, why keep up such a stubborn front? Then I rushed straight to the harbor where the yacht was docked. The staff on watch knew me. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here at this hour? I'm paying the balance tomorrow. Figured I'd come take a look tonight first. He didn't suspect anything and quickly led me over. The yacht had been cleaned spotless. I was pleased. I'd like to spend some time here alone. Go on with your work. I'll let myself out later. The staff left without worry. A yacht that big, who could possibly steal it? Once they were far away, I reached out and put the yacht into my space. The ship was so huge that it drained a lot of my energy. I felt a little weak afterward. As I was leaving, the staff even called out to me. Mr. Xiao, see you tomorrow. I said goodbye. Never to be seen again. Now everything was taken care of. All that remained was settling the final scores. It was 11 o'clock now. 1 hour would be more than enough. Just as I was about to drive to Xiao Ren and his mother's villa, my phone rang. It was Xiao Ren. When I picked up, his sinister laughter came through. Xiaoyang, if you don't want your girlfriend Mu Wanqing getting violated, you'd better get to the Zijin Mountain Villa right now. I froze. Why drag Mu Wanqing into this? Still, since he was delivering himself right to my door, it saved me the trouble of hunting him down. I hurriedly drove back, and along the way I didn't forget to give Zhongli a call, telling her to come to the Zijin Mountain Villa too, for a good talk. That mother and son, neither of them was getting away. When I reached the villa entrance, I saw a business van and a Lamborghini were parked outside. Seeing me return, Xiao Ren got out of the Lamborghini, and 8 or 9 people came pouring out of the van behind him. Mu Wanqing, her mouth taped shut and hands bound behind her back, was dragged out of the vehicle. Behind her was Wang Min, the classmate I'd run into that day at the Cape restaurant. One look at Wang Min, and I knew exactly what was going on. Talk inside, I said, pointing at the villa. Damn right inside. Look at what you've done to the outside. It looks like a prison. I need to see how badly you've trashed the inside. Xiao Ren snapped. The moment I stepped in, someone grabbed me from behind and patted me down thoroughly, only letting go once they confirmed I wasn't carrying a weapon. Xiaoyang, look at this mess you've made. What did you do to my villa? It looks like a bomb shelter. What? Are you playing doomsday survival? Xiao Ren cursed furiously, taking in the unrecognizable villa. I didn't bother responding. I just pointed at Mu Wanqing and said flatly, let her go. She's got nothing to do with me. Using her to threaten me won't work. Nothing to do with you? Come on. You two are obviously a couple, dropping each other off, picking each other up, eating meals together. This came from Wang Min, who'd been humiliated by me last time and wasn't about to pass up her shot at revenge. But Xiao Ren barked at her. Shut up. Men are talking here. Women don't butt in. Get lost. Wang Min shrank back and retreated to the side, not daring to make another sound. Xiao Ren turned back to me with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Xiaoyang, since you two aren't a thing, this makes it even easier. A girl this pretty, I'm a little tempted myself. I'll enjoy her tonight. You don't mind, right? As he spoke, he unbuttoned his collar. Why is it so hot in here? Maybe I'll just strip down and give you a live show right now. How's that sound? Mu Wanqing protested through the tape, glaring daggers at Xiao Ren like she wanted to tear him apart. I couldn't help but marvel. This girl was usually so quiet and gentle, but in danger she was fierce, actually daring to stare a man down. I didn't act nervous. I just said calmly, Xiao Ren, let her go and tie me up instead. Whatever's between us, we settle between us. Xiao Ren laughed. Sure, then get on your knees and beg me. I sighed helplessly. Bullying a woman, do you even count as a man? He leered at Mu Wanqing. Whether I'm a man or not, just watch my performance and you'll know. With that, he reached out to tear at her clothes. You dare? You're really pushing your luck. Before I'd even finished, I struck a chop straight at the throats of the 2 men behind me. They flinched in pain and instinctively reached to protect their throats. I seized the moment and slammed a fist into each of their chests. Both of them curled up on the floor like shrimp, all fight drained out of them. I sneered. Did they really think my 10 years surviving the apocalypse were for nothing? Normally I keep my head down, but when someone threatens my life, I don't hold back. Everyone in this room combined might not be a match for me. Getting Mu Wanqing out, I was confident I could do it. While they were still reeling, I charged straight at Xiao Ren, meaning to take him down in one move. But before I reached him, he snapped out of it. He yanked a black revolver from his waist and aimed it at Mu Wanqing. Don't move. Move again, and I'll blow her brains out. I froze. This punk actually had a gun. That caught me a little off guard. Real or fake, I couldn't tell, but I wasn't about to gamble Mu Wanqing's life on it. Someone had literally delivered her to my doorstep. Saving her would add a little spice to my apocalyptic life. Okay, I'm not moving. Calm down, I said, edging back a step. During the standoff, 2 more people came into the villa, Zhang Li and Wang Jian. Seeing the scene, both froze. Weren't they just here to talk? How did it turn into a fight, with that kid waving a gun around? Zhang Li hurried to talk him down. Xiao Ren, put the gun away. Do you really need to take such a huge risk over a loser like Xiaoyang? Truth be told, Zhang Li only cared about money. She didn't want her son ruining her plans in a moment of recklessness. Xiao Ren shot his mother a glare. Mom, stay out of this. Then he turned back to me. Xiaoyang, settling this today is simple. Hand over everything you own, including the villa, and kowtow to apologize. As for this bitch, I'll play with her for one night and give her back. Let you taste what it's like to have your woman taken. Seeing her son wasn't joking, Zhang Li didn't know how to keep talking him down. That's when Wang Jian spoke up. Xiaoyang, why don't you just agree already? You won't be happy until someone dies. If he loses it and puts a couple rounds in your legs, you'll be crawling for the rest of your life. Zhang Li chimed in. Exactly. And this girl, one time won't cost her a piece of flesh. I'll make you a deal. Tomorrow, I'll give you $1 million. Take her and disappear far away. Consider it the last kindness from your stepmother. Wang Min rushed to kiss up too. Mu Wanqing, you slut, getting to sleep with young Master Xiao Ren even once is a blessing for you. I suggest you obediently agree, or you'll lose your little life. Watching them go back and forth, I actually laughed out of sheer anger. One small slip up from me, and they'd hijack the whole show. I glanced at the time. 11:59 p.m. Heh, the moment had come. It was all about to end. The instant it hit midnight, everyone in the room felt a sharp stabbing pain in their heads, accompanied by ringing in their ears. I was no exception, but I'd been through it before and was ready. The others weren't so lucky. The sudden pain had everyone clutching their heads, crouching down in agony. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. A riot baton suddenly appeared in my hand. While no one was watching, I knocked the gun out of Xiao Ren's hand in one strike and immediately snatched it up. To confirm whether it was real, I fired a round straight into Xiao Ren's leg. Bang! The gunshot and the scream that followed startled everyone in the room. Xiao Ren clutched his leg. Ah, my leg. Xiaoyang, you actually shot him? You're dead. Zhongli shrieked hysterically through her splitting headache. It was a real gun. I was satisfied. Things would be easy from here. I glanced at my left forearm. It displayed 0 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 50 seconds. That whole sequence of moves had taken only 10 seconds. I pulled Mu Wanqing behind me, untied her ropes, pressed the gun to Xiao Ren's head, and said to everyone else in the room, "See the time on your left forearms?" Everyone looked and froze. He froze. "If you don't want me to pull this trigger, do exactly as I say." I grabbed Xiao Ren's left hand and said coldly, "Use your mind to transfer it. Give me all your time. Keep only 10 minutes for yourself." Xiao Ren had already taken a bullet to the leg. He was terrified. Even though he knew this was bad for him, he feared death more, so he did it right away. Now he had only 10 minutes left. Watching my time increase, I pressed the gun against his head again, satisfied. As for the rest of you, if you don't want Xiao Ren dead, you'll all do the same. Now, okay. Xiaoyang, don't do anything rash. We'll do it. Wang Jian rushed forward. Seeing Wang Jian look even more anxious about Xiao Ren than Zhongli did, I asked suspiciously, "You're everywhere I look. I've got to wonder, is Xiao Ren your son or something?" Bullseye. Wang Jian's and Zhang Li's faces both went stiff in an instant. It all clicked. Well, I'll be damned. Xiaofeng. Oh, Xiaofeng, you got played. No wonder Wang Jian was always around. Turns out he really is the neighbor next door, impossible to guard against. Fine. Today, Xiaoyang, will clean house for you. You two really are a pair of dogs in heat. No wonder Xiao Ren's got that ugly mug on him. Turns out he takes after you. Wang Jian. Oh wait, I mean Wang Ren. I sneered. Wang Jian was furious, but didn't dare say a word. He just took it. Enough, quit stalling. Get over here and transfer your time to me. You know I'd really kill him right now. I jabbed the gun into Xiao Ren. Wang Jian hurried them along. Hurry, do as he says. Tomorrow I'll give each of you 1,000,000. Everyone knew I wasn't joking. Though they worried about how transferring time might affect them, seeing that Xiao Ren had done it with no visible harm, and with 1,000,000 on the line, they all complied, one by one. Watching the time energy flow in from all 11 of them into my arm, I grinned from ear to ear. You can get lost now. I kicked Xiao Ren across the room. I don't want this bastard's dirty blood staining my mansion. I could have just killed them all, but wasn't it more satisfying to give them hope first, than let them fall into despair? Besides, it saved me the trouble of cleaning up bodies. Zhang Li and Wang Jian helped the badly wounded Xiao Ren up. Wang Jian spat viciously. "Xiaoyang, for this one shot, you'll rot in prison." Then he called for someone to carry Xiao Ren to a car and rush him to the hospital. Wang Min tried to slip away while I wasn't looking, but Mu Wanqing cut her off in a single stride. "Stop right there." Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps left the corner of Wang Min's mouth bleeding. My brother taught me since I was little. Whoever's good to us, we're twice as good to them. Whoever tries to hurt us, we pay them back double. I never start trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to push around. From today on, every time I see you, I'll hit you. And I mean it. Looking into Mu Wanqing's cold eyes, Wang Min felt like she was staring at a completely different person. Was this really the pure, sweet campus beauty from school? A wave of fear washed over her. She didn't dare make a peep and fled in disgrace. But there was no car waiting for her outside at all. They'd already forgotten about her. Suddenly, she felt a little cold. Was she just too scared? Inside the mansion, warm as spring, I stared at Mu Wanqing, who seemed like a different person, feeling a pang of guilt. "Miss Mu, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this today. Don't worry, I'll..." Before I could finish, Mu Wanqing burst into tears and turned to throw her arms around me. Softness pressed against me, a faint fragrance filled my nose. Caught off guard, my mind went blank, and all I could do was gently pat her back to comfort her. Slowly it dawned on me. This girl had been tense and terrified the whole time, just barely holding it together, and now that the danger had passed, she finally broke down. Still, her composure earlier had impressed me. After a while, she calmed down and, embarrassed, let go. Then she noticed the time on her left forearm and asked, puzzled, Mr. Xiao, what is this? You seem to understand it. With the beauty gone from my arms, I felt a sudden emptiness. Would another minute really have hurt? It's hard to explain right now. Just remember one thing. Never let your time hit zero, because you'll die, I said gravely. Mu Wanqing froze. If what I said was true, then those people from earlier had less than 10 minutes left, which meant she didn't dare finish the thought. She hated those people, but she'd never wanted them dead. Suddenly, I seemed a little ruthless to her. The way I'd fired that shot without hesitation, so calm and collected, meant either I had nerves of steel or I'd actually killed before. A thread of fear crept into her heart. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I should head back, she said, wanting to leave as soon as possible. You can't leave, I said flatly. Her heart skipped a beat. What did he mean? She couldn't leave? What was he going to do to her? But I continued. The temperature outside has probably dropped to -30 by now. You'll freeze to death out there. Mu Wanqing found it ridiculous. Freeze to death in the middle of summer? She pulled the door open, and a blast of bitter cold wind rushed in. She froze in place instantly. On the winding mountain road of Zijin Mountain, a car sped along. Inside, Xiaoren shouted, Mom, Uncle Wang, call somebody. Get people together. Kill Xiaoyang. Don't worry, son. Mom will avenge you. Xiaoyang will die a horrible death. Zhongli seethed through gritted teeth. Relax. Tomorrow I'll pull some strings. First I'll get Xiaoyang arrested, then pull a few tricks and off him quietly. Wang Jian's smile was cold and sinister. Mom, I'm so cold. The time on my arm is down to 10 seconds. Why do I have such a bad feeling? What the hell is this? Xiaoren stared at his arm, terrified. Suddenly, the time hit 0. Xiaoren stayed frozen in his position, motionless, his eyes still wide open in death. Son? What's wrong, son? Zhang Li and Wang Jian screamed at the same time. Faster. Drive faster. Wang Jian roared at the driver. Both their hearts plunged into an icy pit. Xiaoyang, if anything happens to Xiaoren, I'll make you wish you were dead. Zhang Li shrieked, her eyes red. But the next moment, every sound cut off at once. The car spun out of control, shot off the intersection, and plunged over the cliff. Wang Min, who hadn't gotten far past the residential complex, was already shivering violently. She couldn't understand how, in the dead heat of summer, the wind had suddenly turned so bitterly cold. The time steadily draining from her arm terrified her even more. Mu Wanqing, you dare threaten me. Your arrogance won't last long. Once I get my chance, I'll make you kneel like a dog and beg me. Hara! Wang Min's voice trembled, and the blood at the corner of her mouth had frozen into little icy crystals. Her laughter was chilling, but the next moment, she toppled straight to the ground, that smile still frozen on her lips. Mu Wanqing pulled back into the room, feeling like all of this was some kind of unreal dream. What was happening to the world? Why had it suddenly gotten so cold? Why was there a timer displayed on her arm? How could any of these bizarre things be explained? But there was one person who could give her answers. She looked over at me, currently feeding little Coalball, and thought back over everything from the past few days. The more she thought, the more convinced she became that something was off about me. How did I seem to know all this would happen ahead of time? At first she'd figured I'd gone off the deep end, that something was wrong with my head. But now it seemed like I could actually see the future. Who was this guy, really? She walked up to me, wanting an answer. Mr. Xiao, you seem to have known all this was going to happen. What? Why? I couldn't exactly tell her I'd been reborn. Nobody would believe me even if I did. If I told you I had a dream, would you believe me? I said, smiling at her. Mu Wanqing thought it over, then nodded. It seemed like that was the only explanation. And in the dream, this was only the beginning. I paused. After the cold wave passes, half the world's population will freeze or starve to death. But it doesn't stop there. The temperature will stay below 0 for 2 solid months. And during that time, there'll be earthquakes and blizzards. The dead will turn into zombies. Animals will mutate and start hunting down the survivors. After that, the weather will warm up, and then come the torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods, one after another, until the entire land is submerged underwater. I recounted all of this calmly. Mu Wanqing's mouth fell open in disbelief. I gave a faint smile and continued. You think that's the end? After that, it just keeps getting hotter. The water slowly evaporates, volcanoes erupt, and people get roasted and parched to death, bit by bit, until the whole human race is wiped out. She sucked in a sharp breath. If it really came to that, what was even the point of living? She stared hard into my eyes, trying to see if I was joking. But my eyes were perfectly calm, like I was just stating a fact. On top of that, the cold wave had actually happened. That was the best proof of all. Were a lot of people really going to die? She suddenly thought of her brother, Mu Guang, and started to worry. Can I call my brother? I'm scared something happened to him. Her phone had been taken by those people earlier, so she had no choice but to ask me. Of course. I pulled out my phone, still had a signal. I found Mu Guang's number and dialed. Powered off. Tears welled up in Mu Wanqing's eyes. What do we do? Do you think something happened to him? Don't panic. Maybe he's asleep at home and his phone just died. I reassured her. She shook her head. No way. He called this afternoon saying he'd landed another renovation job and that he was going to treat the boss to a night at the bathhouse. He won't be home. I froze when I heard that. Oh, so that's how it is, Mu Guang. You're taking my renovation jobs too? How come you never invited me out for a night at the bathhouse? Huh? I was worried about you a second ago, but now. Humph. Go ahead and freeze to death at that bathhouse. Out loud, I still comforted her. Don't worry. Bathhouses have hot water and heating. Your brother will be fine. That put her a lot more at ease. I let out a sigh. She was just too naive. Seeing how thin her clothes were, I said, wait here. I'll go grab you a thick pair of pajamas, take a shower, and change into them. Just lay low for the next few days, and once the cold wave passes, we'll go find your brother together. Sound good? She knew there was no use panicking now, so she just nodded. I hurried down to the second basement level and shoveled a good amount of coal into the boiler. Then I pulled out a set of women's pajamas from my storage space and gave them to her, telling her to go shower first. It was a good thing the villa had been fully renovated. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have been able to bathe. While she showered, I took all kinds of vegetables and meat out of my storage space and stuffed them into the fridge. I also laid out a whole spread of snacks, drinks, fruit, and even some beer and wine. Yeah, it looked pretty cozy. All it was missing was some candles. Honestly, what happened earlier caught me off guard. My original plan had been to deal with that mother and son, then come back and kick back in peace, all by myself. Instead, Mu Wanqing suddenly showed up and threw off my whole plan to have the villa to myself. Still, it wasn't so bad. Having a beautiful woman around added a little spice to things. Oh, right. And there was also my adorable little coal ball. I looked at the little crow in the cage, who'd eaten its fill and was now curiously sizing me up, and my heart just melted. The little guy had already decided I was its mom, and it was super clingy. During the day, if it couldn't see me for even a moment, it'd start cawing away. I was in the middle of playing with it when Mu Wanqing came out, freshly showered and dressed in the pajamas. I turned around, and oh my god, a woman who's just showered really is something else. What's that phrase again? A lotus rising from the water. Her damp hair hung loose, giving off this lazy, effortless vibe, and paired with that devastatingly gorgeous face, it left me a little dazed. The fitted black pajamas only accentuated her elegance and figure. God really plays favorites. How do you cram so much beauty into one person? She got a little self-conscious under my stare and fixed her hair. What is it? Is something not right? I snapped out of it. No, it's just, you're so beautiful. I almost fell for you right then and there. I was grinning happily, but she couldn't shake the feeling there was something a little lecherous in my gaze. Oh, by the way, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table, and if that's not enough, there's food in the fridge, though you'd have to cook it yourself. I'm not much of a cook. She followed the direction of my finger and saw the whole table full of food, her face lighting up with delight. I'd prepared all of it right after the villa was renovated, and some of it was even her favorite. Had I really gone and bought everything on the doomsday supply list she'd made? She was more and more impressed by me. This man definitely had a lot of secrets. She came back to her senses, then noticed there was still blood on my clothes and pointed it out. Why don't you go take a shower and change too? My eyes lit up. Yeah, great idea. Seeing my not-so-innocent expression and worried I might get the wrong idea, she quickly added, I didn't mean anything by it. I just think it feels nice to be clean. I laughed. I'm just messing with you. I'm gonna go shower. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Make yourself at home. I walked into the bathroom, still damp inside. Thinking about the scene of her showering in here just a moment ago got me a little worked up. After a nice, relaxing shower, I grabbed another set of pajamas from my storage space, and I made a point of picking one that looked pretty similar to hers, so it'd come off more like a matching couple's outfit. When I walked into the living room, she was staring out the window, lost in thought. Hearing me, she turned around and paused for a second when she saw what I was wearing. He did that on purpose, didn't he? How'd he end up dressed just like me? Still, it actually looked good on him. I'm 6 feet tall, and while I don't have much muscle, my build is well proportioned, with a movie star face, strong brows, bright eyes, a real sunny look. Exactly her type. Honestly, that was one of the reasons she'd agreed to have dinner with me in the first place. If I'd been some greasy middle-aged guy, she wouldn't have come, big client of her brother's or not. What are you thinking about? You look so focused, I asked. Nothing really. I just feel pretty lucky. It's freezing out there, but here I am, safe and sound. A blessing in disguise. No cold, no hunger. She looked at me, dead serious. I pulled out a chair. Well, don't just stand there. Come eat something. She sat down without hesitation and said playfully, Then thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Xiao. Hee hee. Don't call me Mr. Xiao anymore. It's too formal. Then what should I call you? Call me Brother Xiao. She thought about it, then nodded. Okay, you are older than me, after all. I was pleased. Then what should I call you? Little Sister Qing. Her face turned red. That sounds weird. Just call me Wan Qing. All right, Wan Qing. I smiled and opened a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to her. Here, let's toast. She hesitated, but took it. I'm not much of a drinker, but tonight I'll have this one. She clinked her glass against mine. This is to you. Thank you, Brother Xiao. If you can't drink, don't force it. Just sip a little. Keep me company a while longer. She took a small sip, and I threw mine back in one gulp. Outside, the wind howled and the windows rattled, a stark contrast to the warmth inside the villa. Almost every house in the villa complex had its lights on. Probably everyone had been jolted awake by the sudden cold. Down at the college town, the dorms were in chaos, screams ringing out one after another. That split-second headache the whole city had felt earlier had triggered countless car crashes, and then the cold snap hit. A city already in panic descended into utter chaos. Emergency lines were flooded with calls, but it was useless. Anyone still out wandering, except the ones who'd found shelter, mostly froze to death. Even hiding in cars didn't help. Slowly, the city grew quieter and quieter, until there was nothing but silence. But that night was a sleepless one for everyone in the world. Just like now, Mu Wanqing and I, here in the villa, couldn't sleep either. She swapped her wine for a soft drink and kept chatting with me. The more we talked, the more comfortable we became with each other. I learned that she'd lost both parents when she was young, and her older brother, Mu Guang, had raised her. The two of them had leaned on each other to survive. Mu Guang had dropped out of school early to work and put her through college. It hadn't been an easy road. To change their fate, he'd worked himself to the bone and still hadn't settled down. And Wanqing had studied so hard, she'd never even dated. There were plenty of guys chasing her at school, but she never gave any of them the time of day. She learned about my own family drama too. 2 people cut from the same cloth, and it felt like our hearts drew a little closer. We talked like that until the sky started to lighten, and only then did we finally feel sleepy. Come on, let's go to bed, I said, standing up. Her heart skipped. Did that sound like sleeping together? Which room do I take? I laughed. There are plenty of rooms. Take your pick. But I'd suggest the 3rd floor, better view, closer to me. If anything comes up, just call for me. Her face flushed, but she nodded anyway. It did feel safer that way. I went down to the 2nd basement to add more coal to the boiler, then set her up in the guest room next to the master bedroom. Once I made sure the room was warm and draft-free, I finally headed back to my own room. I checked my phone, a little past 5 in the morning, and there was still a signal. While I had it, I opened the map app and downloaded the full 3D maps of Haicheng City and a mountain city in the southwest of the Dragon Nation. Once that was done, I finally fell asleep, at ease. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Xiao, are you awake? The knocking startled me awake. It was already noon. I got up quickly and opened the door. What's up, Wanqing? I made a pot of noodles. Come down and eat when you're hungry. I was pleasantly surprised. You can cook. She looked a little embarrassed. I can only really make some noodles and instant ramen. Not much else. I couldn't cook either. But hey, I had plenty of supplies. Self-heating hot pots, hot pot base, you name it. Wanqing, do you want hot pot? Her eyes went wide. You have hot pot base. Of course. Hot pot on a day this cold. That's the best. Come on, you handle the broth and seasoning, and I'll prep the ingredients. Hot pot was her favorite. She couldn't have asked for more. Yes, perfect. The 2 of us went downstairs and got to work, and soon a lavish hot pot spread filled the table. I grabbed a beer. She took a soft drink. To hot pot, cheers. Outside, the world was frozen solid, countless people fighting for their lives on the edge of death. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and I had food and drink in a warm, cozy villa. On the 3rd night after the cold snap hit, the power went out. The sudden darkness gave Mu Wanqing, listening to music in her bedroom, a real scare. She looked out the window. The entire villa complex was pitch black. She groped along the wall to the door, instinctively looking for me. And just then, I opened my door and came out too. Did the power go out? Yeah, don't worry, I'll go start the generator. I was about to head off when her hand reached out. Wait, are you dressed warmly enough? It's freezing out there. But when she felt how I was bundled up like a ball, she laughed. I'd already prepared for everything. When her hand reached my collar, she noticed the zipper wasn't pulled all the way up, and she instinctively zipped it tight for me. Hurry back and be safe. I froze. This feeling, it was so warm. Since my mother passed away, who had ever cared about me like this? Suddenly I grabbed her hand. It was so soft, so warm. She was clearly flustered, but she didn't pull away. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I went downstairs and opened the side door. A blast of icy wind hit me square in the face, the cold cutting like a knife. I couldn't imagine how people with no heat and no power were surviving this. I rushed into the generator room and, after a real struggle, got it running. The villa's lights came back on. Relieved, I hurried back, and there she was, waiting anxiously at the door. Are you okay? Did you get frostbite anywhere? She checked me over, front and back. I wanted to tease her, so I put on a pained expression. Yeah, my hand's frozen. What? Let me see. She fell for it, grabbing my hand and inspecting it carefully. Seeing her take it so seriously, I burst out laughing. But you know, the second you touched it, the pain just went away. She caught on, saw the mischievous grin on my face, and shoved my hand away in a huff. Liar. I'm done with you. With that, she turned to leave. I grabbed her, grinning from ear to ear. Come on, don't be mad. I was just messing around. Otherwise every day would be so boring. Moo. Wanqing still wouldn't talk to me. You tired? How about we watch a movie? Sure enough, that got her attention. A movie? There's no internet now. How are we supposed to watch anything? Huh, you think that's gonna stop me? I waved my hand, and a USB drive appeared in it. Bought them online, 1,000 HD movies. Take your pick. She lit up instantly, and the two of us happily made our way down to the private theater on the basement level. Over the next few days, Mu Wanqing and I ate until we were full and slept until we woke, watched movies until we were sick of them, and when that got old, we played with our little crow, Colball. Colball could fly now and loved perching on my shoulder, two little eyes staring at me with curiosity. Sometimes he'd land on Mu Wanqing's head and preen her hair, making her giggle. After spending so much time together, the little guy probably thought of us as his parents. By the 9th day, the wind outside had died down, but there was still no sign of the sun. After days of being together morning and night, Mu Wanqing and I grew closer and closer. Rich guy, beautiful girl, trapped together in a place like this, feelings were bound to develop. Besides, not only did I have no shortage of food and drink, I was actually good looking too. But now the two of us were starting to worry about food. Hot pot, instant meals, snacks. Day after day, we were getting sick of it all. Mu Wanqing rested her chin in her hand, reminiscing. I keep thinking about the food from that chef at Cape Restaurant. I miss it so much. Huh. If someone could whip me up a few dishes from Cape Restaurant right now, I swear I'd marry them. She'd meant it as a joke, but hearing it, I perked right up. Whoa, was that meant for me? Was she dropping a hint? Because I actually did have Cape Restaurant's food in my storage space. 9 tables worth, completely untouched. I'd even hauled the tables along with it. This was a golden opportunity to win her over, and I couldn't let it slip. Aside from Su Xiao on the plane, I hadn't been with a woman in a long time. Once, during the apocalypse, I traded a single sausage for one, but that woman only had eyes for the sausage. She couldn't even wait, gnawing on it right in the middle of things. It left me speechless, and after wrapping that up in a hurry, I never went looking again. Now, with a gorgeous woman right in front of me day after day, I honestly couldn't take it anymore. If I could make Mu Wanqing mine, then everything would fall into place. Mine made up, that night while she was in the shower, I hauled out a whole table's worth of Cape Restaurant dishes from my storage space. As for how I'd explain it, that could wait until after she was mine. The food was still hot, the aroma filling the air, just like it had been fresh off the stove. I pulled out 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for each of us. A couple of candles would have made it perfect. Everything was set. All that was left was to surprise her. The second Mu Wanqing stepped out of the bathroom. She sniffed the air and hurried into the living room. There it was, a whole table of Cape Restaurant's signature dishes. She rubbed her eyes, leaned in to make sure, then looked at me in disbelief. Oh my God, where did you get all this? It's still hot, and these are even the restaurant's own special plates. Where were you hiding all this? How did I never notice? I cleared my throat. Wanqing, I don't think that's the point you should be focusing on. She froze suddenly, looking a little nervous. You mean? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I didn't spell it out, just waited to see what she'd do. She was clearly a little stunned. The truth was, she'd liked me for a while. She'd just been afraid she wasn't good enough. I was handsome, I was loaded, and I took such good care of her, while she couldn't do anything to help. But I'd gone this far. What was she still being coy about? She'd turned down all those guys chasing her in college because she hadn't met the right one. And the moment she saw me, her heart skipped a beat. Then, through a twist of fate, she'd ended up trapped in my villa. That had to be destiny. At that thought, her expression turned serious. Xiaoyang, can I be your girlfriend? I finally smiled and leaned close to her ear. Yes. Looking at her flushed face, I lifted her chin, ready to seize the moment for a kiss. She seemed to sense what was coming and shyly closed her eyes. Caw-caw. Of all times, Colball chose that exact moment to start squawking. We both jolted. Shut it, you. The whole mood was ruined, and I was beyond annoyed. That little pest had wrecked the moment. Cobalt cawed twice more, looking thoroughly displeased. The two of us laughed awkwardly. There was no way to pick up where we'd left off. With such a feast on the table, we might as well eat first. The meal was a pleasant one. We slowly went from the initial awkwardness to settling into our new roles. I downed glass after glass of red wine, and for once she didn't switch to something else. She quietly took small sips right along with me. I had to admit, the dishes this Luyu made were absolutely incredible, the kind that stay with you. Looks like I'd have to pay Cape Restaurant a visit sometime, if the chance came up. I wondered if Luyu was still stuck inside the place. When I'd left, I tossed her 10,000 yuan and told her to close up later. I'd wanted to keep her trapped there. There was plenty to eat and drink, so she wouldn't starve, which would make it convenient to find her later. If I could bring her back to the villa, I'd never have to worry about food again. Full and content, Mu Wanqing cleared away the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and then, without a word, hurried upstairs. I didn't stop her. It wasn't like she could run off anywhere in the villa. I took a nice long shower, brushed my teeth twice, and then went upstairs satisfied. Her bedroom door was shut. I knocked. Wanqing, you asleep? I'm asleep. You should go to bed too. The voice inside sounded anything but natural. I smirked. Trying to hide? Not happening. Ugh, I drank too much. The shower went to my head. I'm dizzy and can't stand up straight. Can you help me back to my room? She pulled the blanket over her head, not buying it. Oh no, I can't take it. Why is the wall moving instead of me? I kept up the act outside her door. She finally lifted the blanket and poked her head out. You're really drunk? I stifled a laugh. When have I ever lied to you? I can't take it. I'll just sleep in the hallway. Afraid I'd really pass out drunk in the hallway and catch a chill, she gave in. Fine, she'd just help him out. It's not like he'd eat her alive. She got out of bed and opened the door. She saw me leaning against the wall, staring at her with bleary, drunken eyes. Looks like you really are wasted. I'll help you into the room, and then I'm leaving. You tuck yourself in, got it? Okay. I threw an arm around her shoulders and headed for the bedroom. It was a suggestive move, and her little face flushed red, but she couldn't pull away, so she just endured it. At the bedside, just as she was about to lay me down and slip free, I gave a sudden shove, pinning the cot off guard her beneath me. A soft fragrance washed over me, and I breathed it in deeply. She panicked, trying to get up, but couldn't. Xiaoyang, you liar, MMPH. Before she could finish, I sealed her mouth with a kiss. Her mind went blank, and just like that, her first kiss was gone. The night was long, and the dream was short. It wasn't until the following afternoon that I lazily woke up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Mu Wanqing gazing at me tenderly. She was staring at me. When she saw I was awake, her face flushed red and she huffed. Liar. I burst out laughing. What did I lie to you about? Go ahead, tell me. I tickled her, and she giggled. You tricked me, Umph. But in the end, she was too embarrassed to say it. We rested a while longer before getting up. After a hot shower, I thoughtfully brought out some fresh food to help her recover. She looked at the warm meal, opening her mouth several times, but stopping herself. I knew what she wanted to ask. Forget it, we were family now, living under the same roof. I couldn't keep dodging her forever. I awakened a spatial ability. I've got some supplies stored inside. As I spoke, I waved my hand and conjured up a down jacket. She stared at me in disbelief, unable to process something so incredible for a moment. But I didn't reveal everything I had stored away. Some things could wait until I was strong enough. Once she recovered, she suddenly remembered something and asked excitedly. So that supply list I gave you, you actually? Yeah, I stored a bit of everything. She said softly, you really are full of surprises. All because of one dream, you did all this. Weren't you afraid the dream might be fake? I rubbed my nose and stayed quiet. Some things were better kept to myself. A beautiful lie never hurt anyone. The dream felt so real. Besides, what I did was right, wasn't it? She thought about it and agreed. Who cared about the reason? As long as the outcome was good. Even if I was hiding something, that was my secret, and she had no right to pry. So when will I awaken an ability? She asked, full of anticipation. I thought about it. In my past life, I'd awaken mine after the cold wave passed. I wasn't sure if everyone awakened on the same day, but it couldn't be more than a few days apart. Don't worry, it'll happen any day now. I was curious too. What kind of ability would she awaken? By my calculations, the 10-day cold wave was almost over. Tomorrow the temperature would climb back to around minus 30 degrees, cold enough to head outside. With a super heavy-duty off-road RV, temperature wasn't a problem. There were two things on my mind. First, helping Mu Wanqing find her brother. Second, checking out the Cape restaurant to see if Lu Yu was still there. Of course, even if he was, with bad luck, he might just be a frozen corpse by now. But I wanted to take my chances. Early the next morning, I pulled the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV out from my space and started it up early to run the AC, so it would be warm when we left. I also took out the revolver I'd taken from Shao Run, 5 bullets left. Guns were useful in these early days. Killing was quick and effortless. The only problem was the scarce ammo. This type of gun was usually standard issue at police stations, so my next move to get more bullets might be to try my luck at a station. I woke up the exhausted Mu Wanqing, and we both got dressed. I'd originally wanted her to stay and rest in the safe villa, but she insisted on coming. In case her brother was home, she'd see him right away. Besides, she only felt safe by my side. I took 2 Tang Dao swords from my space and handed her one. Take this to protect yourself. If there's danger, you know what to do. I made a throat-slitting gesture. She nodded solemnly. We boarded the RV and set off. Driving something this big for the first time was really awkward. I only had a standard license, so I'd never handled anything this long. Luckily, there were no cars or people on the road, so I wasn't too worried. I slowly drove out of the villa. I didn't see a single soul the whole way. In this temperature, nobody could go out without serious protection. But I knew that with all this commotion, the survivors in the surrounding villas had definitely noticed me. As I drove down the winding mountain road, a frozen corpse in the middle of the road caught Mu Wanqing's attention. That looks like Wang Min. The scene from 10 days ago was still vivid in her memory, and now Wang Min was already a corpse. Mu Wanqing sighed that this was fate and gave me a grateful look. If I hadn't taken her in, she might have ended up the same way. I smiled and said nothing, stepping on the gas and rolling right over the corpse, leaving behind a smear of pulp. At the college town below Purple Mountain, cars were parked haphazardly all over the streets, with corpses scattered along the roadside and inside the vehicles. Hiding in a car had been useless against the cold wave. I didn't stop. Following Mu Wanqing's directions, I drove to the complex where her brother Mu Guang lived. It wasn't far from the college town, so I just crashed through the gate barrier and drove in. We climbed up to Mu Guang's floor, and Mu Wanqing knocked eagerly. As expected, no one answered. It seemed he really hadn't been home at the time. To make sure he hadn't frozen to death inside, I took a crowbar from my space and pried the door open. The apartment was empty, no one there. Mu Wanqing was both relieved and worried. Relieved that her brother hadn't frozen to death at home, but worried that he might have frozen to death at a bathhouse. There were countless bathhouses across High City, and I couldn't possibly search them one by one. It would waste time and be dangerous too. She understood this and didn't push it. Just as we were about to leave, the door across the hall suddenly opened. A disheveled, filthy woman wrapped in a quilt stood in the doorway, shivering from the cold. Are you here with the rescue team? Mu Wanqing recognized her as her brother's next-door neighbor. They'd crossed paths occasionally, but never spoken. No, I said. The woman looked disappointed, but still asked, do you have any water? Could you give me some? My child is dying of thirst. Mu Wanqing remembered there was still half a barrel of purified water in her brother's apartment. It was frozen, but it would melt if warmed under the blankets. Yes, hold on. She turned and took out the half barrel of water, about to hand it over, when I stopped her. I looked at the woman coolly. We have water, but it's not free. You'll have to trade something for it. The woman was stunned, then said anxiously, I really don't have anything left to trade at home. My phone's dead too, so I can't transfer money. I smiled. No goods or money needed. You can pay with the time on your arm. The woman said in surprise, that can be traded? How? I took the half barrel of water from Mu Wanqing, looked at the woman before me, and asked, how much is your monthly salary? She paused, then answered instinctively, 3,000. I lifted the water barrel so she could see it clearly. So in a situation like this, how much would you be willing to pay for this half barrel of water? She licked her lips and thought for a moment. I could give 1,000, no, 2,000. I said, 2,000, that's 20 days of your salary. Fine. Transfer me 20 days of the time on your arm, and this half barrel of water is yours. She stretched her left arm out from under the quilt and looked at it. 354 days left. She didn't understand what this thing was, but the moment she realized that 20 days could buy her half a bucket of water, enough to keep herself and her child from dying of thirst, she figured it was more than worth it. Okay. Following my instructions, she transferred 20 days of time energy to Wanqing Mu, then walked off cradling the water, completely satisfied. Before she left, she suddenly turned back and asked me, can you tell me what this time actually stands for? I didn't even look back. It stands for life. Just remember one thing. Don't let it hit 0. Otherwise you die. She froze in place. Back in the RV, I could tell Wanqing had something on her mind. I smiled. Are you wondering why I didn't just help them for free? She nodded. It would have been so easy for us. I dropped the smile and said seriously, Wanqing, remember this. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want something, you have to pay for it. If you want to survive, we have to get stronger. And the only way to get stronger is to gather more time energy. Understand? She turned my words over carefully in her mind, and slowly she got what I was driving at. If what I said was true, that this world was about to be completely destroyed, then surviving was the only way to have a shot at finding a way out. Pity for strangers was the greatest irresponsibility toward yourself. Besides, if it weren't for me, that half bucket of water might have been something she needed even more. Meanwhile, the person I was looking for, Yulu, was living through a nightmare inside the Cape restaurant. The night the cold front hit, after I left, she didn't let anyone go up to the second floor again. She even had 2 waitresses stay late, just in case I came back. At the time, there happened to be a table of diners downstairs who kept drinking and refused to leave. At the stroke of midnight, that drunken group had just settled their bill and was about to head out the door when everyone was suddenly struck by a splitting headache. Once the pain passed, the cold front arrived. The weather had been hot, so everyone was dressed lightly, and the sudden icy wind left them shivering. Out of kindness, Yulu let that table take shelter back inside the restaurant and shut the door. She figured it would pass in a while, but instead the temperature kept dropping until it was bitterly, bone-chilling cold. Thankfully the power was still on, so Yulu cranked the AC to heat, but it barely made a difference. With no other choice, she and the 2 waitresses holed up in the second-floor break room, while the table of diners took cover in the storage room downstairs. The restaurant wasn't short on food, and when it got cold they could drink baijiu to warm up. When Yulu checked the second-floor private rooms, she found 9 of them completely empty. Even the tables were gone, and her mind went blank. But she had no time to dwell on it. Luckily, the last private room had a table of untouched dishes, which kept them going for several days. For a while, things were relatively peaceful. But once the power went out, the temperature inside plummeted to a level no one could bear. Those 5 diners downstairs were far from decent people. As soon as they'd had a few drinks, they came stumbling upstairs to cause trouble, insisting on cramming into the same room as the women. Yulu firmly refused. The 5 didn't give up. While one of the waitresses went to the restroom, they dragged her off by force and assaulted her. Because she'd been exposed to the freezing air too long and had sweated heavily, she didn't make it. After that, the 5 grew even more brazen. They turned their attention to the other waitress, but she was already burning up with a fever and barely clinging to life. So they set their sights on Yulu. The reason they hadn't dared touch Yulu before was that she had some connections in High City, and they were afraid it would come back to bite them. But these 5 were local thugs, used to throwing their weight around, afraid of nothing, and drunk out of their minds every single day. What wouldn't they do? Fortunately, Yulu had taken precautions, and the door was sturdy, so they hadn't succeeded. But today, the temperature suddenly rose again, and the 5 got restless once more. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Violent kicks pounded against the door. Yulu flinched in terror, quickly snatched an empty liquor bottle off the floor, and fixed her eyes on the doorway. Open up, you stupid bitch. Let us blow off some steam. We'll show you a good time, guaranteed. You're no spring chicken anyway, so quit acting so pure. Around here, we're the kings. Treat us right, and we'll keep this restaurant of yours protected. You hear me? Once we break this door down, we won't be so nice. You know how that waitress died, don't you? Yulu was trembling with rage. She screamed, "You animals! I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. You'll get what's coming to you. Karma? It's been days and I haven't seen any karma. The phones are dead, and there's not a soul in sight. Enough talk. Ram the door." They began slamming into the door with all their might. Dirt and debris crumbled from the frame, and it looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. Yulu's expression hardened. She cracked the bottle against the floor and gripped the jagged half. She'd made up her mind. If she couldn't escape, she'd go down fighting. Even if she died, she'd take a few of them with her. Crash! The door gave way. The men lunged inside, faces twisted with menace. The first to charge felt a sudden stabbing pain in his gut. He screamed and stumbled back, then looked down to see he'd been slashed open. "Come at me, and you die?" Yulu's eyes were resolute. "You filthy whore, you hurt my brother." One of them shot the others a look, and they split up, surrounding her from both sides. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yulu raised the broken bottle to plunge it into her own throat. She would never suffer this humiliation. But a man beside her suddenly lunged and wrenched the bottle away. "Wanna die? Not that easy. You'll die after we've had our fun." The 2 of them pinned her down hard against the sofa. "Big bro, you go first." The one they called Big Bro leered. "All right, don't mind if I do." Beside them, another man pulled back the blanket covering the other waitress and felt around. "This one's not dead yet, still warm. I'll take her first." Just as they were tearing off Yulu's clothes. Asterisk honk. Honk. Asterisk. 2 blasts of a horn suddenly rang out from outside the restaurant. The men jolted in alarm and exchanged glances. Had rescue arrived? "Fifth, go check the window." The man got up, clearly annoyed, and walked toward the window. "Damn it, let's see who's ruining my fun." And the one honking outside, that was me. I drove the RV right up to the entrance of the Cape restaurant and honked twice. wanting to see if there was any response inside. If Yulu was there, she'd definitely answer. But I waited a long while, and there wasn't a single sound. Was she not there? Or had she frozen to death inside? No. I'd come all this way. I had to go in and check. Dead or alive, I needed to know. If she was really dead, at least I could put the matter to rest. I got out of the RV, and Wan Qingmu followed. As we walked toward, at the entrance, I pounded on the door and shouted, "Sisyu, are you in there? Can you hear me?" Meanwhile, upstairs, the man who'd been peeking through the window ran back into the room. "Boss, some young guy just showed up. He's driving a big rig RV. Looks like he's here for Luyu. And there's a woman with him." The moment the leader heard it, someone here for Luyu, just two of them. One of them a woman, and best of all, a heavy-duty RV that'd come in handy if they had to bolt. Everything they needed was falling right into their laps. He gave his orders at once. 2, 3, gag that bitch and stay hidden in the room. 4, sit off to the side so he doesn't spot you the second he walks in. 5, go down and open the door, bring him up. I'll hide in the private room across the hall. When you hear my signal, we all move at once and take those two down. Got it. Luyu, who just narrowly dodged disaster, was baffled. Who would come looking for me now? But whoever it was, this might be her only chance to escape. She couldn't let these men succeed, otherwise it'd be all over. Standing at the door, I saw there was still no response inside, so I got ready to pry it open with my crowbar. Just then, the rolling shutter suddenly lifted, and a scruffy, unshaven man stood inside. I froze. Why was there a guy? He had a vicious look, reeked of alcohol, and looked nothing like a restaurant employee. I asked warily, "Who are you? Where's Sisyu?" "Oh, I'm a friend of yours. We got stuck here. She's not feeling well and can't come down, so she asked me to take you upstairs to her." The one talking was 5. He forced out a smile, but it looked more painful than a grimace. I thought it over. "Fine. Lead the way." It was just him, no weapon in hand. I didn't see him as a threat at all. Once inside the restaurant, the moment 5 caught sight of Mu Wanqing, his eyes lit up. Such a beautiful, young woman. He'd really scored today. Mu Wanqing felt his lecherous stare and shot him a disgusted glare, which only made him more excited. 5 turned and pulled the shutter down, and the restaurant instantly went dark. Mu Wanqing said guardedly, "Why are you closing the door?" It's cold out, isn't it? Hurry up and head upstairs. Your Sisyu's waiting up there." Watching 5 head for the stairs, Mu Wanqing tugged at me and lowered her voice. "I think something's off about this guy. He doesn't seem like a good person." "Don't worry, I've got this. It's fine," I reassured her, though I'd already sensed something was wrong with him. But on the off chance he really was Lu Yu's friend, making a move now would only sour the relationship. Crash. Just as we reached the foot of the stairs, the sound of a shattering glass came from above. All 3 of us stopped in our tracks. 5 paused, then turned back with a smile. "Your Sisyu probably knocked over a glass by accident. Let's hurry up and go check." That's what he said, but inside he was cursing. These useless idiots can't even watch one woman. At that very moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly felt dazed, and 5's voice inexplicably popped into her head. These useless idiots can't even watch one woman. She was stunned. What was going on? 5 hadn't opened his mouth again after saying that last line out loud. So where had that voice come from? She didn't dare take it lightly. Leaning close to my ear, she whispered, "Be careful. There are others upstairs. He's not Boss Lu's friend." I glanced at her, puzzled. "How do you know?" She frowned, unable to explain, and just murmured, "I can't really say. Just be careful." I looked at 5. If he really was Lu Yu's friend, fine. But if not, and he dared make a move on me, then he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. "Wanqing, wait down here. I'll go up and check on Sisyu." Since there might be danger, I didn't want her coming up and getting caught in the middle of it. She caught my meaning and stepped back a few paces. "Okay." Seeing that Mu Wanqing wasn't coming up, 5 got a little anxious, but then he thought about it. It was just Xiao Yang, alone, no weapon. Taking him down would be a matter of seconds. Once they had him under control, would they really need to worry about that little woman running off? I followed 5 upstairs, quietly pulling a combat knife from my storage space along the way and gripping it in my hand. The moment I was led to Lu Yu's door, someone suddenly burst out of the private room behind me. "Now!" 5 spun around and lunged at me too. But I'd been ready. I whipped out my combat knife and slashed backward. The gang's leader hadn't expected me to be armed, and caught off guard, he took the blade to his thigh. He let out a scream and staggered back. 5 saw this and, terrified, tried to retreat, but before he could even react, I kicked him flying. He hit the ground and couldn't get up. "Watch out, he's got a knife," the leader shouted into the room. Without a word, I stepped forward and drove the blade into his other leg. "Arg, all of you get out here," I shouted into the room. There was a scramble inside, and then 2 men dragged a woman to the doorway. It was Lu Yu, with 2 holding a broken bottle to her neck. The moment Lu Yu saw me, her face filled with shock. How could he be here? Two said fiercely, we've got your Sisyu. Drop the knife, or I'll kill her. How could someone like me, Xiaoyang, ever be intimidated by these lowlifes? I sneered. You've got it backwards. You let Sisyu go, or I'll gut this guy. With that, I pressed my knife straight against the leader's neck. 2 and 3 were both stunned. How had this flipped around into a threat against them? Don't think we won't do it. 2 pressed down, and the broken bottle cut a small gash into Lu Yu's neck, trying to force me to comply. That set me off. I lifted my arm and drove another stab into the leader's thigh. Don't push me. I hit hard. The leader convulsed from the pain, gritting his teeth as he shouted at 2 and 3. You trying to get me killed? Let that woman go now. 2 had no choice. Fine, we'll let her go, but you let my boss go first. I shook my head, and without another word, raised the knife to go for the leader's leg again. Okay, we're letting her go. 2 and 3 panicked. This kid was too vicious. One wrong word, and he'd go straight for the kill. Sisyu, get downstairs, quick. Leave this to me. I called out to Lu Yu. Lu Yu gave me a long, deep look. She didn't understand why I'd come to save her. We'd only met twice. But that didn't lessen her gratitude. If it weren't for me, right now she'd be. She didn't dare think about it. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and shivering from the cold, she walked toward me. Just then, Mu Wanqing came pounding up the stairs too, a tang sword clutched in her hand. She'd heard the commotion downstairs and rushed back to the room to grab it. The car grabbed a knife and rushed back in. Wanqing, keep an eye on Boss Lu, wrap something around her. I glanced at the large expanse of snow-white skin Lu Yu had exposed. Mu Wanqing quickly took off her coat and draped it over her. Fine, you've got your person back. Now can you let my big brother go? The second guy said. I smiled. Not so fast. I still need to take something off you. My left hand clamped down on the eldest's wrist. See that time on your arm? Keep half an hour for yourself, and transfer the rest to me with your mind. They all looked baffled, instinctively glancing at their arms, having no clue what this was about. This? What is this? The eldest asked, trembling. Don't ask so many questions. Just do it, I said impatiently. The eldest hesitated. Though he didn't understand what the time meant, he figured it had to be important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to demand it. You little punk, you don't keep your word. Push me too far, and I'll take you down with me. The third guy hollered when he saw I wasn't letting them go. I simply pulled out my pistol and shot the second and third guys in the leg, one each. Both crumpled to the ground, screaming. Everyone but Mu Wanqing was stunned by the gunshots. The second and third guys were especially crushed. If you had a gun, why didn't you pull it out sooner? We'd have handed over the time right away. Now can you do as I say? I said coldly. The eldest didn't dare stall anymore and complied cleanly. I dropped him, walked over to the second and third guys, and held out my left hand. Gritting through the pain, they transferred their time to me. Then I went over to the fifth guy, the one I'd kicked unconscious, and nudged him with my foot. Quit faking. I know you're awake. Hurry up. When I'd fired the gun earlier, I'd seen him flinch twice. He was playing dead. After collecting the fifth guy's time, I went inside. In the corner sat a wounded man, and on the sofa lay a waitress, half naked from the waist down. I walked over to check. The man had died long ago from blood loss and the cold. The waitress had gone stiff too. I shook my head and came back out. Sisyu, that waitress inside is already dead. Lu Yu sighed. I know. Thank you for saving me. It was nothing. Let's go. Wait. Lu Yu suddenly spoke up, looking at the thugs groaning on the floor, her eyes full of hatred. Give me a chance. Let me kill these animals with my own hands, or I'll never have peace. I was about to say they wouldn't live much longer anyway, but if she wanted to take revenge herself, I'd let her. I handed over the Tang Dao. She stepped forward with the blade, and I followed behind with the gun. The eldest, Boss Lu, spare me, please. I know I was wrong. Before he could finish, Lu Yu's blade came down and lopped off half his head. Lu Yu froze. This blade was fast. I froze too. This woman was ruthless. The remaining three scrambled away in terror, begging nonstop. Lu Yu was completely unmoved. These men had nearly defiled her and killed two of her waitresses. Nothing short of death would satisfy her hatred. Her blade rose and fell, and all of them were hacked to death. Even the fourth guy, already long dead, didn't escape. She slashed his groin to pieces. Lu Yu covered the waitress's body with a blanket, then went downstairs and covered a corpse in the bathroom as well. Only then did I realize there was another one on the first floor. Lu Yu had really had rotten luck, running into thugs like these. Once she was done, she handed the knife back to me and said gratefully, I may be a woman, but I understand that a life-saving debt should be repaid with one's own body. You're my savior. From now on, my life belongs to you. I took the knife and nodded. All right, let's go home. Naturally, I loaded all the leftover liquor from the restaurant into the RV. No way I was letting that go to waste. Lu Yu stepped out the restaurant door and cast a lingering look at the establishment she'd built with her own hands. Then, without turning back, she got in the vehicle. In the RV, Lu Yu changed into thick clothes that covered her long, snow-white legs and stared blankly out the window. Crashed cars sat uncleared, and frozen corpses could be seen along the roadside from time to time. It was far worse than she'd imagined. I felt a little regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed to get her clothes. The RV had heating. She wouldn't have been cold. Lu Yu suddenly snapped out of it and looked at me. "Oh right, savior. I still don't know what to call you. Just call me Xiaoyang." She let out an "oh," but felt too awkward to use his name directly, thinking it wasn't respectful enough for her savior. I smiled and said, "Sis Yu, you're probably older than me. Just call me little brother from now on. It'll feel less distant." I'm 35 this year, quite a bit older than you. "Then I'll call you little brother Xiao from now on." "That's best." Mu Wanqing was surprised. "Sis Yu, you really don't look your age. What's your secret? If you hadn't told me, I'd have thought you were only 28. Lu Yu smiled. "Wanqing, you really know how to talk." Mu Wanqing was startled. "How did you know my name was Wanqing? Just now at the restaurant, little brother Xiao called you that." "I heard it." I didn't stop the whole way and drove straight back to the villa. The entire villa complex was still lifeless and quiet, with no sign of movement. Light snow began to drift down from the sky. I knew in my heart that once this snow passed, another disaster would arrive. After the heavy snow, the temperature would climb back to around -10 degrees, often accompanied by blizzards. But that wasn't the deadliest part. The deadliest part was the corpse transformation. A virus inside the dead would be activated, seizing control of the corpse's nervous system and turning the dead into zombies. These zombies had no self-awareness and would attack all living people and animals. Anyone bitten would turn into a zombie too. Though they moved clumsily, they were extremely hard to kill. They felt no pain, so no matter how you hit them, they weren't phased. To truly destroy one, you had to strike right between the brows, where a crystal held the leftover time energy from before death. Obtaining it could replenish your own energy. Of course, if a person died because their time energy had run out to zero, they wouldn't turn into a zombie. With no crystal to sustain it, the virus couldn't survive either. I sighed. Once this wave of zombie disaster hit, humanity would probably be reduced to less than 1 in 10. I parked the vehicle in the yard, and we got out and went into the villa. Lu Yu looked at the layers of protection around the villa and found it unbelievable. This had to have been prepared in advance, right? The moment she stepped inside, it was incredibly warm. There was actually heating? Mu Wanqing turned on the living room light, and Lu Yu was stunned again. There was still power here? The little crow, Coalball, saw me come back and flew caw onto my shoulder, pecking at my hair nonstop with its long beak to voice its displeasure. "You went out all this time without coming home, and didn't even take me along. Ouch, you nasty bird." I laughed and dodged. I headed to the boiler to add some coal. "Wanqing, take Sister Yu for a hot shower." Lu Yu had gone numb to it all. Compared to her restaurant, this villa was practically heaven. Electricity, heating, hot water. For someone who hadn't bathed in 10 days, it was pure bliss. She couldn't help wondering how these two had so much free time that they even kept a pet bird. Though what an ugly thing it was, all dark and grimy. After I finished loading the coal and came upstairs, I caught Lu Yu just as she stepped out of the shower. Well, a mature woman really had a flavor all her own. Lu Yu was already voluptuous and alluring, and in that form-fitting nightgown, she set a man's imagination running wild. Noticing me staring, she smiled coyly and said with easy confidence, "So, does your big sister look good in this, little bro Xiao?" At her age, she'd seen it all, none of that girlish bashfulness. Her words only egged me on. Good, real good. A woman fully ripened. Now that was something. "All right, Sister Yu, you must be hungry. Eat something first." Having looked my fill, I changed the subject. "GRRL, right on cue." Her stomach growled. She laughed, embarrassed. "I really am starving. Good thing they didn't take away that spread you ordered, otherwise." She stopped mid-sentence. "Wait a second, you ordered 10 tables worth of food. Where'd the other 9 go?" Even the tables vanished. I thought I was seeing ghosts. I just smiled and said nothing. With a wave of my hand, a table appeared out of thin air in the living room, piled high with dishes. Lu Yu stared, dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this? These were all her restaurant's signature dishes, and even the tables were from her place. Her mouth fell into a perfect "oh." "Little bro Xiao, are you some kind of magician?" "Sure, you could say that." She took a deep breath and sniffed, then reached out and touched a plate, her face full of shock. "Oh my God, the food's still hot." She simply couldn't figure out how I'd pulled it off. "Come on, Sister Yu, welcome aboard. From now on we're family. Consider this your welcome dinner." I gestured for her to sit, brought out a few bottles of liquor, and called Mu Wanqing down. I poured everyone a glass and raised mine. "Here, this one's for Sister Yu." From now on, we're all in this together. Liu quickly raised her glass. No, I should be the one toasting you two first. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I'd never be sitting here enjoying such good times. With that, she downed it in one gulp. Seeing how bold she was, I threw mine back too. Mu Wanqing couldn't hold her liquor, but she still took a big swig, setting down her glass. Though, Wanqing seemed weighed down by something. I asked, concerned, Wanqing, what's wrong? You seem distracted. I'm thinking about what happened at the seaside restaurant today. I remember I heard that man's voice. There really was someone upstairs after all. She frowned. I slapped my thigh. You reminding me. I almost forgot about that. Li was curious. Wanqing, what happened? I jumped in to explain. That guy was leading us upstairs to find you. And the moment we heard glass shatter, we got on guard. Right then Wanqing seemed to hear him say there was still someone upstairs, and that he had you under his control. But here's the thing. I know for a fact that guy never opened his mouth. Yeah, I thought I was hearing things, but the situation upstairs turned out exactly like what I'd heard. I just can't make sense of it. Mu Wanqing shook her head. Li was amazed too. Could it be that you have some kind of special power? My eyes lit up, that was it. Mu Wanqing must have awakened an ability. But I'd never heard of one like this, so I needed to verify it. Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you've awakened an ability. Let's test it out. Her eyes gleamed. Really? I have powers now. How do we test it? I thought for a moment. My guess is that what you heard was that man's inner thoughts. Here, focus on me, and I'll think of something. See if you can hear it. Okay, she couldn't wait. I looked at the food covering the table and repeated in my mind. Sister Yu's cooking is really delicious. Mu Wanqing stared at me intently, and suddenly my voice sounded in her head. Sister Yu's cooking is really delicious. She was stunned by the sudden voice. It was crystal clear, yet she knew perfectly well that my lips hadn't moved. Just now you were thinking, Sister Yu's cooking is really delicious, weren't you? She asked, seeking confirmation. Holy crap, incredible. I gave her a thumbs up. Exactly right. Congratulations, Wanqing. You've awakened an ability, and a rare one at that. I'd heard of and seen plenty of abilities, most of them combat type or spell type. In the later stages of the apocalypse, for instance, many strength-type survivors would develop mastery of blade and sword techniques. That was combat type, but it relied too heavily on weapons. Those who could hurl lightning or fireballs were spell type, and abilities like my spatial power belonged to the extremely rare special category. Mu Wanqing's had to be special type too. Being able to hear people's thoughts meant no one had any privacy in front of her. I was a little thrilled. I never expected to stumble onto someone like Mu Wanqing by pure chance. What a stroke of luck. Down the road, when I built a team, having her to read people's true intentions would be a huge asset. Come on, you two rigged this to mess with me, right? You really have powers. Liu didn't believe it. She had no clue such things even existed. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, try it yourself. Let Wanqing hear your thoughts, I said with a grin. Fine. Liu Yu's curiosity got the better of her, and she was eager to give it a shot. Mu Wanqing focused again, fixing her gaze on Liu Yu. A moment later, Liu Yu's voice sounded in her mind. Mu Wanqing's pretty face flushed instantly bright red. I was dying of curiosity. What on earth had Wanqing heard to make her blush like that? What exactly was going through Sister Yu's head? Seeing Wanqing stay silent, Liu Yu got impatient. Well, Wanqing, did you hear my thoughts? Say it out loud so we can check. Wanqing looked a bit embarrassed. Sister Yu, you were thinking, little bro Xiao is one lucky guy? He actually landed a girl as gorgeous as Wanqing, weren't you? Liu Yu smacked the table with an I-O and exclaimed excitedly. Amazing, word for word. Then she turned to me. Little bro, that magic trick you pulled earlier, that's an ability too? I figured there was no point hiding it, so I told her everything, though I didn't reveal exactly how many supplies I had stored in my space. I also recounted my experiences from before my rebirth, framing them as a dream I'd had, and she gasped in amazement again and again. Little bro Xiao, if things really turn out the way you say, I'm almost sorry you saved me. Living through all that is going to be sheer torment. Liu Yu started worrying about the future. I comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, Sister Yu. With me here, I'll absolutely make sure you two live comfortably. Looking into my determined eyes, Liu Yu found herself believing me for some reason. Well, that made sense. This villa as warm as spring. This table full of delicious food. Your average person couldn't provide that. She raised her glass. Come on, let me toast you. From now on, I'm counting on you. I paused. That phrasing sounded a lot like, from now on, I'm all yours. I couldn't tell if she'd said it on purpose. Count on me. You've got it, I said, raising my glass with a hidden meaning of my own. Oh, and you. There's one more favor I'll have to ask of you, I said, downing my drink. Neither Wanqing nor I know how to cook. Could I leave all the cooking to you from now on? Hearing this, Liu figured it was no big deal at all. She patted her chest. I won't brag about much, but cooking's my specialty. You saved my life. This is the least I can do. I promise to fatten you two right up. Of course, you've got to make sure we've always got ingredients. I patted my own chest, mimicking her. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of ingredients. The snow fell harder and harder, coming down in big fluffy flakes. After dinner, Wanqing had used her powers several times and was worn out, so she went upstairs to rest first. There was no helping it. Her time energy was still too low, and her body was weak, unable to withstand the drain of using her ability. It'd get better once she had more energy. This time energy worked just like levels in a video game. How could a level 1 compare to a level 100? So my next step was to accumulate more time energy. The zombie virus was about to break out, and with it came opportunity. Luyu chose a bedroom on the first floor to sleep in. I'd wanted her to take Wanqing's old room on the third floor, but she said the first floor made it more convenient for cooking in the morning, so she declined. I didn't push it. I set out fresh bedding for her, stuffed the fridge full of ingredients, and then went upstairs. I only learned about what happened that night from Luyu later. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So much had happened that day, and suddenly finding herself in such a cozy place actually left her wide awake. She got up and went to the living room to watch the snow, when suddenly, some indescribable sounds came from upstairs. She froze for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curled up. Young people sure have the stamina. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 50 minutes. She was stunned. Was little brother Xiao really that impressive? Her mouth went dry listening, yet she couldn't help but keep listening. It wasn't until an hour and a half later that things upstairs finally quieted down. Her face was flushed red. She'd dated a few times, gone through one failed marriage, and known plenty of men, but she'd never seen anyone last as long as me. After her divorce, she'd thrown herself entirely into her career and hadn't touched anything to do with men and women in ages. Hearing all that had stirred up the desire buried deep inside her, my face floated up in her mind, and she found herself strangely enchanted. Ugh, what am I thinking? How could I do that to Wanqing? She quickly pulled herself together and hurried toward her bedroom. But as luck would have it, just as she passed the foot of the stairs, she ran into me coming down shirtless to add coal to the boiler. It was pitch dark. Why was she standing there without turning on a light? Why aren't you asleep? She panicked and hurried to cover it up. I was just going to the bathroom. The next morning, I felt refreshed and clear-headed. I checked the time energy on my arm. Already more than 15 years worth. My body had changed quite a bit. Before my rebirth, I'd had over 1,000 years of time energy. Ordinary blades and weapons posed no threat to me. I'd even met people with 10,000 years of energy. Getting shot was like being tickled to them. So if I wanted to get stronger, I had to accumulate time energy. That was the focus of my next step. Not just mine, Wanqing's and Lu Yu's needed strengthening too. But first I had to make myself strong. Wanqing was still asleep. Outside the window, the snow hadn't stopped, and the whole earth was blanketed in silver white. I gave her a kiss, tucked the blanket around her, and headed downstairs. Before I even reached the living room, I could smell food. 2 dishes were laid out on the table, stir-fried pork, kidneys, and okra drizzled with hot oil, and Lu Yu was still busy in the kitchen. Why are you making such a big spread this early in the morning? She poked her head out and smiled. It's just 2 dishes. Young people need plenty of nourishment. There's a health tonic porridge too. It'll be ready any minute. Pork kidneys and okra? Did I really need that much nourishment? Whatever, as long as there's food to eat. I finished washing up just as she brought the porridge to the table. Where's Wanqing? Go call her for breakfast. I rubbed my nose. She's a little tired. Let her sleep in a bit. Lu Yu shot me a reproachful glare. Young people, so clueless about being tender with a woman. Fine, I'll cook again when she wakes up. Let's eat first. I wolfed down the food in no time, while she barely touched hers. I let out a satisfied burp and heaped on the praise. With you around, life is finally complete. She just smiled without a word and quickly started clearing the dishes. I got up to help, but she shoved me away. What's a grown man doing this for? Leave it to me. Go feed that bird of yours. It's been squawking all morning. I couldn't help but marvel. Having a woman at home who could cook and loved doing housework really was wonderful. Afterward, I passed the time playing with my little crow, Meatball. This little guy was getting smarter and smarter. He could understand a lot of what I said now, and he'd become well-behaved too. Crows are naturally intelligent. They know how to use tools. The crow drinking water is a perfect example. I planned to raise him and keep him around as a pet. The morning flew by in a flash, and it wasn't until noon that Wanqing finally got up and came downstairs. Well, look who's up, Wanqing. Go wash up, and I'll make you something to eat. Thank you. Wanqing went to wash up, and Lu Yu busied herself in the kitchen again. I sat on the couch across from her, watching her from behind, and I had to admit, Lu Yu had a great figure, curvy in all the right places. People always say cooks have big butts and thick waists, but she only had the big butt part. Her waist was impossibly slim. From this angle, she really did look like a ripe, juicy peach, enough to make your mouth water. Ah, she suddenly screamed. My train of thought snapped, and I rushed into the kitchen. Wan Qing came running out of the bathroom too. What happened, you? Li was clearly panicked. She'd flung the spoon aside and was staring at it in terror. I was just holding the spoon, and it let out this super strong jolt of electricity. Wan Qing quickly grabbed her hand to check. Did you get shocked? Are you okay? I didn't feel anything, but that current was so thick it scared me half to death. I fell into thought and walked over to the stove. The food in the pot was already burnt. I unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pot. Crackle, snap, a small current, and my hand went a little numb. I picked up the spoon. It was charged too. I gestured as I asked, "You, is it possible that while you were cooking, electricity shot out of the spoon, hit the pot, and that's why the food burned?" Yes, exactly like that, she nodded emphatically. I smiled, understanding now. You, congratulations, you've awakened a power. Huh? I have a power too. Yes, if I'm not mistaken. It's lightning powers. That jolt of electricity just now. You released it without even realizing it. In my past life, I'd seen lightning users before. The low-level ones were like this. The high-level ones could unleash balls of lightning as devastating as any heavy weapon. I never expected Lu Yu, a beautiful chef of all people, to awaken to the lightning element. It caught me completely off guard. That lightning came from your hand, not the spoon. Try letting it out again, I coached her. Lu Yu focused, then thrust her palm toward the wok from a distance. Crackle. Bang. A bolt of electricity as thick as a chopstick shot from her palm, struck the wok a meter away, and blasted it clean off the counter. Everyone stared, jaws dropped. This was only level 1, and it could already knock a grown adult out cold. Imagine level 9. Lu Yu herself was shaking, turning her palm over and over, unable to figure out how the electricity had come out. Sis Yu, with this, nobody'll dare mess with you again. Anyone who doesn't know better, you give him a zap, guaranteed crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. I was genuinely happy for her. This added serious firepower to our side. Self-defense in a pinch would be no problem, and once she got the hang of it and leveled up, she'd become an indispensable ally down the road. Lu Yu was thrilled too. She'd finally awakened to power and wouldn't be dead weight anymore. This girl could hold down the kitchen and the battlefield. Lu Yu stayed hyped and fired off 2 more bolts, each weaker than the last, until she was completely drained. Since that first wok was toast, I got her a whole new set. For lunch we ate the reheated leftovers from last night, and Lu Yu stewed an extra bowl of chicken soup just for Wan Qing. The moment the food hit my mouth, I froze. It was like eating pop rocks, crackling and popping everywhere. I looked at Lu Yu. She was staring blankly at the top of my head. What? Your hair is all standing straight up. I touched my head. Asterisk zap asterisk, a jolt of static. Damn, she was right. Wan Qing giggled, lifted her bowl for a sip of chicken soup. Then her expression suddenly froze. Lu Yu asked cautiously, "What's wrong, Wan Qing? It doesn't taste good." Wan Qing set the bowl down and said, astonished, "Sis Yu, this chicken soup has static in it." Does it? I don't feel anything, Lu Yu said, unconvinced. I reached out and held my hand above Wan Qing's head. Her gorgeous hair all rose up and clung to my palm. Whoa, the static's actually pretty strong. Sis Yu, did you zap the food again while cooking? Caught red-handed, Lu Yu laughed awkwardly. I kinda spaced out earlier and didn't notice. Wan Qing and I both sweat dropped. Girl, go easy from now on. This meal nearly numbed us to death. Lu Yu's face went red. I'll be careful next time. I promise. Caw. A crow's agonized shriek rang out. The 3 of us turned to look. There was little Coal Ball, all 4 claws pointed skyward, lying rigid on the ground, 2 beady black eyes spinning in circles, with a fresh pile of poop right behind his tail. I reached down and scooped up little Coal Ball. A crackle of static snapped against my fingertips. I looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu said frantically, I saw he had no water, so I poured him some. The snow stopped, and the outdoor temperature climbed back up to around 10 below zero. As long as they stayed properly bundled up, most people wouldn't suffer too badly. But just as everyone was secretly relieved that the disaster was ending, an even greater catastrophe descended. On a snow-covered street, a hand, frozen blue, suddenly thrust up out of the snow. A body clawed its way out of the drift, bit by bit, jerking like it was doing the robot. It was still dressed in summer clothes, someone who'd been frozen to death for days, somehow alive again. Its eyes were hollow, its movements stiff, and only a faint white light flickered between its brows. It just stood there, dazed, swaying left and right, going nowhere. In a small room at a hotel down the street, a young college girl huddled under the covers, trembling. Beneath the bed lay a cold corpse, her boyfriend. The day the cold front hit, They'd just gotten a room and were passionately discussing life. He'd worked up a sweat, caught a cold, and didn't make it past 3 days. She was terrified, hopeless, but helpless. Thankfully, there were still instant noodles and 2 bottles of water in the room, so she wouldn't starve. KKHH, KKHH. A hoarse, guttural sound rose up. She lifted a corner of the blanket and saw her boyfriend standing there in a grotesque pose. Her mind went blank. Wasn't he dead? She was scared, yet she still clung to the hope of a miracle. Softly she called, "Baby." Her boyfriend whipped around. Hollow eyes, a purplish-blue face, not a trace of expression. "AH," she screamed in terror. As if answering a summons, his body jerked, then lunged straight at her and bit down hard on her throat. Out on the nearby streets, these walking corpses had somehow already filled every inch. Hearing the scream, they all charged madly toward the source of the sound. Scenes like this were playing out in every corner of the world. In that instant, the human world became a living hell. The zombie virus had officially broken out. Back at my villa, the first thing little Coldball did upon waking was cough furiously at Luyu. Asterisk, what did you do to me? Asterisk. Luyu rolled her eyes. This little thing holds a grudge. It's not like I did it on purpose. Little Coldball perched on his hanging bar, glaring at her, all puffed up. Suddenly, a wave of screams erupted from outside the villa. The 3 of us all froze, exchanging glances. I quickly got to my feet. Come on, let's head upstairs and take a look. The zombie virus must have broken out. Mu Wanxing followed right behind me, and after a moment's hesitation, Luyu came too. The master bedroom had a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a clear view of the entire villa complex. Right now the whole complex was in chaos, one anguished scream after another. Some people, ignoring the cold, wrapped themselves in blankets and ran outside, with zombies snapping at their heels in pursuit. Those who ran too slow or fell were pounced on in an instant, bitten with a single chomp, leaving splashes of blood across the snow. I watched it all coldly, like a bystander at a show. But Mu Wanxing and Luyu had gone pale, trembling all over. Even though they'd heard me describe the zombie outbreak, witnessing it with their own eyes was still more than they could bear. I turned and patted them on the shoulders. This was all going to happen sooner or later. You'll get used to it. We need to get ready. Starting tomorrow, we harvest energy. With that, I headed downstairs without looking back to prepare our combat supplies. Behind me came Lu Yu's trembling voice. God, Xiao Yang was right on the money. So these are zombies. Mu Wanxing gazed out at it all and said sorrowfully, "They're so desperate, but there's nothing we can do." Lu Yu sighed. I'm getting more and more curious about Xiao Yang. If it weren't for him, I probably would have been chased down and bitten and ended up as just another chunk of meat in some zombie's mouth. Yeah, or maybe I'd have become the one chasing after other people to bite them. Wanxing gave a bitter little smile. The 2 of them watched quietly, grateful they weren't among those people, both thankful to me in their hearts for giving them a warm, safe harbor. I pulled out several sets of winter training uniforms, combat boots, and gloves from my space. The clothing was thick enough that, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't get scratched or bitten through by zombies. Then I took out 3 tang swords, 3 military knives, and the only revolver I had, with 3 rounds left in it. The tang sword is the best weapon for killing zombies. The blade is long enough and sharp enough that, with the right force, you can take a zombie's head off in a single swing. Once I'd finished, I called Wanxing and Lu Yu, who were still upstairs waxing philosophical, downstairs, and said solemnly, "Both of you, try on this gear. Tomorrow you're coming out with me to kill zombies." Huh? The 2 of them froze, tensing up. "We have to go too." I hardened my expression. "Of course you do. Sooner or later you'll have to face it. I'm doing this for your own good. There are 100 villas total in this compound, and the population adds up to only about 700, so the density's very low. Low density means the zombies are spread out. It's the perfect place for you to get your hands dirty and practice." But Wanxing wanted to say something, but I cut her off coldly. No buts. In the apocalypse, the only way to survive is to keep getting stronger. I don't want you dying before me. Wanxing looked into my cold eyes and felt a flicker of fear. This man was so harsh in everything he did. Wasn't he so gentle before we got together? Liu thought it over and made up her mind. "You saved my life. For you, I'll do anything." I shook my head and corrected her. "Remember, it's not for me. It's for us." Liu looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "Right, for us." They spent the rest of the time trying out their gear and weapons. I walked them through the techniques for killing zombies and warned them again and again, no matter what happens, don't scream or shout. That only draws more zombies. After dinner that night, the 3 of us turned in early. Early the next morning, Liu got up and made a hearty spread for breakfast. She wanted to make sure everyone ate their fill, so we'd have the energy to kill zombies. Once we were full and watered, the 3 of us suited up, grabbed our weapons, and got ready to head out. Remember, Once we're outside, I'll take point. Wan Xing in the middle, Sisyu in the back. We'll clear this place house by house. If we run into a zombie on the way, don't move. Watch how I do it first. When we come across a lone one inside a villa, that's when you two step in and practice. The two of them nodded quickly. Stepping out the front gate, I looked at the smooth snow blanketing the road. No footprints, which meant no zombies had come around here yet. I decided to start with the villa directly ahead and work my way through in order. The door to the first villa was closed, but a door like that was never going to stop me. I took out a crowbar and popped it open with a gentle pry. Suddenly, a zombie, as if it had heard the noise, lunged straight at the doorway. I didn't panic in the slightest. I drew my Tang sword and drove it right between its brows. The zombie instantly stopped mid-lunge. The moment I pulled the blade out, it dropped to the ground and went still. I stepped up, deftly pried open its skull, and dug out a white, cylindrical crystal from between its brows. Then I turned to show it to the two of them, only to find them both covering their mouths, faces deathly pale, staring at me. I was baffled. When a woman gets nervous, is it always either screaming or covering her mouth? Did you get a good look? You absolutely have to take this thing out. I gave the crystal a little wave in front of them. The two of them watched the crystal, smeared with red and white gunk, swaying back and forth before their eyes, and finally couldn't hold it in. Ugh, ugh. Both of them started retching. I stood there dumbfounded. You two have such weak stomachs. But then, thinking back to my past life, I'd been just the same at first, so I didn't say anything. At least they fought hard to keep it quiet and didn't draw any zombies. There was already plenty of space between the villas. As long as the noise stayed low, we were safe. Once they'd more or less finished emptying their stomachs, I signaled them to come inside. The interior door was open, and I led them through room by room. We found two more zombies, one big and one small. They looked like a mother and daughter. Add the man at the door, and this whole family of three hadn't made it. I dispatched the zombie mother with ease, then pulled out a riot baton and pinned the small zombie against the wall so it couldn't move. Sisyu, you take this one out. Do it the way I showed you. I called on Luyu first. After all, she'd swung a blade at a person before. She's just a child. Luyu's hand trembled around the knife. She couldn't bring herself to do it. I scolded her. Remember, they're not human anymore. They're just walking corpses. Hurry up. Luyu had no choice. She gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and swung the blade down at the snarling, clawing little zombie. Where the blade passed, the small zombie's head split clean in two. I was pretty satisfied. Someone who'd wielded a ladle and hefted a wok really was different. Her strength was decent. Not bad, Sisyu. Just don't close your eyes again next time. That's very dangerous. I offered encouragement mixed with warning. Luyu looked a little dazed and murmured a distracted, okay. Wan Xing, you go dig the crystals out from between the brows of both zombies. I turned to look at Wan Xing, whose face was full of terror. Me? She panicked. Yes. Go quickly. Wan Xing recoiled inside, but she understood this was my way of helping her get over her squeamishness. She walked slowly toward the zombie, took out her military knife, and hesitated for a long while before working up the courage to plunge it into the zombie's head. After some digging around, she pried out a white crystal. Then she moved to the other one, and, head turned away and body twisted aside, extracted the second one. By the time she was done, she felt like she was about to collapse. It was too disgusting. I watched quietly, reasonably pleased. Not bad. Just be quicker and cleaner next time. And remember, these crystals are important. Put them away safely the moment you take them out. They're our lifeline. Wan Xing nodded and quickly clutched the crystals in her hand. Seeing that the two of them couldn't adjust just yet, I let them rest where they were for a bit. Women and men really are different. You have to give them some time. After a full half-hour of rest, I figured they'd had enough and led them to clear the next house. The door to this villa was also closed. I pried it open smoothly and went in, finding 5 zombies inside. 2 elderly, 3 children, none of them with any wounds. Looks like they'd already died before the virus outbreak. It should have been a happy home, but sadly it too had fallen entirely. I cleared out 4 of them, leaving 1. A small one for Mu Wanqing to practice on. She worked up her courage and, imitating me, aimed for the head, but stabbed the neck instead, and blood sprayed all over her face. Terrified, she dropped the knife and stumbled back. Pick it up. Stay calm no matter what. If you miss once, you go again, but you never drop your weapon. If you were facing a zombie alone, you'd already be torn to shreds. I scolded harshly. Tears welled up in Mu Wanqing's eyes, but she had no choice but to pick the knife back up. She aimed at the zombie's brow once more and, steeling herself, drove it in. The skull cracked, and the zombie dropped and went still. She stared blankly at her handiwork. For her, this was a real breakthrough. Sisyu, you get the crystal this time. Liu didn't dare slack off. She stepped up and dug out all the crystals. It still made her sick, but she handled it pretty well. Come on, next house. And so we followed the same routine. By noon, we'd cleared 10 villas, and I'd swept all the usable supplies inside into my space. Along the way, I deliberately left 2 small zombies for them to kill on their own. I didn't step in, just watch from the side. It was a huge challenge for them. In her panic, Lu Yu's swing missed and only lopped off one of the zombie's arms. But that didn't stop it from lunging at her. Luckily, the small zombie wasn't very strong, and her second swing took its head clean off. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, surprised me. When the zombie lunged, she landed her knife right between its brows, clean and sharp. 10 villas, 50 zombies in all. I figured we'd accomplished today's goal. Any more, and I was afraid the 2 of them wouldn't hold up, so we headed back. Back at the villa, the 2 of them couldn't wait to strip off their jackets and rush to the bathroom to wash up. I rinsed all the crystals, and once they'd finished showering, we started divvying them up. Last time, Mu Wanqing had gained 20 days of time energy. She now had a little over a year left. Lu Yu had been burning through hers the whole time and had just over 350 days, not even a full year. I had nearly 16 years of energy myself, the most of the 3 of us. 10 for Wanqing, 10 for Sisyu, 30 for me, I said, dividing them up. Seeing how many she'd been given, Lu Yu quickly refused. I can't take these. It's all you're doing. I've just been dead weight. Yeah, you keep them. We're going to need you for killing zombies, Mu Wanqing said, pushing her crystals back too. I shook my head and pressed the crystals into their hands. Remember, from now on there's no yours and mine. Get your time energy above 10 years and killing zombies gets a lot easier. Then you won't be dragging me down either. Seeing them about to protest again, I waved them off. Enough, no more arguing. Just do as I say. Here, let me show you how to absorb a crystal. I picked one up and pointed to the number on it. See this? This is the time energy remaining. The only difference between it and the time on our arms is the time on the crystal is frozen. I held out my left arm to compare. To turn the energy inside into your own, you first have to memorize the time on it. Take this one. It reads 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, 20 seconds. Fix that time in your mind. Grip the crystal in your left hand, then draw it in with your will. That's it. I gave them a demonstration. When I opened my hand, the time on the crystal had dropped to 0. All the energy had flowed into my body. Remember, you have to get the time exactly right. Memorize too much and there won't be enough energy. The transfer fails. Memorize too little and you'll have to run the leftover through a second time. Got it. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu stared, dazed, then nodded together. Good. Now you 2 absorb your crystals. With that, I absorbed the remaining 30 crystals one by one. My time energy had already climbed past 45 years. I stretched out my limbs. My constitution had clearly leveled up again. Strength, agility, physique, spirit, everything across the board was improving. My IQ, of course, stayed put. Dumb as ever. It was their first time, so they were slow. It took them a full 5 minutes each to finish their 10. But the change was obvious. After all, going from 1 to 10 was a big jump. Lu Yu stood up and swung her arms around. This stuff is incredible. I feel like I could hold up a 40-pound pot with one hand. I laughed. A chef can't say 3 sentences without bringing it back to the kitchen. Mu Wanqing stood too, saying happily, I feel so light all over and full of energy. I could eat 3 bowls of rice. Sisyu, make extra today. Sure, no problem. Oh, right, I said, pointing at the pile of used crystals on the table. These spent crystals can be reused, like storage cards. You can put time energy back into them. When you're trading time energy with someone and don't want to shake hands directly, just use one of these. Got it, they said in unison. All right, Sisyu, go make dinner. After we eat, get some good rest and go over today's combat experience. And Sisyu, tomorrow, try using your lightning power on the zombies. That's your real trump card. You got it, Xiaoyang. Lu Yu dashed off to the kitchen, full of energy. The moment she left, Mu Wanqing's eyes misted over and she looked at me, ashamed. Xiaoyang, was I really clumsy today? My heart softened. I pulled her into my arms and stroked her hair. No, you did great. I was just too impatient, but it was for your own good. She buried her head in my chest and murmured softly, I know. Something suddenly came to mind. I bent down and blew softly in her ear. Didn't you say absorbing the energy made you feel full of vigor? How about I put that to the test tonight? My breath made her whole face flush red, and she thumped my chest. You jerk, all you know how to do is tease me. Teasing you is what I love. While we were flirting, dinner was ready. The 3 of us finished eating, and before it even got dark, Mu Wanqing and I went to bed early. Downstairs, Lu Yu once again endured an unbearable auditory feast. Early the next morning, the 3 of us ate and geared up to head out. Lu Yu made a point of glancing at the 2 of us, and seeing how good we both looked, she sighed inwardly. Youth really is something. This time we picked up where we'd left off and kept clearing villas down the line. The pace was much faster than yesterday, partly because both their constitutions had improved, and partly because they'd gotten over that mental hurdle, their tolerance growing stronger and stronger. Later on, their coordination clicked too, and taking on 3 zombies at once was no problem. Liu took the chance to practice her lightning. Her level was too low to kill outright, but she could stun a zombie or knock it down, making it easy to finish off. Wherever the lightning struck was always left charred, with the smell of cooked meat wafting up. Holy crap, take a whiff, smell any barbecue? I joked. Screw you, can you not be so gross? Mu Wanqing shot me a glare. We cleared building after building until we hit number 48 and finally stopped. Rough count, we'd killed about 300 zombies today. Not a bad haul. 2 more buildings, and we head back. This time we split up. You two take one on your own, I said, then headed off toward the farther villas. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and enter the nearest one. The second they stepped through the door, they ran into a teddy, normally adorable, but now downright creepy. Covered in wounds, its lower lip torn open to reveal a set of sinister teeth. It had turned too. The moment it saw them, the teddy let out a low growl and lunged. Liu didn't take any chances. Dogs move fast, so she shoved Mu Wanqing behind her and skewered the teddy with one thrust of her blade. But it wasn't a clean kill, and the dog fell back on the one thing it did best in life. Barking nonstop, an ear-splitting racket. Mu Wanqing cursed the little hellraiser under her breath, then drove her Tang Dao straight through its skull to shut it up. But the commotion had already been too loud, and it stirred up the zombies nearby. I heard the noise and came running, only to realize a wave of frantic footsteps was closing in from all around. Not good, fall back now, I shouted at them, but it was already too late. A pack of dogs surged in from the front, and another blocked the way behind. I swore internally, no wonder we'd cleared so many villas without seeing a single pet dog. They'd all gone off roaming in packs. I looked at the swarms on both sides. Golden retrievers, teddies, Pomeranians, labs, border collies, Alaskan malamutes, huskies, Akitas, corgis, German shepherds, mutts, mixed breeds, and, I kid you not, a little Pekingese. A full-on zombie dog convention. Some had eyeballs hanging out, some had rotted holes where their noses had been, some had their skin torn away to expose raw flesh, some dragging their intestines along the ground. A horrifying sight, but I had no time to feel sorry for them. With this many dogs pouncing at once, the 2 of them wouldn't make it out. Suddenly, both packs, as if they'd spotted their masters, went into a frenzy, one charging at me, the other at the 2 women in the villa. Shut the door, I yelled, but one of the villa's doors was broken, so all Liu could do was jam herself in the doorway to hold them off. I quickly pulled a riot shield out of my storage space and braced it against the onslaught, then seized my moment and lopped off half the head of the border collie leading the charge. The shield rang out with each impact as I reaped one dog after another. Then a German shepherd leaped clean over Lu Yu's head and into the villa, scaring the 2 of them half to death. Yujia, hit it with lightning, I shouted. Lu Yu snapped out of it and fired a bolt at the German shepherd just as it was gathering itself to pounce. Crackle, snap, right in the head. The shepherd dropped to the floor on the spot, and Mu Wanqing finished it off with her blade. But the crackle of electricity only fired up the dogs outside, and they lunged even harder. Lu Yu backed up and zapped another one, an Akita that had jumped in, then nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I'm done, kid. I've got nothing left, she called out weakly. She could only manage lightning a few times to begin with, and 2 was already her limit. I ran a corgi through the skull and shouted, Yujia, get back. Wanqing, take her spot. I'm coming. Mu Wanqing didn't hesitate. She stepped up and chopped off the head of a husky the moment it appeared. But right after, a golden retriever and a lab both leaped into her side, and even I started to panic. Then an Alaskan malamute jumped in too. This was bad. Lu Yu was spent, Mu Wanqing couldn't hold it alone, and I was pinned down and couldn't break free. I swung my broadsword, taking down 2 dogs in front of me at once, and threw myself recklessly toward the villa. And in that critical moment, a beautiful sound of music suddenly rang out. The pack of dogs, snarling, teeth bared, about to bite, turned their heads in perfect unison, as if bewitched, and all bolted toward the source of the music. I froze, then looked up. The sound was coming from a second-floor window of the villa next door, where a woman stood playing a shao. My first thought, a survivor. As for why the dogs obeyed her flute and rushed toward her, I had no idea. The woman pulled the shao from her lips and shouted at us, "Run." I can only keep them confused for a little while. I understood then that she'd saved us. I clasped my hands in thanks and quickly grabbed Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, hauling them back toward our own villa. Seeing us get away, the woman patted her chest in relief, promptly shut the window, and crawled back under her covers. Back at the villa, my heart was still pounding. Today had been far too close. Luyu had nearly died. If that flute-playing woman hadn't stepped in, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Clearly, I couldn't afford to be careless anymore. We needed to beef up our defenses, and more than that, I needed to get stronger, fast. Thinking about that woman, I couldn't stop wondering. What kind of magic did she have to lure zombies away like that? She must have awakened some special ability. Tomorrow I had to go check out her villa, and if possible, I wanted to recruit her. Her ability was too valuable to me. After the three of us showered, Luyu was still weak, so I didn't let her cook. I pulled a pile of instant food out of my storage space, self-heating hot pots, sausages, spicy strips, and laid it all out on the table, then poured some drinks to calm our nerves. As we drank, I counted up the day's crystals. No more, no less, exactly 300. Here, 10 each. Once you're done eating, absorb them right away. This time neither of them refused. They knew I had a plan, and they just went along with it. This way, all three of us could break past the 20-year mark in time energy, taking our strength up another level. Next time we ran into zombie dogs, it'd be a lot easier. Though we still had to avoid getting swarmed, of course. I felt a twinge of regret. If I'd known to absorb them as I collected them, we wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. The thing is, hardly anyone out there has 100 years of time energy right now. Most people haven't even compared notes with each other, so they have no clue how time is transferred. Even if they kill zombies and find crystals, they don't know how to use them. As I recall, in my past life it took a full month before someone told me how time energy worked. As for who first discovered it, that remained a mystery. So I needed to make the most of this information edge and reap a good harvest. After the meal, the three of us each absorbed our crystals. The instant our time energy broke past the 100-year mark, all three of our bodies shuddered. We were brimming with boundless energy, our skin smoother, our senses razor sharp. In the end, I settled at just over 325 years, while Mu Wanqing and Luyu were both at 20. All right, let's turn in early tonight. First thing tomorrow, we'll pay the flute woman a visit. She helped us, so we owe her a thank you. And if she's willing, having her join us wouldn't be a bad thing at all. They both nodded in agreement. That night was very quiet. Early the next morning, all three of us were refreshed and full of energy. Luyu fried up 3 chicken drumsticks and made a pot of sea cucumber soup. We ate our fill, geared up, and headed out toward the flute woman's villa. Passing by the villa where we'd fought yesterday. Villa, I extracted the crystals from the foreheads of the zombie dogs I'd killed. Animal crystals are different from human ones. Round, jet black spheres. I call them cores. Cores can't convert time energy, but they can boost human abilities. They come in ranks, 9 in total, distinguished by the gold stars on them. 1 star for rank 1, 2 stars for rank 2, and so on. Ordinary zombie animals, though, have no stars at all. Only mutants carry them. In my past life, for instance, I once got my hands on a 6-star core by pure luck, which pushed my space ability all the way to rank 5, full mastery, just shy of breaking into rank 6. The reason I didn't make it was that the core was slightly damaged. Animal cores can be eaten directly, unlike human crystals, which are a hassle. The strange thing is, something this hard is vulnerable to nothing but saliva and stomach acid. The moment it touches your mouth, it slowly dissolves, just like candy. Of course, these starless cores in my hand are useless for my ability, so I won't be eating them. 10 1-star cores can raise an ability from rank 1 to rank 2, 10 2-star cores from rank 2 to rank 3, and 100 1-star cores can also take you from rank 2 to rank 3. My space ability is already at rank 5, 99.9%, just one final push away. I figure a single 4-star core would be enough to break into rank 6. But 4-star cores only come from 4-star mutants, and at my current strength, I definitely couldn't beat one. I need at least 1,000 years worth of time energy to even stand a chance. I looked at the cores in my hand and decided to save them for little Cobalt to eat. For an animal, these are the perfect rations for building up its size and abilities. I tucked the cores away and led the 2 women to that woman's villa. The front doors stood wide open, the snow out front trampled into a mess, covered in paw prints, clearly the work of that pack of dogs from yesterday. The 3 of us crept into the yard and spotted 2 zombie dogs, a little mutt and a Pekingese. I looked at that little Pekingese, smaller than my combat boots. A runt like you dares to bully my people? The more I looked, the angrier I got. I drew my Tang Dao and dealt with them in 2 quick slashes. Swish, swish. I checked the yard. The other dogs were nowhere to be found. Only after confirming it was safe did I go inside. There were no zombies on the ground floor or the 2 basement levels, so I headed straight up to the 2nd floor. I remembered that woman had been up here yesterday. On the 2nd floor, only one room was shut. A zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie were pacing back and forth outside the door. Without a word, I, Xiaoyang, charged in and took out the zombie in one strike. Luyu deftly extracted the crystal and the core. After confirming there were no other zombies around, I I stepped up and knocked on the door. Hello? Anyone in there? Who's there? A woman asked warily from inside. From her voice, it was definitely the woman from yesterday. We're the people who got swarmed by the zombie dogs yesterday. We came specially today to thank you, I said sincerely. The door opened a crack, and a woman with disheveled hair poked her head out. Only after seeing the two other women behind me did she open the door all the way. I sized her up. She was wrapped in a blanket, holding a Xiao flute in her left hand. Her face looked worn, but at a glance you could tell she was a real beauty with a graceful air about her. The moment she saw Mu Wanqing, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wanqing. Mu Wanqing froze, took a closer look at her, and cried out in delight. Sure. Lu Yu and I were both stunned. Well, would you look at that? Running into an old friend even now. The two of them hugged excitedly. But Mu Wanqing was bundled up thick and Lin Shishir was wrapped in a blanket. So they managed to hug, but couldn't get their heads close together. Watching them, I couldn't help finding it comical. Wanqing, who's this? I asked. Mu Wanqing let go of her and introduced us. This is my college roommate and good friend, Lin Shishir. Lu Yu and I quickly greeted her and thanked her for stepping in to help yesterday. Lin Shishir asked in return. And these two are? His name is Xiaoyang. He's my boyfriend. Mu Wanqing was a little shy introducing me. After all, the two of us had only made things official a short while ago. Lin Shishir's eyes went wide as she looked me up and down. Oh my god, Wanqing, when did you get a boyfriend? How did I not know about this? It only happened these past few days. I'll fill you in later. Mu Wanqing hurriedly changed the subject and pulled Lu Yu over. This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu. She's the owner of the seaside restaurant. Remember? Lin Shishir was shocked again. No wonder you looked familiar. Your boss, Lu. I love your cooking. Flattered. Lu Yu smiled and patted her. Wanqing's friends are my friends. Just call me Sister Yu. Miss Shishir, whatever you need, just say the word, and we'll make sure to get it for you, I offered. Lin Shishir hesitated for a long while before saying, embarrassed, I really shouldn't be asking for anything in return for helping you, but I'm just so hungry. I haven't eaten in days. Could you spare me some food? A few steamed buns, a couple packs of instant noodles, anything. I'm really starving. By the end, she was almost in tears. The three of us exchanged glances. Her request was way too modest. Seeing us silent, Lin Shishir assumed food was tight for us, and quickly added, awkwardly, I know you're not exactly well off either, so I. Miss Shishir, what's so great about steamed buns and instant noodles? Come on, I'll take you back to my place for a proper meal. Eat all you want, until you're stuffed silly. Feeling sorry for her in that state, I cut her off directly. Huh, she looked at us both in surprise. You have that much food. Plenty, more than enough. Come on, come home with us. Mu Wanqing grabbed her and started heading out. As we passed the middle-aged male zombie I'd killed, Lin Shishir glanced down at it, a look of sorrow crossing her face, but she didn't linger and followed us out. You live in this villa district too? She asked. Yeah, the top house. Lin Shishir gave me another long look. This Xiaoyang was handsome and rich, owning a villa so young. And yesterday she'd watched him fight zombies with real courage, no small combat skill. Wanqing was truly lucky, landing a boyfriend with looks, money, and ability all in one. When we reached the entrance to my villa, Lin Shishir was struck dumb by the high walls and thick iron gate. With defenses like these, probably neither people nor zombies could break in. Once inside, she was even more astonished. There was heat, electricity, water, exactly like before the disaster. To her, this was nothing short of paradise on earth. I went in, grabbed a set of pajamas and a pile of food from my space, and brought it all out to the living room. By then, Lin Shishir had taken off the blanket, revealing the qipao she wore underneath. My eyes lit up. Well, would you look at that? That qipao was perfect for a girl with her figure, showing off every curve to the fullest, with slits on both sides running all the way up to her thighs. In her hand, she still held. Wearing the qipao, she looked, at first glance, like some ethereal, otherworldly fairy. I was so dazzled I froze in place. Xiaoyang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the food over. Mu Wanqing called out. Oh, right, coming. I snapped out of it and shoved the whole pile of food at Lin Shishir. Eat all you want. Lin Shishir stared at the huge bag of food, so moved she was almost in tears. Thank you both, but I can't eat all this, just a few is fine. She figured this was probably our entire food supply. Eat up, we've got plenty. This is just to tide you over. There's a big feast tonight. Huh? A big feast tonight. Her mouth dropped into an O, unable to believe it. Yep, go on and eat. Mu Wanqing urged too. Seeing the confidence in both our eyes, Lin Shishir finally relaxed and started wolfing it down. She was absolutely starving. Wanqing, once Shishir's done eating, take her to shower and change into some fresh clothes. I handed the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. You stay home and keep her company, and fill her in on the situation. Sister Yu and I are heading out to keep clearing zombies. We'll be back for the feast tonight. Mu Wanqing was a little worried about our safety, but then she remembered I now had over 300 years worth of time energy. These zombies were nothing to me. And Sister Yu was even stronger than she was, so she agreed. Before leaving, I stole a glance at Lin Shishi's curvy figure hugged tight by that cheap pal, swallowed hard, and finally, reluctantly, walked out the door. Lu Yu and I picked up where we'd left off yesterday, clearing the remaining 50 villas. Without Mu Wanqing, the two of us had to work on our coordination even more. One in front, one behind, one left, one right, sometimes back to back, spinning in turns, attacking in waves. By the 90th villa, Lu Yu was already glistening with sweat, and we'd both stripped off our jackets from the heat. This villa had 5 zombies packed inside, plus a zombie cat. Out of habit, the two of us stood back to guard against the cat sneaking up from behind. Pressed spine to spine, I could feel the soft, springy give of her body. Moments like these always felt especially thrilling. After teaming up to kill 4 zombies, Lu Yu struck down the last one with a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, that zombie cat lunged at her from the side. Cats are naturally agile and fast, and Lu Yu had just used her ability. There was no time for her to block. I just finished off a zombie too, and without thinking, I spun around, wrapped my arms around her from behind, and pinned her to the ground, shielding her beneath me. My knife hand swung out to the side, catching the cat right in the head. The zombie cat let out a shriek, dropped to the floor, and went still. That was close. That cat was a tricky little thing, I said, still lying on Lu Yu's back. Pinned beneath me, Lu Yu suddenly found the position way too suggestive, and with my warm breath and words right at her ear, she flushed crimson in an instant. Get up first, kid. I can barely breathe. Oh, right, sorry. I felt it was improper too, and quickly got up, pulling her to her feet along the way. Seeing the flush on Lu Yu's face, I froze. This woman was downright bewitching when she got shy. Even through the clothes, I'd felt just how full her figure was a moment ago. Just right, not announced too much or too little. Lu Yu didn't dare look at me. Her heart had actually fluttered just now, the first time in all these years. She pulled out the crystals and cores herself, turned around, and walked out of the villa. Let's call it a day. It's getting dark, and I'm exhausted, she said without looking back. I thought about it. Only 10 villas left, no harm clearing them tomorrow. Besides, 2 beauties were waiting back home. The moment that image of Lin Shishi in her cheap pal popped into my head, I got a little eager to get back. Ahem, mainly because I was interested in her ability. I followed behind Lu Yu, heading toward the villa. In the Zijin Mountain Villa district, the 10 villas I never got around to clearing sat right at the entrance, where the property management office was also built. In one of the storage rooms, no fewer than 20 people, men and women, sat lined up against the walls. The room had only one small window, so it got especially dark once night fell, but it was relatively warm. Stop shoving your way in. You hear me? A man bellowed in exasperation. Didn't you hear our captain talking? Another chimed in. You're in the way. If I'd known, I never would have taken you in. Sorry. It's too cold by the door. I just wanted to move in a little, a woman explained weakly. Cold. Who isn't cold? You keep crowding in and disturbing the captain's rest. Then who's gonna go out and find you food tomorrow? We helped find the food too. It's not like it was all you security guys, someone shot back. That set the man off. You people? When those monsters came, who wet themselves in terror. If it weren't for our captain, you'd have been torn apart and eaten long ago. I know, we're grateful to you too. When the rescue comes, we'll thank you properly. The woman by the door said carefully. Rescue? What rescue? No phone signal, monsters everywhere outside. Besides us, have you seen a single living soul in this whole villa district? The security captain sneered. Snap! A harsh beam of light hit the woman by the door, and she raised a hand to shield her eyes. Her hair was a mess, but she still looked young, wrapped in a banner cloth. The security captain leered at her. Weren't you complaining about being cold? Then come over here to me. The woman went pale with fright and quickly waved her hands. No need, I can tough it out. The captain ignored her and told the 2 men beside him. Go. Drag her over here. 2 burly men stood up, hauled the woman off her feet, and dragged her over to the captain. The captain yanked the banner cloth off her and tilted up her chin. Weren't you going to thank me? No need to wait for rescue. Let's do it right now. The flashlight clicked off, and the woman's terrified voice rang out. What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let go of me. Ryup, the sound of fabric tearing. No, I'm begging you. But the captain didn't stop, and soon a stream of unspeakable sounds filled the room. The others could only seethe in silence, not daring to speak. If they wanted to live, they had no choice but to rely on the security team. They'd witnessed these 5 guards kill an attacking monster together with their own eyes. Most of these people were owners of the first 10 villas, the kind who used to bow and scrape whenever they saw a guard. Now the tables had turned, and they had to grovel to the security team instead. Night fell completely, and the moaning still carried on. Everyone chose silence. They were still counting on the security team to find food tomorrow, or to kill the dozen or so zombies at the entrance so they could head down the mountain to look for rescue. Back in my villa, Lu Yu and I had finished washing up and had cleaned all the crystals and cores, piling them on the coffee table. Lu Yu was too worn out, and I felt bad for her, so I didn't let her cook. Instead, taking advantage of, while Lin Shirshir was away, I pulled an entire spread of dishes out from my space, complete with wine and drinks. When Lin Shirshir walked into the living room and saw the table loaded with a lavish feast, her eyes practically glowed green, and she nearly started drooling. Oh my god, if I get to eat all this, I could die happy with no regrets. Come on, Shirshir, this dinner is all for you. Please, help yourself. I smiled as I pulled out a chair for her. Lin Shirshir sat down, looking a little flustered and flattered. How could I ever be worth all this trouble? You've laid out all the best food just for me. I glanced at Mu Wanqing. Looked like she hadn't told Lin Shirshir about my spatial ability. I poured everyone a drink and raised my glass. Thank you for stepping in to help us yesterday. Here, I'll drink first as a show of respect. I downed my glass in one go, and Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both drained theirs too. Lin Shirshir could hold her liquor, and seeing how much respect we were showing her, she tilted back her pretty face and knocked back her drink as well. You really don't have to do all this. You're making me embarrassed, she said shyly, setting down her glass. All right, then let's dig in. For most of the meal, the three of us just watched Lin Shirshir eat by herself. It was during our chat that I finally pieced together her story. She was a student in the music department at Haiqing Arts Academy, majoring in the Xiao flute. She was Mu Wanqing's roommate, and the two were extremely close. The villa where she'd been trapped belonged to her aunt. The night the cold wave hit, she happened to be visiting and got stranded there. She was one of the lucky ones. She didn't freeze to death. Once the temperature rose a bit, she wrapped herself in a blanket and went out looking for food, only to walk straight into her uncle savagely tearing into her aunt at the top of the stairs. The sight terrified her, and she couldn't help but scream. That scream made her now zombified uncle immediately turn his sights on her. She snapped out of it and rushed back to her room, slamming the door shut. But the zombie outside pounded at the door like a madman, and it looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. Out of habit, she picked up her xiao and started to play, hoping to ease her fear. And then something incredible happened. The moment the flute sounded, the zombie uncle outside suddenly went quiet. She had no idea why, but she just hid in the room, too scared to come out. Once, she accidentally knocked over a lamp, and the zombie outside heard the noise and started ramming the door again. Frightened, she played the xiao once more, and sure enough, things went silent outside. That was when she vaguely realized that playing the xiao could calm zombies down. Then yesterday, she heard someone outside fighting zombie dogs. Curious, she went to the window and looked out, just in time to see the three of us being swarmed. She was stunned by my combat ability, and at the critical moment, she worked up the courage to open the window, wanting to lend us a hand. Sure enough, the moment those zombie dogs heard the flute, they went quiet and scattered, running off toward her. She called out to us, and only relaxed once she saw us retreat safely. The zombie dogs gathered right below her window, not howling at all, just obediently looking up at her. She quickly shut the window, and before long, the zombie dogs downstairs started growling and ran off again. The three of us were completely absorbed in her story. It seemed Lin Shirshir had awakened an ability too, and a very special one at that. One that could actually bewitch zombies. Shirshir, Wanqing should have explained the current situation to you today, right? I asked. Is the world really going to end up like you said? She still had her doubts, but with zombies running rampant outside, she couldn't exactly argue. Yeah, and it'll only get worse than you can imagine. But luckily, you've awakened an ability of your own, I said gravely. An ability? What's my ability? Is it this flute? The moment she heard that, she hurriedly pulled out her xiao to look at it. It's not the flute. Yours is likely a psychic-type ability. With it, whatever you play will work, I explained, then extended an invitation directly. Sure. The world is a dangerous place now. Why not join our family? Xiaoyang, promise you'll never go cold, never be pushed around, and you'll always have good food to eat. How does that sound? Lin Shirshir glanced at Mu Wanqing, then looked back at me. Well, Wanqing already mentioned it to me. I don't have any family in Haiqing anyway. My parents are in a city far away, and I don't even know if they're okay right now. I think you're all really good people, especially with Wanqing here. I'm willing to join. Great. I was thrilled. With her on board, hunting zombies for supplies would be much safer going forward. But I didn't let myself get too excited. Instead, I turned serious. That said, I have to tell you, joining this family isn't playing house. We're a community bound by fate, and each of us has to shoulder our responsibilities. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. Those are our bottom lines. And you'll have to follow my command. Can you accept that? Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu listened intently, both fully agreeing with what I said. Lu Yu suddenly raised her right hand. Xiaoyang. I, Lu Yu, will follow your command forever. You saved my life, so it belongs to you. I'll never betray you. Lu Yu was no fool. She had to be the first to make her stance clear to make it official. Besides, she was eating and drinking on my dime, and I did most of the heavy lifting anyway. Most importantly, I understood this apocalypse far better than a rookie like her. She was more than happy to follow. Mu Wanqing raised her hand too. As Xiao Yang's girlfriend, I'll obviously always be of one heart with him. Anyone who treats Xiao Yang as family is my family too. Seeing how seriously the two of them took this, Lin Shirshir understood just how much weight I carried in their eyes, which was also indirect proof of how capable I was. Then she looked at her own situation now, warm as spring, running water and electricity, all the good food she could eat, and good friends by her side. It was a world of difference from before she met us. So what reason did she have not to devote herself to us wholeheartedly? She raised her hand as well, following their lead. I, Lin Shirshir, swear that I'm willing to join this family and follow Xiao Yang's command. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. If I break this oath, may I die a horrible death. I nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what I wanted. Sure, an oath like this wasn't worth a pile of crap in the apocalypse, but the right attitude still mattered. All right, from now on we're all family. We rise together, and we fall together. Come, let's finish these drinks and welcome Lin Shirshir to the family. The four of us raised our glasses together and drained them in one gulp. Full and satisfied, I gathered everyone around the coffee table in the living room and pointed at the large pile of crystals on it. Today, you and I got 320 crystals in total. Let's divide them up. Lin Shirshir stared at the sheer number of crystals, still shocked. Mu Wanqing had already told her during the day what crystals and time energy were used for, so she understood exactly what this pile meant. Hey, kid, I've got a proposal, Lu Yu said suddenly. Oh, go ahead, Sisyu. I think you should absorb these crystals yourself instead of splitting them with us every time. My 20-some years of time energy is more than enough to handle zombies. But you're the backbone of this group. You're the one who needs to level up fast. Didn't you say that once time energy hits over 1,000 years, your physique takes another huge leap? My suggestion is, wait until you're past 1,000 years, and then start giving us the extra crystals. What do you think? I thought it over. She had a point. Breaking past 1,000 years would mean a massive physical upgrade. Ordinary cold weapons wouldn't even be able to hurt my body. At that point, unless I ran into a high-tier mutant, someone with even more time energy, or machine guns, artillery, and powerful ability users, nothing would pose a real threat to me. Boosting the whole team's physique wasn't a bad idea, but I was still the core of it all. As long as I was around, they'd be safer. Besides, Moron Wanqing and Lu Yu both already had over 20 years of time energy. In terms of physique alone, they were practically unrivaled. All right, you two okay with that? I looked over at Moron Wanqing and Lin Shirshir. Moron Wanqing shook her head. Lin Shirshir added, I didn't lift a finger to help. I definitely can't take any. I smiled, pulled over her left arm, and took a look. Her time energy was down to under 350 days. I shoved 20 crystals into her hands. You're not getting out of this one. Absorb these 20 and you'll have over 20 years of time energy, plus a big boost to your physique. That way, when we head out, you won't hold us back. How could I? She didn't dare take them. No reward without merit. Just take them. Xiao Yang's right, Moron Wanqing urged. Yeah, sure. You need a stronger body if you want to come out and hunt zombies with us. Otherwise, with that tiny frame of yours, you won't be able to keep up. Lu Yu laughed, patting her shoulder. Then okay, but once there are more crystals, you all take a bigger share. Only then did she stop refusing. Moron Wanqing and Lu Yu took her aside to teach her how to absorb crystals. I glanced at the little crow, Meichio, in his cage, then pulled out over 30 starless crystal cores and walked over. The little crow was scared of Lu Yu. Whenever she was around, he refused to come near me. Here, Meichio, look what I brought you to eat. I opened my palm and held the crystal cores up in front of him. Meichio, who'd been listless a second ago, perked up the instant he saw the cores, his eyes lighting up. Maybe it was animal instinct, but he seemed to know these were good stuff. He swallowed one in a single gulp, gave his glossy black feathers a satisfied stretch, then ate another, and couldn't manage any more after that. The crystal cores came in all different sizes. The two Meichio ate were the smallest, probably from that little Pekingese and the cat, no bigger than peanuts. The rest were about the size of marbles. Even if he wanted them, he couldn't swallow them. I put the remaining cores away and played with Meichio for a bit. By then, Lin Shirshir had finished absorbing her crystals under the other two's guidance. I took a look, and sure enough, she was different now. Her complexion was rosy, her skin smooth, growing fairer by the second, so supple it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. Standing next to Muron Wanqing, they were about the same height, like a pair of twin beauties. Though right now she was in pajamas, she'd look even better in a cheapao. Who would have thought that being reborn would come with such luck with women? Getting to share a room with beauties like these was a real feast for the eyes. Strength really is everything. Without this villa and all these supplies, would I ever have crossed paths with them? Of course not. In my past life, I never got the chance. It proves that old saying, a man with money gets along with anyone. And in the apocalypse, supplies are money. No matter how badass someone is, they still have to eat and drink. And all of it I had. After absorbing all the crystals, my time energy had reached 620 years, and my physique had nearly doubled again from before. Now I was glowing with energy, radiant, my build more perfectly proportioned. Paired with this handsome face, the three women across from me were left a little dazed. It's still early. Come on, let's all go watch a movie. I was thoroughly enjoying their starstruck looks, and the idea struck me on a whim. Lynn Schercher hadn't expected the villa to have a movie theater. She said excitedly, yes? I haven't scrolled through my phone in over 10 days. Getting to watch a movie would be amazing. Liu didn't refuse either. After a long, tiring day, a little relaxation sounded good. The four of us went down to the private theater on the basement level. I'd thoughtfully set out fruit, snacks, and drinks, opened a bottle of red wine for myself, and pulled out a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes. When it came to picking a film, everyone went for something apocalyptic. It felt more immersive given our situation. I put on I Am Legend for them. Amid the three women's occasional screams, I comfortably sipped my wine and smoked, savoring the good times. Once it ended, none of them had had enough, and they all turned to look at me, figuring there were only 10 houses left in the villa complex anyway. Not much work tomorrow, no need to get up early. I put on Waterworld 2, which happened to be perfect for showing them just how brutal the disasters they'd face in the future could be. The three women watched, all of them filled with worry about what lay ahead. But seeing how carefree and content I looked, they each thought to themselves, this man definitely has a plan. At the very least, on a night this freezing cold and crawling with zombies, they could still kick back and watch movies in a warm theater. And all of it, I had given them. Shao kid, get down here quick. Bright and early, I was jolted awake by Lu Yu's shouting from downstairs. I opened my eyes and saw that I was alone in a huge double bed. Muron Wanqing had been chatting with Lin Schercher in the next room last night. Looked like she'd just crashed there and never came back. I got up and ran downstairs. What's wrong, Sisyu? Lu Yu, panic-stricken, pointed at the birdcage in the corner of the living room. Kid, look, your bird got bigger. I followed her finger and blurted out a curse. Whoa, holy crap. The little crow Machio, who'd been palm-sized just yesterday, was now more than twice as big, easily the size of a fully grown crow. Machio, I could hardly believe it, and called out to him tentatively. Call. The moment he heard me, Machio excitedly flew over and landed on my shoulder. That put me at ease. It really was Machio. For a second, I'd worried a door or window had been left open and some other crow had taken over his nest. But this growth rate was way too fast. Could it be because of the crystal cores I fed him last night? Yeah, it had to be. There was no other explanation. Seeing that I wasn't doing anything, Machio cocked his head and looked at me. Face suddenly locked onto my starlight-bright eyes, perked up, and thrust its head forward to peck at my eyeballs. Luckily, I was quick. I smacked it aside with one hand. Get lost. That's my eyeball, not a crystal core. What are you pecking at? I scolded it angrily. Coalball seemed to sense my anger and started grooming my hair to make up for it, tickling my scalp so much that I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, here, have some crystal cores. I cheered up and pulled out 2 marble-sized crystal cores to feed it. Coalball didn't hesitate, gulping them down one by one, and then just kept staring at me, meaning more. I put on a stern face and told Coalball, you can only have 2. Any more, and you won't be able to digest them. Behave. Coalball cocked its head, seeming to understand, then flapped off my shoulder and back onto the perch. And to my shock, it mimicked my voice and squawked, behave. Lu Yu and I both froze on the spot. Sisyu, can crows talk? Lu Yu shook her head. I don't know. I was baffled. I'd heard of mynas and parrots mimicking speech, but I'd never heard of a talking crow. Had I raised a fake crow? Mu Wanqing and Lin Schercher heard the commotion and came downstairs hand in hand. What happened, Xiaoyang? Mu Wanqing asked curiously. I pointed at Coalball on the perch. Lin Schercher took one look and cried out. How did your bird get so big overnight? It didn't just get big, it can mimic speech too. I turned to Coalball. Come on, say daddy. Coalball cocked its head, rolled its eyes. Say daddy. My face instantly went dark. Only after Lu Yu finished making breakfast did we stop messing with the bird. After breakfast, I said. There are 10 houses left in the villa district that haven't been cleared. Perfect for Sure to practice on. I got a set of gear and handed it to Lin Sure. She was nervous inside, but she obediently went back to her room to change. She wanted to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, and didn't want to hold us back. When we got to that area, with the three of us coaching her and demonstrating in real combat, Lin Sure quickly overcame her mental block and successfully killed a zombie. To help her sharpen her skills faster, I let her clear the remaining houses alone, with us just following behind in case anything went wrong. By noon, all 10 villas were cleared. At the front gate, there were still a dozen or so zombies wandering around. I didn't let Lin Sure go over and fight them head-on. Instead, I had her use her power to play the flute and lure the zombies over. The moment she played, those zombies really did drift toward her, as if answering a summons. But they came quietly, with no intent to attack. We stayed on guard just in case. Then the zombies stopped a few meters away from her, and, to the sound of the flute, began to dance. We were all dumbfounded. Weren't zombies supposed to have no consciousness? How could they dance to music? But the state didn't last long. The zombies suddenly lunged at us. Already prepared, we took them out in an instant. My guess, Lin Sure's power awakened the zombies' instincts from when they were alive, which is why they danced to the music. It's just that her power level is low and its duration is short, so the zombies reverted to attacking. Still, that's already impressive. In a crisis, even that small window is enough for a safe escape. After collecting all the crystals, I discovered there was actually a property management office building over here that I hadn't noticed before. I led the three of them to the entrance. On the ground lay a zombie that had been hacked to pieces. Survivors? I dug into the zombie's forehead and pried out a crystal. Looked like these survivors didn't know the crystal's secret. Just then, the property security team, which had been hiding in a storage room, was leading a group of other survivors out to look for food. They happened to see me pull something out of the zombie's head and stuff it into my pocket. When they spotted the three beauties behind me, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Holy cow, Captain, there are hot chicks. They're gorgeous, like celebrities. Their bodies must be smoking too. Captain, there's only one pretty boy with them. Why don't we go take him out and keep those three women for ourselves to enjoy? Yeah, boss, I'm still single to this day. I could die happy after sleeping with women like that. The security captain listened to his four subordinates chatter, his eyes gleaming. Girls this beautiful. How could he not be tempted? Thousands of times better than the one he'd had his way with yesterday. Move, he called out, leading his four guards and a crowd of men and women charging out. You, what did you just take off that monster? Hand it over. We five killed that monster. The security captain looked down at me condescendingly. Clearly he still didn't know these were called zombies. Seeing so many people charge out, Mu Wanqing and the others immediately went on guard, drawing their tang sabers. When the security team saw the sabers, they hurriedly raised their steel pipes, cleavers, mops, and stools. The five leaders were slightly better armed, with machetes, riot forks, and rubber batons. The captain even gripped a stun baton. Captain, they have swords, one guard whispered. Scared of what? They're just decorations, probably not even sharpened. Look at you cowards, the captain reprimanded. Looking at this crowd standing at the ready, I felt nothing but ease and contempt. Smiling, I pulled the crystal out of my pocket. Is this what you're talking about? The captain took one look. The thing was inedible and useless. He pretended to be furious. I clearly saw you pick up a pack of hot dogs. Don't try to fool me with this. Then he shot his men a look. You guys, go search them and see if they've hidden it in their clothes. Hearing that, well now, someone actually had the guts to try and extort me? Three guards leered as they approached Mu Wanqing and the others, who were still hesitating over whether to make a move. After all, killing zombies and killing living people aren't the same thing. Lu Yu had killed before, but that was an enemy. These people had no deep grudge against her. She was waiting for my command. I simply raised my blade and struck. The head of the guard rushing toward them tumbled to the ground, rolling away, while his body still stood ramrod straight, blood spurting from his neck like a fountain. Everyone was stunned. Lin Sure gasped and covered her mouth. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had seen me in action, froze. They never expected me to strike so cleanly and decisively, without a single word. The headless body crashed to the ground, and the sound snapped everyone out of their daze. Except for the guards, everyone else screamed and retreated back into the building. The captain turned around and cursed. A bunch of useless trash. Not one of you is any good. See, Captain, his blade's got an edge now, a guard stammered, trembling. I'm not blind. I don't need you to tell me. The captain shoved him aside in disgust, then squinted at me. You lot, not bad. How about sticking with me? I'll treat you right, and I'll let bygones be bygones about you killing my men. He was this cocky because last night, after having his way with that woman, he'd suddenly noticed his agility and speed had shot up. He didn't understand why. but he could feel it. Now he could take down a zombie all by himself. He hadn't told a soul. He just wanted to show off while scavenging today, intimidate his men, and cement his position as top dog. He never expected to run into a hothead like me the second he stepped out, but he was confident he could catch me off guard and kill me in one strike. As for those 3 women, one jab from the stun baton, and they'd go limp right into his arms. I almost laughed. It took all 5 of you working together to kill one zombie. And you want me to follow you? Mu Wanqing quietly used her mind-reading ability on him. All 3 of these women are top shelf. I'm gonna enjoy them nice and slow. As for this pretty boy, humph, I never let a man better looking than me stay alive. Mu Wanqing was thoroughly disgusted after hearing it. She said to me, he's up to no good. Be careful. Hearing her warning, the captain smirked contemptuously, then suddenly raised his stun baton and thrust it straight at me at top speed. It really was much faster than an ordinary person, but in front of me, it was nothing. I'd thought he might have awakened some special ability, but now I could see it was just an ordinary speed-type power, a branch of the combat class, all about winning through sheer speed. Paired with a divine weapon in the late game, that ability was no joke. But in the early stages, if you didn't play it safe and grind low-key, you'd get yourself killed easy. The baton was still a few centimeters away from me when I struck again. Ark, his hand, the one gripping the baton, was severed clean off, and he screamed in agony. He stared at me in terror, never imagining I was faster than him. I looked coldly at him as he stumbled backward. I really don't know where you got all that confidence. Then came another swing, and his head rolled off. I turned and looked at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir. Remember this. The moment someone turns hostile toward you, the only thing you do is kill them before they make their move. Never go soft, or the one who ends up dead could very well be you. I was unhappy. I'd just killed a guard, and the 3 of them hadn't lifted a finger. If our enemy had been a real threat, they'd have paid the price. 3 guards left. You handle them. I pointed at the 3 men slumped on the ground. Liu didn't hesitate this time. She drew her blade and cut one down. He didn't even get a chance to fight back. Killing a man now was about as easy for her as chopping up a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir were still hesitating. I said coldly, "Did you forget? Just now these very men wanted to lay hands on you. Mercy, please." We were wrong. The captain forced us to do it. The last 2 guards had pissed themselves in fear, bawling and begging for their lives. "Do it now," I urged. Mu Wanqing understood my hard lesson. Finally, she steeled herself, ignored the pleas, and brought her blade down. One guard fell silent. The final guard, seeing no hope of survival, suddenly leapt up in a frenzy and lunged at Lin Shishir, who was still struggling with herself. As he closed in, she instinctively raised her blade and drove it clean through his chest. Everyone here had been infused with 20 years of energy. A nobody like him couldn't hurt her. She just couldn't get past that mental hurdle. With all the guards dealt with, I told them, remember, once someone harbors murderous or evil intent toward you, don't expect them to change. The moment they get a chance, they will never let you off. There are 2 things in this world you can never look at directly. One is the sun, the other is the human heart. Going soft on an enemy is the same as suicide. Looking at my cold eyes, all 3 women lowered their heads. I don't provoke others if they don't provoke me, but if they provoke me, I will strike back. That's always been my rule. Who enjoys killing when there's no need? But it's the apocalypse now. Anyone who steals my supplies, if they deserve to die, then die they will. Seeing them accept it humbly enough, I said no more and walked straight into the property management office building. The group of survivors inside instantly panicked, raising whatever they held in their hands to defend themselves. I smiled. This ragtag bunch, killing them would be like slicing vegetables. But I'm no maniac. These people clearly had been coerced by the guard squad, and they hadn't helped attack me earlier, so I had no intention of harming them. Relax, put your things down. I won't kill you. I sheathed my blade so they wouldn't be so on edge. They'd all witnessed how ruthless I was. Killing them would be effortless, and they were already scared out of their wits. The moment they heard this, they immediately threw all their weapons to the ground and left themselves at my mercy. I've already cleared out all the zombies in this villa district. From now on, this whole place is my territory, so you can't stay here. I'd already made up my mind. This Zijin Mountain Villa district had prime terrain, easy to defend, hard to attack, and there were plenty of villas, making it perfect for a base. That was exactly why I'd chosen this place to begin with. So, can we go down the mountain now? Someone asked cautiously. Plenty of them had wanted to leave long ago. There was no food or water here, and heading down into the city might turn up something to eat. But the front gate had been swarming with zombies, and they hadn't dared move, so they'd been forced to hole up in this building. Now that the zombies were cleared, of course they couldn't wait to leave. Of course you can, but there's one condition. The moment I spoke, everyone tensed up again. In a situation like this, a condition was never good news. Clean up every last zombie corpse in the villa district for me before you go. Those remains were genuinely revolting. If I did it myself, who knew how long it'd take? With this free labor available, it'd be a waste not to use them. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A little labor cost them nothing, especially since this guy had cleared out the zombies. Otherwise, they couldn't even have left. Sure, no problem, they all said in unison. But let me be clear up front, I'm not feeding you. You'll have to fend for yourselves. I added quickly, worried they'd agreed too readily. I wasn't about to waste food on these people. There'd be some scraps and leftovers in the villas, enough to fill their bellies. They figured, with this many villas around, surely they could scrounge up something to eat? So they agreed at once. All right then, don't just stand around. The sooner you finish, the sooner you get down the mountain. At my shout, everyone charged out like they'd been shot full of adrenaline. But slowly, they came to regret it. The villas looked like they'd been ransacked, with only some. The frozen, rotting vegetables and fruits. Finding even a single pack of instant noodles felt like a luxury. But what was really unbearable were the remains. Half a head missing here, guts spilled everywhere there. It was enough to make anyone gag. The junk food I'd just eaten came right back up. We endured it like that until nightfall, when they finally cleared away all the corpses. By then, everyone was looking at me with pure awe. How strong did someone have to be to take down this many zombies? Most with a single strike? They counted themselves lucky they hadn't crossed me. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been left with an intact body. All right, you're free to go, I said, satisfied with how efficient they'd been. The crowd said their goodbyes one by one, until only 2 women remained. Why haven't you 2 left yet? This is the only home I have. I don't know where else to go. The one speaking was the woman who owned a villa in the complex. I've always worked property management here. My hometown is thousands of miles away, and I don't know where I'd even go, said the other. These 2 women weren't stupid. They could tell I was clearly someone with real power. Staying with me was definitely safer than heading out on their own. I looked the 2 of them up and down. Young, sure, but their looks were only average. Decent figures, though nothing that really caught my eye. Still, if they'd awakened any abilities, I could keep them around to do odd jobs. Have either of you awakened any powers? I asked. What do you mean, powers? One of them asked, completely baffled. I mean, have you noticed anything different about your body since the disaster hit? The 2 of them thought hard for a while, but aside from feeling hungrier than before, they hadn't noticed any changes. They could only shake their heads. I sighed. Then there's nothing I can do. I don't keep dead weight around here. I was about to send them packing when the villa owner suddenly dropped to her knees and begged. Please, sir. I'm begging you. How about this? This complex of yours is huge, and you don't even have anyone guarding the gate. Let me work the guard booth and watch the entrance for you. Please. Yes, yes, please. I'll do anything if you let me stay. The other one quickly chimed in. I thought about it, and she had a point. I really was short a gatekeeper. I couldn't exactly have Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir standing guard at the gate. The complex was massive. If someone really tried to sneak in, I couldn't keep an eye on everything at all times. I nodded. Fine. You can be temporary gatekeepers for now. Find your own bedding and clothes in the villas. But you're on your own for food and everything else. As I spoke, I tossed them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find your own wood for heat. Radio me directly if anything comes up. Lin Shishir, standing off to the side, heard how harshly I was treating these 2 and was probably counting her blessings. Compared to them, she'd hit the jackpot. Oh, and one more thing, I added. From now on, when we head down the mountain for supplies, one of you can tag along to find some food and maybe boost your strength along the way. Letting you stay is only temporary. If you don't show some improvement, I won't keep dead weight around. The 2 nodded quickly. The terms were harsh, but they were just grateful to have a place to stay. They immediately went into a villa to grab bedding, warm clothes, and toiletries, hauled over some firewood, and moved into the 2nd floor of the guard booth. The 2 even worked out a schedule between themselves, making sure someone was always on watch. I nodded, satisfied, then headed back to my villa with Mu Wanqing and the others. Back at the villa, everyone took a nice, long hot shower first. Cold Ball came flapping over to my shoulder, frantically demanding crystal cores to eat again. I dug out 2 to shut it up, then pulled out some hot pot ingredients and had Lu Yu put together a hot pot to chase off the cold. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir pitched in to help, and in under an hour, everything was prepped. In the warm dining room, the hot pot was steaming, and the aroma of the spicy broth filled the whole place. Just smelling it whetted your appetite. But looking at the scene before them, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir all fell silent. They were probably thinking about the 2 women guarding the gate, right now, freezing and starving in that cold little booth. And them, they had food, warmth, and never the same meal twice. All of it because they'd earned my approval and been taken in as family. The 3 of them lamented how unfair fate could be. even as they felt genuinely grateful to me deep down. What are you all standing around for? Dig in, I urged. The three snapped out of it and turned to me in unison with grateful looks. Baffled by their staring, I froze for a second, then suddenly smacked my forehead. Look at me. How can you have hot pot without beer? You're asking me for a drink, aren't you? Huh. Clatter. I pulled a case of Yongchuang Tinya beer out of my space and set it on the floor, popping one open for each of us. Raising my bottle, I said, "Come on, let's brave the world together. Bottoms up." With that, I twisted my wrist and downed a whole bottle in one go. The three women hadn't expected me to misread the situation, but they got caught up in the moment anyway, tilting their heads back and chugging. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Watching their pale throats bob up and down, I thought to myself, a girl who can chug from the bottle really does have her own kind of charm. Lu Yu finished first, shaking her empty bottle to show me. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, being younger, drank slower, beer trickling from the corners of their mouths, running down their necks and into their collars. It pained me to watch, such a waste. They finally finished, both with soaked collars. I quickly handed them tissues. If you can't down it, don't force yourself. Look, you're all wet. Hurry and wipe up. The two girls blushed, totally mortified. All right, eat up, the lamb's done. Huh, why are there two kidneys in this pot? Full and satisfied, Lu Yu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir in cleaning up the dining room while I sprawled out on the living room couch, leisurely absorbing the 70-plus crystals I collected that day. That hot pot really hit the spot. I'd polished off a whole case of beer myself, while the three women together only managed one. I noticed my tolerance was getting higher and higher, probably tied to my improving physique. If my time energy climbed to 10,000, even 100,000 years, wouldn't I be able to drink a whole truckload in one sitting? At this rate, the little stash in my space wouldn't be enough to keep me going. Supplies, so damn important. Once they'd finished up, I called the three of them over and sat up straight to make it feel more official. Come here, let's talk business. The entire complex is cleared out now. From here on, this is our home. You three have all come into your own. With your current strength, you'd stand out anywhere. But we've got to stay prepared even in good times. We're still a long way from the peak. So, starting tomorrow, we head down the mountain to clear out more zombies, grab more crystals, and gather supplies along the way. We can't just sit here and burn through what we've got. Truth is, the supplies in my space could feed the four of them for a few hundred years, no problem. But that's not something I'd say out loud. Never flash your wealth. I understood that principle. Mu Wanqing and the others obeyed without question, of course. Whatever I said now was gospel to them. Seeing the three of them getting more and more obedient, I felt smug inside, though I kept a stern face. But there's one thing I need to warn you about. There's always a bigger mountain, always a tougher guy out there. The bigger the forest, the stranger the birds. We're not going to be a bunch of psycho killers, but if something feels off, we strike, clean and decisive. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one threat slip through. I swept my eyes across the three of them. Understood. The three women immediately sat up straight, chests out, and answered in unison. Understood. Good. Not bad. Everyone get some rest early. We head out first thing tomorrow. Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and I headed up to the third floor together. Lin Shishir tried yet again to drag Mu Wanqing into sleeping with her. I lost it. You keep trying to drag my girlfriend off to sleep with you, and you know what? I'll sleep with both of you. Lin Shishir's face went red. How could this guy be such a shameless perv? It's just that sleeping alone was a little scary, that's all. Sure, we're right next door. If anything comes up, just shout. Mu Wanqing figured that now that she had a boyfriend, she couldn't just keep leaving him hanging. Traitor, ditching your friend for a guy? Fine, go have your little cuddle session. Lin Shishir shot Mu Wanqing a dirty look, then stormed into her room and slammed the door. I laughed and took Mu Wanqing's hand. Come on, Wanqing, let's get to bed. One night apart, and I already miss you. How much? Mu Wanqing asked shyly. So much. Lin Shishir's door suddenly swung open again. Can you two not stand outside my door being all lovey-dovey? I burst out laughing. Come on, Wanqing, let's go back to our room and keep being lovey-dovey. Humph. The door slammed shut again. Half an hour later, Lin Shishir was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep, when she heard noises from next door. She perked up her ears and listened closely, her face slowly turning red. These two, so embarrassing. It should be over soon. I'll just tough it out. An hour and a half later, she completely lost it. Is Xiaoyang even human? He's brutal. No way. Tomorrow I'm dragging Mu Wanqing into my room no matter what, or I'll never get any sleep. The warm sun on a snowy day was truly beautiful. I woke up early, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. I gave Mu Wanqing a little shake in my arms, but she just hummed and rolled over, presenting me with a perfect view of her back. I felt that itch stirring again, but I quickly tamped down the fire and got up to head downstairs. Even though Mu Wanqing now had a body infused with over 20 years worth of time energy, she still couldn't handle too much of my roughhousing. Downstairs, Liu was already making breakfast. When she saw me come down, she turned and said, "Take a look at your fuzzball. It's gotten bigger again." I glanced over. Good grief, that thing was almost the size of a hen now. Coalball spotted me and came flapping over excitedly, chirping, "Papa, Papa." My eyes went wide. Even Lu Yu turned to look, incredulous. I was both shocked and delighted. "You finally dropped that extra word. That wasn't easy. Come here, good boy. Here's 2 crystal cores as a reward." Wait, hold on. How did I decide it was a boy? What if it's a little hen? I grabbed Coalball and flipped it belly up, poking around for a good long while. Coalball squawked in protest, jabbing at my hand with its sharp beak. "Ugh, forget it. I can't even tell. I'll just call you my son." I let go, and Coalball quickly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal cores. After washing up, I sat on the couch facing the kitchen, admiring Lu Yu's busy figure from behind. Curvy. Especially the way she bent over. Not one bit worse than those hip-swaying beauties in the short videos. I admired the view like that for a good half hour, and then breakfast was ready. I looked. Wow, stir-fried pork kidneys again, plus big sausages, poached eggs, milk, and century egg with lean pork congee. I shot Lu Yu a meaningful glance. This Yujia, how is it that every time I have a rough night, the breakfast she makes the next day is so nourishing? Is she deliberately trying to build me back up? How does she time it so perfectly? Could she be eavesdropping? Seeing me staring at her, Lu Yu waved a hand in front of my face. "What are you doing? Go call the others down for breakfast." It's one thing for Wanqing to sleep in, but why is Lin Shirshir up so late too? I bounded up the stairs, woke up Mu Wanqing, then knocked on Lin Shirshir's door on the way. Lin Shirshir opened the door with a yawn, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, and shot me and Mu Wanqing a resentful look. "Tonight I'm moving down to the 2nd floor. And, Wanqing, it's a real shame you didn't join the soprano class in our music department with a voice like that." With that, she stomped off downstairs, leaving me and Mu Wanqing both mortified. Mu Wanqing, embarrassed, whispered, "Was I too loud?" I put my arm around her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't listen to her." Eavesdropping and then acting all righteous about it. Breakfast ended in an awkward atmosphere. The 3 women had a silent understanding. None of them touched that plate of stir-fried pork kidneys. It was obviously a nutritional dish prepared for a certain someone. Full and satisfied, everyone was energized. Even Lin Shirshir wasn't sleepy anymore. The 4 of us geared up. I even made a point of handing everyone a riot shield. These could block both zombies and bullets. When heading out far, better safe than sorry. I pulled out my phone and checked the 3D map of High City I'd downloaded ahead of time. The university town at the foot of Zijin Mountain was the closest to us. Only about 10 kilometers as the crow flies. The surrounding area had lots of residential buildings and students, densely populated, the perfect place to gather crystals. There were also big shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, so no shortage of supplies. That's the one. Let's move out. We climbed into the heavy-duty off-road RV, hit the gas, and shot out of the villa as the gates slowly closed behind us. Electric gates sure are convenient. At the front gate, the 2 female guards who'd heard the commotion hurried down to open it. I leaned my head out the window and looked down at them. "Which of you 2 is coming along today?" The female homeowner said. "I just finished my shift. I'll go. Let me be clear. This trip is dangerous. Once we're there, stay close, or I can't guarantee your safety," I warned. She nodded. "Understood. Get in." Half an hour later, the RV came to a stop in front of a cluster of residential buildings. This was the outer edge of the university town, all old-style apartment blocks, mostly home to elderly people. I picked this spot based on experience. There were bound to be a lot of zombies here. When a cold snap hits, the ones who freeze to death the most are. They're old folks, too frail. No matter how enthusiastically they dance in the square, it doesn't count for much. Cleaning them up was a bit of a hassle, though. Most of the zombies were inside their homes, so we had to go door to door to kill them. The few wandering around the community garden, we took care of easily. After clearing one building, I realized this was way too time-consuming. The apartments were cramped. We had to search for supplies while watching out for zombies at the same time. What made it worse was that these old folks were thrifty. They barely kept any food stocked at home. They all liked eating fresh, buying, and cooking on the spot. Other than a ton of medicine, there was nothing in these places, and that medicine was useless to us. I thought about it, and then my eyes lit up. I turned my gaze to Lin Shirshir. "Shirshir, take out your flute and play a square dancing tune. Let's see if we can lure those zombie grannies out." The others all stared at me in unison. What kind of crazy idea is that? What's that one called again? The most dazzling folk style? Yeah, the grannies love it. Play it. Lin Shirshir burst out laughing. That's an ancient song from ages ago. These days, grannies are all listening to old dreams. I gave an awkward smile. Oh yeah? Then give us old dreams. Play it loud. Let's get every granny in the whole complex to hear it. I'll give it a shot. Lynn Shershur pulled out her long flute, pressed it to her lips, and a flute rendition of Old Dreams began to play. Sure enough, the moment the tune started, the whole complex came alive. From the nearby buildings came the frantic pounding of zombies banging on doors. Before long, no fewer than 200 zombie grannies had gathered in the small square of the community garden. Some were still holding shattered door frames. The doors in these old buildings were all wood, no match for these grannies once they turned. They surrounded Lynn Shershur and started dancing to the music, and their movements were surprisingly in sync. Square dancing really was in their blood. Seeing the timing was about right, I found a good spot and got ready to harvest. I shoved one of the zombie grannies standing up front out of the way and took her spot. Thrown off by my interruption, the granny suddenly fell out of rhythm and instantly flew into a rage. "Kid, you dare steal my spot from me?" She was the first to snap out of her dancing trance, baring her teeth and lunging at me. One swing of my blade, and she was done instantly. Sigh, even after turning into a zombie, she's still fighting a young guy for a spot. What's the point? A whole crowd like that, and in less than half an hour, we sliced through them all like fruit. I nodded in satisfaction. Now that's efficiency, top-notch. The female security guard who'd been tagging along behind us was stunned by the whole scene. She grew even more certain that staying to guard the Villa district had been the right call. Following a group of powerhouses like us beat being on her own any day. Even though we thought she was useless, she wanted to work hard to get stronger and become one of us. That way, no one would dare bully her. She worked up the courage, walked over to me, and asked nervously, could I borrow a knife? I want to. Want to go search for supplies? Yeah. I handed her my tang sword. Here, we'll be back once we finish collecting the crystals. She gave a bow and hurried into the nearest building. The four of us obviously weren't going to search every unit for supplies. Too much of a waste of time. Better to just hit a supermarket. About half an hour later, the guard came back carrying half a sack of rice and half a sack of flour. Right on time. We just finished collecting the crystals too. She fished a crystal out of her pocket. Here, is this useful to you guys? I saw you all taking them, so I took it out. I was a little surprised. You killed a zombie that slipped through inside. She nodded. Ran into one and killed it, copying the way you all do it. I looked at her with a bit more respect. She knew how to learn, and she had some nerve too. What's your name? Su Tong. Keep the crystal for yourself. I'll have them teach you how to use it later. Oh, okay. Here's your knife back. Sensing I had no interest in that single crystal, she obediently put it away and handed the knife back to me. Since you've got the guts to kill zombies, hang on to it for now. Kill a few more when you get the chance. Get some practice. I didn't take the knife back. Seeing how eager she was to learn, I figured I'd give her a shot. Su Tong shot me a grateful look and said, "Thank you." We headed back to the RV and moved on to the next complex. On the way, Su Tong learned to absorb the crystal. Watching the time on her arm double, she looked a little more energized. She asked curiously, "What's this time for?" "I'll explain it to you bit by bit later. Just remember, don't let your time hit zero." I didn't explain much more. She wasn't really part of my team yet. At most, it was a hired arrangement. Over the course of the morning, we cleared 3 more old residential complexes and collected over 600 crystals total. Su Tong killed 3 zombies too, earning 3 crystals of her own. Lynn Shershur's mental energy was heavily drained, and the effect was getting worse and worse, so I decided we'd continue tomorrow. For the afternoon, we'd head to a big mall to grab some supplies first. At noon, we ate a little something in the RV, and I helped myself to absorbing all the crystals without a second thought. When 300 were left, my time energy had already broken through the 1,000-year mark. My physique was transformed beyond recognition. Ordinary blades, guns, and clubs no longer posed any threat. In my past life, I scraped by for 10 years just to gather a little over 1,000 years of time energy. This time, I was nearly there in just over half a month since being reborn, absolutely blazing fast. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before I broke through 10,000 years, and by then, I'd be able to walk all over Haiching. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't help laughing out loud. Afterward, I divided the remaining 300 crystals among Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir. After absorbing them, all their time energy broke through the 100-year mark, a qualitative leap in strength. Needless to say, they were thrilled. After resting, I drove the RV straight to the biggest mall in the university town. The vehicle was too tall to fit into the underground garage, so I parked it right at the mall entrance. Su Tong, stay and watch the car. Call me on the walkie-talkie if anything comes up. I handed her the walkie-talkie, pulled the keys, and took Mu Wanqing and the other 2 into the mall. The outer doors were open, and the metal shutter gates were lowered over each section inside, with no signs of tampering. Good news, meaning the supplies were still there. The metal shutters were pretty sturdy, but they couldn't stop me. I grabbed a crowbar and easily pried up one corner, then headed straight for the first-floor supermarket. The supermarket was plenty big, fully stocked. I didn't hold back. I swept every single item, shelves and all, straight into my space. The three women marveled at the sight. They'd seen me pull things out of my space, but never put things into it. The entire supermarket was cleaned out by me in less than 2 hours. They couldn't help but marvel at just how big my space really was. Then we went up to the second and third floors, the clothing section. I stuffed all the clothes into my space. They were summer outfits, but they'd come in handy later, especially the bras and underwear. The girls needed changes to wash and rotate. I even sorted them by size. This breathable black one would suit Wanqing, this smaller one for Shirshir, and this larger size would be perfect for Sister Yu, of course. After clearing out the clothes, we went to the fourth floor. This level was all restaurants, not much we could use, so we headed up to the fifth. The fifth floor had a movie theater, a gym, and a club. I figured there wasn't much worth taking, but Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir each grabbed a yoga mat under Lu Yu's lead. Lu Yu said she'd teach them yoga, and when I heard that, I thought, great, another treat for the eyes. I offered right then and there to sponsor some yoga outfits. I'd bought quite a few online before the apocalypse. Just as I was picturing the lovely scene to come, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. This is Su Tong. There are some people being chased by a horde of zombies, running toward our RV. What should I do? I froze. Were they targeting us, or just passing by? Either way, I'd better go check it out first. Stay in the car, don't come out. We'll be right there. I immediately led the girls downstairs. But when we ran out of the mall, we found the RV surrounded by a swarm of zombies. Nothing but zombies all around, not a living soul in sight. Could they have hidden inside the RV? Su Tong. I called over the walkie-talkie. I'm here. The RV's surrounded by zombies. She deliberately kept her voice low. What about those people? They're in the car. She sounded nervous. Clearly she knew letting strangers in without permission was wrong. I felt a surge of irritation. She let people into the RV without even knowing if they were friend or foe. I scanned the area around the RV, nearly 100 zombies. Forget it, deal with them first. If those people were smart, they'd leave quickly. If not, then don't blame me for being ruthless. 100 or so zombies were child's play for the four of us. I drew my Tang Dao and hacked away, and we cleared them out in no time. We reached the RV door, and Lu Yu quietly raised her palm behind me. The moment anything seemed off, she'd give whoever was inside a taste of lightning. Su Tong, open the door. The door opened, the step extended, and Su Tong walked down. She wasn't being controlled, which put us slightly at ease. It seemed the strangers meant no harm. Why did you take it upon yourself to let people in? My tone was harsh. They're officers from the public security squad, so I. Before Su Tong could finish, a woman stepped down from the vehicle. Short hair, fair skin, beautiful, with clear eyes and an air of righteousness. She stood there radiating a striking, commanding presence. She's an officer? I'd seen officers before, but never one this pretty and elegant. Hello, I'm Tang Ying, captain of the public security squad at the city police department. The two behind me are my colleagues. Here's my ID. I took it and looked. The photo didn't even do her justice. I almost laughed inside. What was the point of flashing an ID at a time like this? Was it even useful? Still, I had to admit it counted for something. Before the apocalypse, people like them were trustworthy. At least for now, they wouldn't have bad intentions. Yeah, nice to meet you, Captain Tang. I greeted her with a smile. Tang Ying glanced at the three women behind me and said admiringly, "You're all impressive. The four of you took out that many zombies so easily. If we weren't all injured and afraid of getting in the way, I'd have come down to fight alongside you long ago." I took a closer look. Her clothes were torn in several places. She'd clearly been through a serious battle. Then I glanced into the car and saw a woman bandaging a man's hand. Suddenly, I was on high alert. Was one of you bitten by a zombie? I knew all too well, anyone bitten by a zombie could not be left alive. The virus was extremely contagious. Anyone bitten or scratched would turn within 3 hours at most. Tang Ying didn't understand why I'd suddenly become so wary. A female colleague and I were injured in falls while fighting the zombies. That male colleague got bitten on the hand. Just a little blood, nothing serious. My expression turned cold in an instant. Captain Tang, get your colleague down here quickly. We're leaving. Tang Ying was puzzled. Could you take us to the police station at the university district? We'll get off there. I refused immediately. I can take you and your female colleague, but your male colleague has to get off right now. Tang Ying frowned. She clearly hadn't expected such a flat rejection. The female colleague in the car stood up and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? The captain already said just drop us at the nearest station. If we hadn't gotten hurt killing over 50 zombies today, we wouldn't even bother you." Ahem. Captain, why don't I just get off? You and Xiao Jiang go ahead, I'll walk. The male colleague, hearing I didn't want him aboard, volunteered to get off. Woof woof woof. Suddenly a dog darted out from the car and started barking wildly at me. A German Shepherd police dog. It had been hiding in the corner earlier, so I hadn't seen it. Yang Yang, quiet. Tang Ying scolded it sharply. I was about to say what, when the police dog obediently stopped barking and trotted to Tang Ying's feet. Damn, this dog is named Yang Yang. When I was little, my own mother used to call me Yang Yang. Hearing it, I instinctively thought she was calling me. Who'd have thought this dog shared my childhood nickname? Ahem, your dog's called Yang Yang? I pointed at the police dog. Yeah, I gave it that name. My face went blank. Ugh, sharing a name with a dog. Seeing me fall silent, Tang Ying figured it would be too impolite to keep pleading. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, get off. We'll walk to the station ourselves. After giving the order over her shoulder, she saluted me. Still, thank you all. Without you in this RV, we might already be dead. With that, she turned to leave with her colleagues and the police dog. Wait. I suddenly called out to stop them. Yes? Is there something else? Tang Ying turned around coolly. I can take you to the nearest police station, but you'd better keep a close eye on this colleague of yours. Once you're bitten by a zombie, you will turn into one. No one can save him. I'd changed my mind, not out of compassion, but because I'd suddenly remembered Tang Ying's name and identity. In my memories from my past life, this Tang Ying seemed to be the legendary sharpshooter goddess. What's a sharpshooter goddess? Someone who could take an enemy's head from 100 miles away. That's the apocalypse's sharpshooter goddess. I'd heard she was a public security captain before the apocalypse, which lined up perfectly. If I could recruit her, wouldn't our chances of survival be much greater? So this was a favor I absolutely had to do. When Tang Ying and the others heard me agree to take them, their expressions, slowly, and hearing that injured colleagues would also turn into zombies, everyone suddenly tensed up. Tang Ying walked over to me and whispered, "Is what you said true?" I nodded. "Is there any way to save him?" she asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Even though she'd seen a colleague get gutted by a zombie right before her eyes, she still figured a single small bite might leave some chance. If you cut off the arm the second you're bitten, there's a chance. But now, I shook my head. He's as good as dead. Tang Ying froze for a moment, then forced herself to stay calm. Then let's get moving. We'll try not to be a burden to you. She turned and helped her injured colleague into the vehicle. I signaled everyone else to board too, floored the gas pedal, and headed straight for the police substation. In less than 20 minutes, the RV pulled into the station's courtyard. This place had clearly been hit by zombies too. The yard was littered with corpses that had taken headshots, and the building's glass doors were shattered. Things weren't looking good. Everyone got out. Tang Ying and her female colleague, Xiao Jiang, each drew a dagger and stayed on guard. Thanks for bringing us here. You can go now. Tang Ying saluted, then ordered, Xiao Jiang, take Xiao Lu and find a room to wait in. I'm going to check the armory for any ammo left. Something suddenly occurred to her. She stepped over to Xiao Jiang and murmured a few words in her ear. Xiao Jiang listened carefully, glanced at me, then at Xiao Lu, and gave a solemn nod. Then she helped Xiao Lu into the nearest office. Tang Ying, meanwhile, headed deeper into the building with the police dog. There was no way I was leaving. I hadn't gotten what I came for. Besides, wasn't I looking for ammo myself? This was a golden opportunity one couldn't afford to miss. I told Mu Wanqing and the others, you guys keep watch out here. I'm going in to take a look. Then I drew my Tang saber and followed after her. When Tang Ying saw me trailing behind with the blade in hand, she was surprised. Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you following me for? Captain Tang, cops and civilians are all one big family, right? I can see you're short-handed, so I figured I'd lend a hand. Once I'm sure it's safe, we'll go. She sized me up with a scrutinizing look, but my face was all sincerity, and she couldn't detect any ulterior motive. Considering my combat ability was no weaker than hers, she let it slide. The police dog, Yang Yang, sniffed cautiously up ahead. Tang Ying was in the middle, and I brought up the rear. Looking at this arrangement, a thought suddenly popped into my head. 2 Yangs protecting you. You should count yourself lucky. At the end of the hallway was a staircase leading down to the basement level. The keypad door was open, so I followed Tang Ying down. There were no windows below, and the light dimmed instantly. I pulled a high-powered flashlight straight out of my storage space, switched it on, and aimed it ahead. The sudden burst of light startled Tang Ying. She whipped around and glared at me, clearly meaning I could have given her a heads up before turning it on. I gave a helpless smile. Good intentions, bad execution. Watching how cautiously she moved, I found it far too slow. I went over, patted her shoulder, and gestured for her to step back. Then I gently rapped on the door beside us. Asterisk knock. 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 Asterisk not too loud, not too soft, just enough for the whole floor to hear. Tang Ying immediately raised her dagger, on guard. After a while, nothing stirred, and I relaxed. See? No zombies down here. Remember, zombies are sensitive to sound. If there were any, they'd have come out already. No point wasting the effort. Got it. She took the advice humbly, but grew even more curious about who I really was, so experienced. It wasn't the right time to ask, though, so she just kept looking for the armory. Once we confirmed it was safe, we moved much faster and soon found the equipment room. The door was open, which left the two of us with mixed feelings, glad, because this heavy door would have been a pain to get through if it were locked, but worried, because an open door meant someone had already been inside, and the ammo might have been cleaned out. We'd find out inside. Tang Ying went first, and I followed. The flashlight revealed a mess. Every cabinet thrown open, a few handguns scattered on the floor, and some rounds still left on the shelves. Tang Ying stepped forward to grab the ammo, and I followed. While she wasn't paying attention, I used my spatial ability to swipe a few boxes of rounds and a handgun. Didn't matter if they matched, I'd grab first and sort it out later. Then I swept all the scattered handcuffs and batons into my storage space too. Tang Ying packed up the ammo and loaded her handgun to full, which finally put her at ease. She turned to look at me standing there dumbly and said irritably, "What are you spacing out for? Look around and grab whatever's useful." I chuckled to myself. I'd nearly emptied this whole armory and she hadn't noticed a thing. Still, I played it up like a pleasant surprise and picked a handgun up off the floor. "You even know how to use that?" she scoffed. "Come on, everybody's got a first time. Fire one shot and you've got it." "Heh, without bullets, you can't fire anything anyway." I arched an eyebrow. This little lady was getting cocky. I stepped right up close to her face and said with a smirk, "No bullets, but it's still hard, isn't it? If I jabbed you with it, would it hurt?" She felt my breath brushing against the bridge of her nose from inches away. It tickled, and caught the double meaning in my words. She rolled her eyes at me, shoved me away, and raised her gun. "Back off. Guns go off by accident when they get too close." I was about to fire back a retort when a scream suddenly rang out from upstairs. The two of us exchanged a glance and immediately bolted up. We ran to the doorway on the first floor and saw Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and the others crowded around the entrance to an office, exactly where Tang Ying's two colleagues were. Yang Yang darted inside first. "What happened?" I asked. Lin Shirshir said. The male officer turned and bit the female officer. Tang Ying shoved through the crowd and rushed in. The room was in chaos, a large pool of blood on the floor. The turned male officer lay motionless with his head pierced through. Xiao Jiang, the female officer, had a bloody hole in her neck, gushing blood. Yang Yang whined softly, licking her face. Tang Ying threw herself down, cradled Xiao Jiang, and pressed a hand to the wound. I asked Mu Wanqing what had happened. She said, "We heard the scream and came over. The male officer had already bitten her neck. She had a knife, but couldn't bring herself to use it. So I took the turned officer out with one strike." Tang Ying held Xiao Jiang, choking back sobs. "Didn't I tell you? If Xiao Lu turned, don't hesitate, protect yourself." "Why didn't you listen?" Xiao Jiang said weakly. "Captain, Xiao Lu was my comrade. I couldn't do it." A wave of grief passed through everyone present. "Captain, am I going to turn into one of those things too?" Tang Ying didn't answer. She just held her tighter. "Captain, I don't want to become a monster. Please, give me a quick end." Xiao Jiang forced her eyes wide with every last bit of strength, full of pleading. Tang Ying finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "I'm begging you." Xiao Jiang's gaze began to lose focus. The virus was invading her brain, and she was already starting to bear her. The signs of it were unmistakable, teeth bared, mouth twisted. Watching from the side, I was on edge. I couldn't let Tang Ying end up the same way. "Captain Tang Yu." "I know. Everyone, please step out." She shooed us from the room. Once we were outside, Muron Wanqing and the others had tears in their eyes. Me? I was kind of speechless. They just hadn't seen enough. I'd seen this 1,000 times. In the apocalypse, human life is the cheapest thing there is. You can have all the feelings you want, but others won't. The zombies won't. Only the ruthless survive. Bang, a single gunshot. I nodded to myself. "Captain Tang, once you get past this hurdle, you'll have truly grown up." After a while, Tang Ying came out leading the police dog, eyes red, not saying a word. She closed the door again and saluted it. Then she pulled out 2 handguns and handed them to Muron Wanqing and Lin Shirshir. "These were my colleagues. Keep them for protection. They're fully loaded. Remember to protect yourselves." With that, she headed upstairs with the police dog. Muron Wanqing and Lin Shirshir just stared at the guns in their hands. They'd never touched one before. "But we don't know how to use these," Wanqing said. "Everyone has a first time. Fire one shot and you'll figure it out," Tang Ying said without looking back. That piqued my interest. This girl was learning on the fly. "Put the guns away and wait here. I'll go up with her to check things out." Tang Ying searched room by room, and I followed behind. After clearing the 2nd floor, we moved up to the 3rd. "Why are you still following me? Here to laugh at me?" Laugh that I couldn't even protect my own colleagues. She finally snapped, taking out her anger on me with those red eyes. I was baffled. Captain Tang, I just wanted to help. I didn't mean anything by it. She sneered. You think you're pretty impressive, don't you? Sure, you're strong. But I don't need you. I had nothing to say. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. If you weren't the apocalypse's goddess of marksmanship, you think I'd bother following you around? Just then, a zombie snarl came from the innermost office. The two of us and the dog immediately followed the sound, not stopping until we reached the chief's office at the very end. I kicked the door open. Inside stood a zombie in uniform. Must have been an officer before turning, and another one in civilian clothes lying on the floor. The uniformed zombie lunged at the doorway. Tang Ying raised her gun to fire, but I stopped her. It's just one. Don't waste the bullet. I stepped up and swung my blade, cleaving off half its head. The zombie crashed to the floor. I checked the one on the ground, dead for a long time. Looked like a zombie had attacked the place. The officer killed it, but got bitten, then turned himself. The whole station probably had no survivors left. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard someone calling for help. Hey, is that the rescue team? Following the voice, I found there was actually a hidden door in the office. I kicked it open, and the guy inside screamed in terror. I'm Li Gang from the city police department. Who are you people? Turned out there was a whole world inside. Bed, couch, everything. A man in uniform was cowering in the corner, shouting at me. Tang Ying saw him and said, surprised, Li Yang? What are you doing here? The moment Li Yang saw her, he lit up with joy. Tang Ying, it's really you? You came all this way to save me. I knew you had feelings for me. Tang Ying frowned and said coldly, Comrade Li Yang, I'm glad you're alive, but please don't get the wrong idea. Li Yang wasn't fazed. He stepped forward, thick-skinned as ever. Tang Ying, I know you actually have feelings for me deep down, right? Tang Ying took a step back, disgust on her face. Sorry, but you've misunderstood. Watching Li Yang grovel like a lovesick puppy made me sick, a disgrace to the uniform. She's clearly not interested in you, and you're still feeling yourself. Li Yang noticed my gaze and looked me up and down. Realizing I was way better looking than him, he got a little sour. He puffed out his chest and looked at me with an air of superiority. Hey, comrade, you're part of the police system too, right? Do you know who my dad is? I sneered. Even now, this guy was still pulling the do you know who my father is card. I'm not a cop, and I have zero interest in who your dad is. My dad is Li Gang. He shouted it proudly, upset that I didn't take him seriously. I was baffled. What does your dad being Li Gang have to do with me? If your dad were Wang Gang, would that throw the whole world into chaos? Not wanting to waste any more breath, I turned to leave. Beside me, Tang Ying was fighting back a laugh, holding it in only because Li Yang was there. Li Yang got irritated. He suddenly spotted the Tang Dao in my hand, and his face darkened. Wait, you said you're not a cop, but you're carrying a control blade. You know that's a crime, right? I actually burst out laughing. Tang Ying was looking at him like he was an idiot too. Dumbass. I dropped the word and turned to leave. Humiliated and furious, Li Yang chased after me. Who are you calling a dumbass? I'll charge you with insulting an officer, believe. His voice cut off abruptly. I looked back and saw he'd been scared speechless by the two zombies on the floor. One look and you could tell he was a coward. Staring at the zombies, I put two and two together. What scared now? If you hadn't hidden in that secret room back then and had come out to help your colleague, maybe he wouldn't have died. Li Yang immediately broke down, staring at the officer zombie's corpse and repeating over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I guessed right. I shot him a contemptuous look and turned away. Tang Ying understood now too. This Li Yang was an absolute disgrace to the force. The more she looked at him, the more disgusted she got. So she just walked out with me. Hey. Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me. Snapping out of it, Li Yang scrambled after us in fear. All the way down to the first floor entrance, nobody paid him any attention. Then he saw the off-road RV at the door and Murong Wanqing and the others beside it, and he suddenly froze. There were three beautiful women here, each just as gorgeous as Tang Ying. He perked right up, straightened his back, cleared his throat, and put on airs. Ahem, Captain Tang. Are those female comrades from your public security squad? No, Tang Ying answered flatly. Then who are they? They're my people. What about it? I said coldly. Li Yang narrowed his eyes at me. Realizing I was not only good-looking but also surrounded by all these beautiful women, he was green with envy. Then he noticed they were all holding blades, and he threatened. All your people are carrying controlled weapons. You're some kind of gang, aren't you? You think I won't arrest you? Everyone was stunned. Was this guy out of his mind? Did he not know what the world had become out there? Go ahead and try, I said, my face going cold. I'd seen idiots, but never one this stupid. Li Yang took a step back, scared by the look in my eyes. He could feel it. I'd definitely killed before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such an intimidating presence over him. Fine, you've got numbers on your side right now, so I won't bother arguing with you. But once order is restored, I'll be the one to take you down and earn myself a commendation. As for those beauties, they must have been coerced and manipulated by him. When the time comes, I'll be the one to rescue them from their misery, and with a little finesse, won't they all be weeping with gratitude? At that thought, he gave a cold smirk, walked past me, and stepped up to the RV. Whose vehicle is this? This is mine too. I turned around and looked at Li Yong, my face blank. His face twisted with rage. How did this guy have everything? No wonder he had so many beauties around him. This RV alone was enough to draw people in. With the city in such chaos, having an RV was like having a mobile castle. Li Yong was probably thinking the same thing. He figured that as long as he had this vehicle, he could get home safely. So he cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "As a police officer, I hereby notify you that this RV is now being requisitioned. Tang Ying, get in, I'll take you home." His tone made it sound like one sentence could turn the vehicle into his. When nobody paid him any attention, he got even more worked up. He turned to Mu Wanqing and the others and said, "Ladies, my dad is the chief commissioner of the Haiqing Police Department. Come with me, and I'll have my dad protect you all." He shot me a smug glance, as if to say, "Mess with me, and I can leave you with nothing in a heartbeat." With that, he turned, yanked the door open, and was about to climb in. Suddenly, there was a knife at his throat. "Go ahead, try getting in." The voice was cold and beautiful. Li Yong whipped his head around in disbelief and saw Mu Wanqing's frost-covered face. I nodded to myself. That's my woman, she's improving. I glanced at Tang Ying. She just watched coldly, making no move to stop it. Looks like she couldn't stand this jerk either. "Miss, don't do anything rash. This is assaulting an officer. You'll go to prison." Li Yong didn't dare move a muscle, so all he had left was tough talk. "If it weren't for that uniform of yours, I'd have chopped you up already. Get lost, stay away from our vehicle." Mu Wanqing snapped in disgust. Okay, I'm going. He backed away all the way over to Tang Ying, and once he felt safe, he immediately jumped up, pointing at us and shouting, "Captain Tang, you see that? These lawless thugs want to start a rebellion. You're the head of the public security squad. Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Tang Ying took a step to the side, putting some distance between them. "Li Yong, you really are a disgrace to our department." I stood back and watched his performance like it was a monkey show. A piece of garbage like this. If Tang Ying weren't here, I'd have carved him up already. But it didn't matter. Since he dared to offend us, had a father like his backing him, and was full of malice, keeping him around was a liability. In my heart, I'd already handed him a death sentence. There was no way I'd let him leave alive. I walked over to Tang Ying, completely ignoring Li Yong. "Captain Tang, what's your plan from here?" "I don't know yet." She sounded sorrowful. "My colleagues are either dead or scattered. I haven't figured out my next move. Here was my chance. Since you haven't decided, why not come back with us? We've got plenty of room. The zombies are all cleared out, and it's very safe. Settle in first, then take your time to figure things out." I knew that someone like her wouldn't easily submit to anyone. But as long as I kept her close, opportunities would come. I refused to believe I couldn't win her over. Tang Ying was indeed tempted. She'd seen our strength with her own eyes. With us, she wouldn't be dragging along any dead weight, and she wouldn't have to work so hard. Besides, with so many women willing to follow me, it showed I wasn't a bad person. Most importantly, she didn't dislike me. That earlier bit of temper was just her not being able to save face. Mu Wanqing came over to extend the invitation too. "Captain Tang, come with us. You'll be in for a nice surprise once you get there." She had a really good impression of Tang Ying. She still remembered the favor from when Tang Ying gave her that gun. "Yeah, there's only a few of us over there. It'll be way more lively with you around." Lin Shirsher chimed in. "Captain Tang, if you come, I'll cook you something delicious." Li Yu tempted her with food. Tang Ying's stomach let out a traitorous growl. Over the past few days, she'd eaten only 2 packs of instant noodles and a few mouthfuls of snow, and she'd fought a battle too. She was starving. She looked at us, embarrassed, and said quietly, "Then, I'll be imposing on you all." Done. These women, full marks on the assist. Just as we were about to board, Li Yong, seeing that nobody was paying him any mind, panicked and grabbed Tang Ying. "Captain Tang, you can't just leave me behind. We're colleagues in the same department." Tang Ying slapped his hand away in disgust and looked at me, put on the spot. She knew I was the one in charge of this group. I smiled. I'd just been worrying about how to deal with this guy, and since Tang Ying spoke up, I might as well do her a favor. Either way, once Li Yong stepped into the villa district, there was no way I'd let him live to see tomorrow. Since he's Captain Tang's colleague, then he can come along too. We're not short on houses. Tang Ying suddenly thought I was such a generous person. After the way Li Yong had treated us, I wasn't holding a grudge, and I was even willing to take him in just so she wouldn't be put in an awkward spot. My standing in her eyes shot up another notch. The moment Li Yong heard me agree, he was the first to scramble aboard, terrified I'd change my mind and leave him behind. Everyone watching him felt sick. They'd never seen such a piece of trash. On the road, the women chatted and got to know each other better. When Liang saw that I was just focused on driving and ignoring him, he grasped for something to say. You need a Class A license for this, right? Do you have one? Driving with the wrong license is illegal, you know. Get lost. Saying even one more word to him was a waste. Having hit a wall, he got bored and went to mess with Tang Ying's police dog, Yang Yang. But Yang Yang ignored him completely and even bared its teeth at him. I almost laughed out loud. Even a dog couldn't be bothered with you. What a failure of a life. We drove all the way to the gate of the Zijin Mountain Villa district and stopped. The female guard who'd stayed behind had already opened the gate and was waiting. Sutong got out carrying half a sack of rice and flour, and I told her to exchange more experience with the other guard so I could bring her along next time we went out. She nodded solemnly. Satisfied, I drove up to the front of my own villa, and the electric gate slowly opened. We're home. You can get out now. I gave Liang his eviction notice. He was stunned. In weather this cold, where am I supposed to go? There are plenty of villas around. Go wherever you like. No way. I'm with Captain Tang. Wherever she goes, I go. If she's not getting out, neither am I. He started acting like a shameless brat, refusing to get out of the car no matter what. Mu Wanqing frowned, stepped forward, and yanked him up. Thrown right out of the car. Liang face-planted into the snow, his head still ringing. Before he could even react, I hit the gas and drove into the yard, the gates slowly closing behind us. Tang Ying, sitting in the car, was stunned. As trashy as Liang was, he was still a 100-plus-pound man, and Mu Wanqing had just picked him up and tossed him like it was nothing. This girl's skills didn't seem any worse than her own. Before she could recover, Li Yang's furious roar came from outside the gate. Oh, real nice. Even that dog gets to come in, but not me, huh? I looked at Yang Yang and burst out laughing. You got that right. The dog gets in, but you don't. Nobody paid Li Yang another thought. Mu Wanqing and the others warmly led Tang Ying into the villa. I quietly pulled out my walkie-talkie and radioed Su Tong. That guy Li Yang. If he tries to leave the villa complex, contact me immediately. Got it. Inside the house, Tang Ying still hadn't gotten over it. This place was unbelievable. An electric gate, power, heating. It had been almost 20 days since the disaster, and this was the happiest, most peaceful day she'd had. Even Yang Yang was bouncing around with joy. But it didn't take long before Coalball zeroed in on Yang Yang. With the dog suddenly showing up, Coalball felt threatened and flapped its wings anxiously, squawking, Yang Yang got curious too, circling around Coalball's perch and barking a couple times. Each time, Tang Ying scolded it, and it flopped down on the floor, whimpering pitifully. I'd been worried Coalball might get eaten by this dopey dog, but seeing how well-behaved it was, I relaxed. Once the girls had showered and changed, they called Tang Ying to go wash up. The moment she heard she could take a shower, she was thrilled. She hadn't washed in almost 20 days and was already ripe with sweat, which for a woman was the hardest thing to bear. I thoughtfully handed her a set of pajamas. Not sure if they'll fit. You're about the same height as Wanqing and the others, so it should work. Try them on after your shower. She took the pajamas, looking a little bashful. After all, these were intimate clothes being handed to her by a grown man. Thanks. Then she ducked her head and hurried into the bathroom. I found it funny. A dignified public security squad captain, a brave tomboy, could actually get shy. Xiaoyang, what are we eating tonight? The fridge is out of food, Lu Yu said, poking her head in. I thought about it. It was Tang Ying's first time here, so it had to be something lavish. If she happened to be a foodie too, maybe one good meal could win her over. I mulled it over for a while. Then it hit me. It had been so long, and we still hadn't had a seafood feast. I had plenty stored in my space. That's what we'd eat tonight, paired with some red wine. Peak sophistication. Using the excuse of heading down to the second basement to load coal into the boiler, I pulled out a whole haul from my space. King crab, Australian lobster, giant abalone, sea urchin, big conch, plus a wild yellow croaker, salmon fillets, and caviar. All set. Sisu, seafood feast tonight. I carried the heaping pile of seafood into the kitchen, and everyone was floored. Bro, this is way too much. Lu Yu was shocked. Top shelf ingredients like these, and you're just eating them like regular food? Mu Wanqing didn't say anything. She knew my space was overflowing with supplies. Lin Shishir, on the other hand, studied me curiously, unable to believe I'd been holding on to stuff like this. This man was full of mysteries at every turn, and his body was so... Ugh. What am I thinking? She quickly snapped out of it and went to help Lu Yu. With nothing to do, I headed upstairs for a hot shower. By the time I'd changed into pajamas and come back down, Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were already seated, the table piled high with seafood, all bright and festive. Just looking at it made my mouth water. Lu Yu was setting down the last dish, a braised yellow croaker. Seeing me come down, Tang Ying immediately stood up, a little embarrassed. Xiao? Xiaoyang, thank you for having me. I don't even know what to say. I paused. I hadn't even introduced myself yet, and she already knew my name. Wan Qing and the others must have told her. Looking at Tang Ying in those pajamas, well, they looked a size too small on her. Coming from a police background, she was more solidly built than Wan Qing and the others. Especially that high, ample chest. You couldn't tell under her coat before, but now, man, it was on par with Lu Yu's. Except she was taller than Lu Yu, and with her medium short hair, she carried herself with commanding presence. The hair tucked behind her ears was especially alluring. The only thing out of place was her sharp, fierce eyes, but that only stoked a man's desire to conquer even more. Ahem, bro, hurry up and sit. We can't start dinner without you, Lu Yu said, noticing me lost in a daze. Oh, right, Captain Tang, no need to be formal. We don't consider you an outsider, so of course we're rolling out the best for you. Come on, dig in. I sat down and poured everyone a glass of red wine. Welcome, Captain Tang. Cheers. Tang Ying stood up again. I'm the one who should be thanking all of you. I'll go first. She downed it in one gulp, and naturally we followed. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. I refilled her glass, cracked open a king crab leg, and put it in her hand. Here, don't just sit there. It won't taste as good cold. Tang Ying forgot all about keeping up appearances and dug right in. It was incredible, heavenly. Then she peeled an Australian lobster and stuffed the whole chunk of meat into her mouth, cheeks bulging, satisfied beyond words. The sea urchin was tender and silky, the abalone and conch firm and springy, absolutely amazing. Everyone at the table was lost in this lavish banquet, even feeling the illusion that this is life before the disaster. So comfortable, so delicious, there was no way to connect it to the apocalypse. The seafood was quickly wiped out, everyone satisfied. Even Yang Yang under the table benefited, gnawing happily on the shrimp shells and crab shells. Liang, outside the villa, wasn't so lucky. With no chance of getting into my villa, he had no choice but to settle into the nearest one. It had no lights, pitch black, a world apart from my brightly lit place. He rummaged through everything by moonlight, but couldn't find a single thing to eat. Dying of thirst, he had to grab a handful of snow and shove it in his mouth. He glared at my villa, grinding his teeth with hatred. You just wait, kid. The moment I see my dad, you'll be the first one I lock up. And you, Tang Ying, you filthy bitch, actually taking some other man's side. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. If you don't strip down and come to me yourself, I'll never forgive you. And those little chicks, haha, just wait to get pounded by me. Picturing all of it, a lecherous grin spread across his face, as if it were all about to come true. I absorbed all the crystals I hadn't gotten around to absorbing today, and my time energy suddenly surged. Breakthrough to year 1100. I stretched out my limbs, joints cracking all over. My skin felt firmer than before, no visible change on the outside, but I knew that now, not even a knife could cut through it. Ordinary cold weapons were nothing but a light drizzle to me. At this level, I no longer feared attacks from regular zombies. If a zombie bit me, it'd probably shatter its own teeth. No exaggeration, as long as I didn't run into firearms, I was practically invincible. Right now, I was radiating a commanding, dominant aura. Tang Ying noticed the change in me and stared in amazement. Even though she'd just heard from me about what the crystals did, she never imagined that time energy could transform a person so completely. Mu Wanxing and the others already understood the reason and were used to it by now, but they were still swept away by my masculine charm. Mu Wanxing felt sweet inside. My boyfriend, so perfect. Lu Yu felt rather proud too. This is my sworn little brother. Lin Shirshir felt a bit smug as well. My best friend's boyfriend counts as half my own boyfriend, right? By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened to power yet? I asked, looking at her as she stood there dazed. Huh? What's a power? Tang Ying snapped back to reality, looking completely lost. You know, do you feel like you suddenly gained some special ability, or that some of your functions have changed? Tang Ying's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I really am a little different than before. Different how? Mu Wanqing and the others leaned in curiously. I already had a good idea, but I wanted to confirm it. How do I put it? I noticed my shooting accuracy has improved. It jumped up several levels all at once. And I've gotten really good at throwing things too. Watch. As she spoke, Tang Ying picked up a crystal from the table and set it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then she ran back and grabbed another crystal. Look, that far away, and I can hit it in one shot. She raised the crystal, took a quick aim, and threw. Crack. Dead center on the crystal in the corner. Mu Wanqing and the others gasped in amazement. That kind of accuracy was impressive. Actually, I feel like I could hit something even farther, as long as I've got the strength to throw that far. Does this count as a power? The girls weren't sure either, and they all looked to me for confirmation. I was grinning inside. I was now certain. Tang Ying was that goddess of the bow, the legendary sharpshooter. This sharpshooter power belonged to the combat category, and it was fairly rare. It enhanced a person's precision and perception. Someone with this power was basically the equivalent of a military sniper. In my past life, I'd heard how formidable Tang Ying was. With a single bow, she could easily take down a squirrel from 10 kilometers away. Impressive, right? Having a divine marksman like her on the team meant safety was practically guaranteed. In the late stages, a sharpshooter could kill you without a trace. You might be dead before you even spotted her. My gaze toward Tang Ying grew more and more intense. This woman had to be recruited. She'd be of great use in the future. Once the Great Flood came, nearly all firearms would fail, and every team would lose their long-range strike capability. That's when a divine marksman's importance would truly shine. Tang Ying started feeling a little uncomfortable under my stare, like I was about to devour her. Ahem, Comrade Xiaoyang. So does this count as a power? My mind raced, and I decided to play it smart. Captain Tang. Yes, this is a type of power. But the thing is, without a strong team to help you quickly boost your strength, this power is hard to develop. Leveling up powers burns through a lot of crystal cores, and mutated animals aren't easy to deal with either. Hearing that she'd awakened a power, Tang Ying was thrilled, but hearing how hard it was to develop, she felt a little deflated. Oh, I see. By the way, since you all seem to know so much, have you awakened powers too? Come on, Sisyu, show her one. I smiled. Might as well let her witness my team's strength. Without a word, Lu Yu dashed into the kitchen, a pot in one hand and a ladle in the other, and unleashed her lightning power. ZZZT. She kept the lightning as small as possible to avoid frying the wok. Tang Ying watched, stunned. Sisyu, that's incredible. What about Wanqing and Shir? What are your powers? I jumped in first. Their powers are a little special. You'll find out eventually. Seeing how mysterious I was being, Tang Ying didn't push it. What about you then? What's your power? Me? Haha. My power is being able to keep all of you well-fed and plump, so you'll never have to worry about food or clothing in this apocalypse. How about it? Pretty amazing, huh? I told her in a rather roundabout way, and got an eye roll in return. Fine, don't tell me then. I figured it was better not to lay everything out yet. After all, Tang Ying hadn't really decided to join us. All right, it's getting late. Everyone get some rest. I stood up and pulled out 2 crystal cores to feed Demachio. The police dog, Yang, sniffed at them, seeming to sense that these cores were something special, and wagged his tail while staring at me longingly. He wanted some too. Want some? I teased Yang. He stared at the cores in my hand, drool dripping out. Nope. You'll get some when your name gets changed. I put the cores away, leaving Yang thoroughly confused. He trotted off dejectedly to Tang Ying and nuzzled her leg for comfort. Tang Ying stroked the dog's head and looked at me. You, a grown man, and you're bullying even a dog. Captain Tang, change this dog's name, would you? Yang doesn't suit him. I offered the suggestion earnestly. Why change it? I spent ages thinking it up. Yang is a great name. Tang Ying was baffled. Then suddenly, she thought of my name, Xiaoyang. Yang. Puffed. She couldn't hold back her laughter. Haha, Comrade Xiaoyang. My Yang's yang means son. It's totally different from your yang. The moment she said that, Mu Wanqing and the others on the couch caught on too. Ha ha ha. They doubled over laughing. Yang up. Yang down. Yang, you actually licked me. Yang ran excitedly back and forth among the girls, unable to figure out why these humans had suddenly become so affectionate toward him. You women are absolutely impossible. I was a bit speechless. They were clearly using the dog to tease me. Everyone hurry off to bed, or else. I smirked and raised my right hand, making a little gesture. Or else, I'll just make the pajamas on your bodies vanish. Wanna bet I can? Hearing this, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shir, and Lu Yu, all 3. The laughter stopped dead. Damn, this Xiaoyang is such a bastard, and he really can just stuff their clothes into his space. I took one step forward, and the 3 of them scattered in a panic. Only Tang Ying was left standing there, giggling like a fool. I glanced at her pajamas, stretched tight over that pair of peaks, and a thought suddenly popped into my head. If I stuffed her pajamas into my space, would she deck me? That's all it takes to scare you. Tang Ying hadn't expected them to actually run. She found it hilarious that a single sentence from me had spooked them like that. Ignorance really is bliss, huh? I sighed and headed upstairs. Sure enough, Lin Shir didn't sleep on the 3rd floor tonight. She stayed on the 2nd floor with Tang Ying. There were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, 1 each. Lin Shir sighed with relief, finally able to get a good night's sleep. Tang Ying, meanwhile, lay in bed staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind 1,000 miles away. Ever since the night the cold wave hit, she'd let over a dozen people out on a call and gotten them all trapped in a garment factory. Luckily, there was no shortage of clothes there, and her team members were all in top physical shape, so none of them froze to death. For food, One of them had risked his life to bring back a sack of potatoes from the cafeteria, and those potatoes were all a dozen of them had to survive the cold wave. But then the zombie outbreak came, and nearly every worker in the entire garment factory turned. Half her team was lost in the fighting. The survivors barely made it back to the city police headquarters, only to find it had fallen long ago. Watching her former colleagues, now monsters, lunge and bite her team members one by one, it tore her apart inside. They'd barely escaped, only to be chased down the road by zombies the whole way. It wasn't until they ran into us that they finally made it out alive. She just couldn't wrap her head around what had happened to the world. In all these days, this was the first time she could lie in bed and think this peacefully. She might be the captain of the city's public security squad, but she was still a woman. This upheaval had gone way beyond what she could handle. Not a single member of her team had survived, and it left her with a crushing sense of helplessness. Today she'd felt the warmth and harmony within my group, the way all the women looked to me as their leader, and she envied it. If her own man were this strong, why would she ever have had to turn herself into some iron-willed tomboy? The more she thought about it, the more bitter it felt. Tang Ying didn't want to think anymore. To hell with duty. Right now, she just wanted to be herself again, a woman who loved good food and sleeping in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wan Xing, did you use your mind-reading ability on Captain Tang today? I did. I smiled. Wan Xing was pretty sharp. So what did you hear? I listened twice. Once outside the mall, she was thinking how strong our group is, and she really admires us. The second time was during dinner. She was thinking, wouldn't it be nice to live a life this wonderful every day? Wan Xing rested her head on my shoulder, drawing little circles on my chest with her finger, getting me a little riled up. You really want Captain Tang to stay, don't you? At that, an image of Tang Ying's dashing, spirited figure flashed through my mind. She had the looks, the body, the skills, and that deep-rooted sense of righteousness. Combined, they made for a special kind of charm, the kind that sparked a strong urge to conquer. If I could just pin her down. A sharp pain shot through my chest, and I couldn't help crying out. Wan Xing glared at me, digging in with her fingers, seething. You've got the nerve to think about other women right in front of me. I knew it. Not a single man's any good. I groaned in misery. I'd let my guard down, and this little minx had caught on. There was absolutely no privacy at all. It wasn't fair. And she actually had the audacity to pinch me. I grabbed her hand and pulled it away. That spot on the chest is a man's weak point too, you know. Don't think I don't know. You've got ideas about Shir and Sister You too. I just haven't called you out on it. Wan Xing said, grinding her teeth. The love of beauty is only human. I'm a normal man. I said with a straight face. Looks like you've got way too much energy. I'm going to have to do something about that. Bring it on, big brother Yang. Hey, that guy just now tried to get into our gatehouse. I turned him away. Now he's gone into the property management office building. Late that night, not long after I'd finished up, I heard Su Tong's voice come through the walkie-talkie. Got it, understood. After I replied, the corner of my mouth curled up. I'd been thinking about going to find Li Yang, and now he'd delivered himself right to my door. Saved me a lot of trouble. I glanced at Wan Xing, already sprawled out and fast asleep, and smiled. I got dressed and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Li Yang had woken up hungry in the night. He didn't dare go to my villa, so he'd stumbled his way over to the gatehouse Su Tong was guarding, hoping to mooch some food. But Su Tong completely ignored him. He wanted to bang on the door, but it was too thick to budge. Having gotten nowhere, he slipped into the property management building and found a storage room to hide in, out of the cold. Damn it. Just you wait. All of you. There'll come a day when you're begging me. And then we'll see how I make you all suffer. Li Yang muttered resentfully, seething with jealousy. Especially that guy. I'll make you get down on your knees and beg me. Ha ha ha. He was still smirking evilly when the storage room door suddenly swung open. By the moonlight, Li Yang saw a tall figure standing outside. A person appearing out of nowhere in the pitch dark gave him a start. That guy you just mentioned, were you talking about me? The person at the door said coldly. It was me. Li Yang never expected me to show up right then, or to overhear his vicious words. He said guiltily. I wasn't talking about you. The words had barely left his mouth when a blinding light flared, shining right in his face. He instinctively raised a hand to block it. I walked up to him holding the flashlight, my expression blank. Transfer the time on your arm to me. Li Yang froze. He knew there was time displayed on his arm, but he still didn't know what it meant. Why should I give it to you? Why? Heh. I let out a chuckle and pulled a baseball bat out of my space, right in front of him. As he stared in shock, I said with a smile, because if you don't, I'll bash your head in. Wanna bet I won't? Li Yang couldn't make out my expression, but my tone was definitely no joke. Still, he didn't want to look like a total coward, so he worked up his nerve and pointed at me. You wouldn't dare? The words, you wouldn't dare, had barely come out when Li Yang let out a scream, clutching his right hand with his left, his face contorted in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, I'd swung the bat down on his right arm. He felt like the bone had snapped. Now you know whether I'd dare, don't you? I sneered. Leon. Trembling, he said, I got it. Then hurry up and stick out your left hand. Transfer your time to me. I stepped forward and held out my left hand. Leon didn't dare hesitate and immediately extended his left hand. How do I transfer it? I grabbed his left hand, rolled up his sleeve, and looked at the less than a year's worth of time energy on his arm. See all this time? Keep 30 seconds for yourself and transfer the rest to me with your mind. Hurry up. Leon froze. So time could be transferred like this. From the way I was acting, this stuff seemed pretty important. He felt some resistance, but he was also afraid of getting hit with the rod again. Forget it. A wise man knows when to cut his losses. He'd give it up now and find a chance to take it back later. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and transferred the time energy to me, leaving only 30 seconds on his arm. Watching the seconds tick down, Leon inexplicably started to panic. After I got the time energy, I calmly pulled a pack of cigarettes and a lighter out of my space, lit one up, and took a deep drag. Seeing that I had no intention of leaving, Leon asked nervously, I gave you all my time. Why aren't you leaving? Hearing him mouth off like that, I smiled, my tone perfectly calm. I've got to stick around to collect your corpse. Leon was stunned on the spot. Terrified, he asked, You want to kill me? I shook my head. You're the one who's got a death wish. I'm just here to collect the body. He didn't get it and was about to open his mouth to threaten me again. But before the words could come out, the time energy on his arm hit 0. Leon collapsed to the ground, his face still frozen in a snarl. I dropped my cigarette butt and stubbed it out with my foot, muttering as I looked at his body. You've got no one to blame but yourself for not knowing your place. How could I ever leave a loose and like you around? You should be grateful I let you live a few more hours. With a cold laugh, I stored the body in my space and finally headed back to the villa with peace of mind. The moment I got back, I crashed. After several nights of running around, plus overdoing it last night, no matter how strong my constitution was, I couldn't fight off the exhaustion. Luckily, I woke up at daybreak. Looking at Mu Wanqing sleeping beside me, hair all messed up, I smiled and let out a sigh. Silly girl, why put yourself through it? Her body couldn't handle the storm, yet she insisted on going toe-to-toe with me, just asking for trouble. Who was it begging for mercy last night, Haha. I smoothed her hair, gave her a kiss on the cheek, then got up and walked to the window to pull back the curtains. Snow was still falling, blurring everything. This would be the norm for the next 2 years. Wind and snow came without warning. Better to just get used to it. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed downstairs. Passing the second floor, Lin Shishir and Tang Ying's doors were still shut. They were sleeping soundly. On the first floor, I found Lu Yu sitting on the couch, laughing so hard she was shaking. I came closer to look and saw it was Cole Ball messing with the police dog. Well, more like bullying it. Cole Ball would fly up behind the dog when it wasn't looking and bite its tail, then dart back up to the ceiling beam the second the dog turned around. No matter how well-trained the police dog was, it couldn't do a thing about it, howling in frustration. Yujia up so early? Lu Yu looked up at me with a knowing half-smile and teased. Some people spend all night making a racket instead of sleeping. Just when things finally quiet down, these two little troublemakers start up. I'm not up early. I just couldn't sleep. I ran a hand through my hair and gave an awkward smile. Yep, no fun enjoying yourself alone. Otherwise somebody ends up resentful. Why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing up so early? She asked with a smile. Can't help it. Force of habit. Actually, since being reborn, the only lazy mornings I'd had were during those 10 days of the super cold wave. Every other time, I got up early. In my past life, in the apocalypse, I lived on edge every single day, never knowing if I'd survive. There was no time to sleep in. Lu Yu nodded, then said with concern, Then let me make you breakfast. We're not going out today, so I'll make something nice. Before I could even answer, she'd already run off to the kitchen. Watching her back, I sighed inwardly. What a virtuous woman. When breakfast came out, I was stunned again. Stir-fried yam, black rice with goji berries and walnuts, and a pot of soup made from leftover seafood. Here, young man, eat up and build up your strength. I knew everything she did was intentional, but how could I turn down something this delicious? I wolfed it all down, let out a satisfied burp, and felt my whole body brimming with energy again. Just then, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing all came downstairs. Lin Shishir saw me sitting there picking my teeth and looked shocked. Is this guy nuclear-powered? Doesn't he ever get tired? Tang Ying, on the other hand, was expressionless. She'd been so worn out yesterday, she slept like a log and had no idea about anything. Lu Yu considerately asked, Tell me what you want, and I'll make it. Mu Wanqing, being understanding, said, Yujia, we'll eat whatever you make. You're doing all the work by yourself. We'd feel bad being picky. All right, then I'll just whip up whatever. The women were still eating when Su Tong's urgent voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Hey, a few box trucks just pulled up to the entrance of our villa complex. They're demanding we open the gate and let them in. Everyone immediately went on alert. How many people? More than 50. I paused. Looks like they came prepared. Whether they were after me or the villa complex wasn't clear, but everyone who had a grudge against me had already been killed by me, so they were probably here for the complex. Let's go take a look first. Without another word, I put on my combat gear, and the women quickly ran back to their rooms to suit up, grab their weapons, and follow. The snow was heavy outside, and it was a fair distance to the main gate, so I just drove the off-road RV over. When I got to the gate, I saw a group of people surrounding it, shouting at Su Tong and the others. Su Tong had locked the gate, so they couldn't get in for the moment. The two of them ran straight over the second they saw me. What's going on? I frowned. No idea. A few box trucks suddenly showed up, and a bunch of people got out demanding we open the gate. But one of them looks familiar, like one of those guys who got trapped in the property management building a few days ago. The moment Su Tong said that, I figured it out. It had to be that group I let go, and someone had brought their buddies to grab our turf. I spared their lives out of kindness, and they repay me by biting the hand that fed them. The second the crowd outside saw us, they started howling. Damn, that's a lot of chicks. Hey beauties, hungry? Let us in and we'll feed you good. It's freezing out here. Want us to come warm up your beds? The mob outside ran their mouths, whistling and jeering, making the women inside grind their teeth in fury. But it all went in one ear and out the other for me. Anyone who dares come to my turf looking for trouble is already a dead man in my eyes. I was just sizing up their strength. Most were in their 30s, armed with steel rods, machetes, axes, and the like. Ordinary weapons can't hurt me. What I was thinking was, since they delivered themselves right to my doorstep, it'd be a shame to waste the time energy in their bodies. 50 people. That's at least 50 years of time energy. Just then, one of them held up a big bag and shouted, "Hey, you inside. Know what this is?" When nobody answered, he set the bundle down and opened it. See this? It's all good food. I bet you haven't seen stuff like this in ages. Our boss, Chin, says if you open the door, this is our welcome gift. Join us. And there's plenty more where that came from. Another man chimed in. You hear that? Look how generous my cousin is. Now hurry up and open the door. Let us in to pick out some villas to stay in. Don't leave us freezing out here. I took a closer look. This guy really did look familiar. He was one of the survivors I'd let go that day. Right then, Tang Ying, standing behind me, suddenly shouted, "Chin Yuquan, it's you scumbags." The burly man leading the group turned to look at her, sized her up, and looked surprised. "Captain Tang." Tang Ying sneered. "That's right, it's me. Small world. Huh. Running into you of all people." I turned and asked her, "You two know each other?" Tang Ying glared at the men outside, gritting her teeth. "Of course I do. They're from Tianqian Financial. The guy in front is Qin Yuquan, the CEO. They specialize in loan sharking to college students, forcing female students to take nude photos, using violence to collect debts, even forcing girls who couldn't pay to sell their bodies to settle up. This company is notorious. Plenty of victims filed police reports, but I could never touch them. Never did figure out who was protecting them from behind the scenes. I let out an, "Oh, so this bunch had never been decent people to begin with." Qin Yuquan smiled at Tang Ying. "Captain Tang, what luck running into you. Look at the state of the world, and you're still hung up on that petty stuff. Why not open the door and join us? Bygones will be bygones. I guarantee you'll be living the good life from now on." "Uft. You think trash like you is worthy?" Tang Ying spat in disgust. Qin Yuquan didn't get angry. "Captain Tang, see those 5 cargo vans behind me? They're packed with food supplies. We cleaned out an entire small supermarket. Enough to last a good while. Just let us in, and I'll take care of you all. Get lost." Qin Yochuan's expression darkened. Fine, fine, fine. Don't say you didn't have your chance." He turned to me. "Young man, my brother tells me you're quite the badass. I'll give you a chance today. Open the door yourself, and I'll make you my second in command. How about it?" "No thanks," I replied coldly. "Huh, you've got guts. Then don't blame me for playing rough." He suddenly raised his right hand and made a chopping motion toward the gate. Clang, the door swung open. The women inside froze in shock. He'd sliced the lock clean off with his bare hand. I was startled too. This big guy had awakened to power, and a rare one at that, metal manipulation, letting him turn his palm into a blade that could cut through iron like butter. No wonder he carried no weapon. His trump card was his own hands. The moment the door opened, the crowd outside surged in with wild cheers. "Nobody move," the big man barked, holding his men back. He looked at us. "Last chance. Drop your weapons like good little sheep, and you won't have to suffer." The survivor I'd let go stepped forward with a grin. "Bro, you've got skills, I'll give you that. But take my advice and be smart about this. You don't stand a chance. Your blade may be sharp, but it's no match for my cousin's hands." "Young man, A wise man knows his limits. Qian Yuquan continued, trying to persuade me. Then he glanced at the women behind me and said with a smile, "Ladies, don't put up a pointless fight. Give up, and you can take your pick of everything in the vans. I, old Qian, may not be good at much, but there's one thing I do well, spoiling women." That's right, that's right. Our boss loves spoiling women. Just give in already, his men jeered. Mu Wanqing and the others wore cold, indifferent expressions. This whole crew was like a pack of clowns. "You done talking?" I said coldly. "Yeah, we're done." "What? Can't wait to surrender," the survivor laughed. "There's one kind of person I, Xiao Yang, hate most in this life. The kind who bites the hand that feeds them." Swish. Before anyone could react, I stepped forward and swung my blade. One clean strike, and the man's leg was severed. He collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. "Son of a bitch. You dare cut my cousin. Everyone get him. Kill him. Keep the women alive. I'll use them to vent my fury." At Qian Yochuan's command, the mob charged in a frenzy, with him leading the charge straight at me. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward at top speed, cut off his right hand with one stroke, and pressed my blade to his throat. It all happened in a split second. His men didn't even have time to react. Only then did the pain hit Qian Yuquan. He trembled violently, his mind reeling, still not comprehending how his arm had been severed. He'd thought he was invincible, never imagining he'd be so utterly helpless in my hands. Staring at the blade at his throat, he choked out through the pain, "Hand over your weapons." Now, his men were stunned. Their boss had been captured in a single move. But when it came to giving up their weapons, nobody was willing. The 5 men at the very back saw which way the wind was blowing, turned, and bolted for the vans, planning to abandon their boss and drive off to save their own skins. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out, and all 5 hit the ground, clutching their thighs and screaming. I didn't even need to look back. I knew it was Tang Ing who'd fired. "Looks like your men aren't very obedient," I said, dragging my blade across his throat just enough to open a cut. Blood trickled out. "Wait, wait, wait. Mercy, please, mercy." Qian Yuquan begged in terror, then snarled at his men. "You ungrateful little bastards, you all want me dead? Haven't I treated you well? Now drop your weapons, right now." This time his men finally obeyed. Qian Yochuan's authority still held. Mu Wanqing and the others stepped forward to collect the weapons, then withdrew and waited for my orders. I looked at Qian Yuquan. "Tell your men to channel the time in their arms into this crystal using their minds. Leave yourselves 3 minutes each. That's plenty. And don't try anything clever, or your boss loses his life." As I spoke, I flipped my left hand, and a bag of empty crystals appeared. I tossed it onto the ground. These were the empty crystals I'd deliberately set aside earlier, and now they were coming in handy. Qian Yuquan and his men all instinctively looked at their own arms. They knew there was time stored in them, but they'd had no idea the stuff could actually be transferred out. But they had no choice. Their boss was in my hands, and there was a female officer beside them with a gun trained their way. Comply or not, they'd comply. So each man took a crystal and clenched it in his left hand, and following he said, injecting the time energy into them, then handing them over one by one to Wanqing and the others. Qian Yuquan also transferred his time energy to me through a handshake. Once all that was done, I smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. These people's time energy was barely wasted. Seeing that these people didn't have long to live, I turned to Tang Ing and asked, "Captain Tang, is there anything else you want to ask him?" Hearing this, Qian Yuquan assumed I was going to let him go, and he perked right up. Yes, Captain Tang, ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." Tang Ing thought for a moment, stepped forward, and coldly asked, "I only have one question. Who exactly is the protective umbrella behind your company?" Even now, at the end of the world, she was still hung up on this. She had to get to the bottom of it. Qian Yuquan had anticipated the question and answered immediately. "Captain Tang, our umbrella is none other than your own police commissioner, Li Gang. His son, Liang, is my sworn brother. Now do you understand?" Suddenly it all made sense to Tang Ing. No wonder she could never take down Tianqian Financial. Their protective umbrella was her own direct superior. She had risked her life again and again trying to rid the world of this menace, only to find that the biggest cancer was hidden right inside the police department itself. Just as she stood there stunned, Qian Yuquan looked at me pleadingly. "Boss, I've done everything you asked. Can you let me go now?" I sheathed my knife and smiled. "Sure. Off you go." Tang Ing snapped out of it and was about to stop me from setting a tiger free, when suddenly Qian Yuquan and all his men keeled over and collapsed stiff to the ground, all at once. Bewildered, she rushed over to check them one by one, only to find they were all dead. She shot me a suspicious glance, unable to figure out what method I'd used to kill a whole group of people in an instant. Did it have something to do with the time on my arm? But no matter how many questions she had, she didn't ask me, because right now, She cared about something else more. Have you seen Liang? I'm going to kill that scumbag with my own hands. I spread my hands. No idea. The kid probably ran off the moment he saw things going south. Tang Ying gritted her teeth. No matter where he runs, if I ever run into him, I'll kill him myself. I ignored her, put away the crystals, and had the bodies all cleared outside. 5 box trucks were parked outside the door. I opened one up to take a look. Jackpot. All of them packed with supplies. Truly, just sitting at home and having supplies delivered to your doorstep. Which of you can drive? Me. Me. I can too. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands. 4 of us counting me. I sighed. We'd have to make an extra trip. Looks like when I have time, I'll need to teach Wan Qing and Lin Shishir how to drive. We first drove 4 of the trucks back to the villa, left Wan Qing and the others to watch over them, then came back for the last one. We left little Lu alone to guard the gate, and I took Su Tong along to unload. When Su Tong walked into my villa carrying goods, she was completely stunned. The place was actually this warm, with the lights on, just like before the disaster. After we finished unloading, I told her to go wash her hands, and even the water was hot. Su Tong immediately realized that if there was hot water, then she could definitely take a shower. From the disaster until now, she hadn't showered even once. It was too cold. If she got sick, there weren't even any medicines, and it could cost her her life. But in this villa, none of that was a concern. She was so envious. She desperately wanted to take a nice, hot shower. But she knew that, given her standing, she wasn't worthy. What's wrong, Su Tong? Why are you just standing there? Seeing her spacing out in front of the sink, Wan Qing walked over and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Su Tong snapped back to attention. Seeing how preoccupied she was, Wan Qing's curiosity got the better of her, and she used her mind-reading ability to take a peek. Asterisk, I really want to take a shower. Too bad I'm not worthy. Asterisk. Wan Qing froze. She got to take a hot shower every day? Something so trivial to her was a luxury in Su Tong's eyes. Feeling sympathetic, she pretended to lean in and sniff. Oh my, Su Tong, you've sweated so much, you're starting to smell. Why don't you just take a shower here? Su Tong was taken aback, then overjoyed. Is that really okay? Her eyes drifted, seemingly casually, toward me in the living room. She knew I was the one who called the shots here. Wan Qing smiled and spoke up on her behalf. Xiaoyang, Su Tong sweated a lot. Is it okay if she takes a shower here? I looked over and saw the anticipation written all over Su Tong's face. Considering she'd done well these past couple of days and put in real effort, a shower wasn't too much to ask. Sure, get her a new set of clothes to change into afterward. Su Tong nearly jumped for joy. This was wonderful. She could finally take a shower. Oh, right. So his name was Xiaoyang. I didn't even know his name before. Xiaoyang. That's actually a pretty nice name. And so she got her wish, her first hot shower since the end of the world. In the meantime, I fetched her a thickened set of training gear and prepared a box of food. When she'd changed into the new clothes and was about to head back to the gatehouse, I handed her the box. Take this and share it with little Lu. Su Tong took the box, feeling its heft, and her eyes welled up. She was so moved she didn't know what to say, and could only bow deeply to me before turning and walking out of the villa. Once she'd gotten a bit farther away, she cried. She knew she wasn't worthy of living here, but we had truly treated her well. She'd originally thought of me as aloof and a bit heartless, but now it seemed I wasn't so cold-hearted after all. These people were all pretty good. She silently vowed to grow stronger, to earn a place among us through her own strength. She'd found new motivation for the future. Outside, the wind howled, and the heavy snow had turned into a blizzard. Even though it was still midday, there was no going out. It had been a good haul today, so I decided not to head down the mountain and to rest at home for the day instead. Lu Yu stewed a pot of braised pork and steamed a pot of rice. That was lunch. Full and content, everyone lounged on the living room couch. Tang Ying was still preoccupied. It seemed she hadn't gotten over the whole business of killing Liang. Just then, Wan Qing walked up to me with her hand out. Didn't you promise to give us a few sets of yoga outfits? Hand them over. My eyes lit up. Oh, you're going to do yoga? Yeah. There's nothing to do this afternoon, so we're having Sis you lead us in some practice. We've been eating so much lately. We're about to put on some fat. I was more than happy to oblige. I'd been wanting to see them in yoga outfits for a while now. I dashed into the room and carefully picked through my inventory. Black was good. The sexiest. Flesh-toned wasn't bad either, practically like wearing nothing. And pink was extra cute and youthful. I grabbed several sets all at once and handed them all over to Wan Qing and the others. Seeing the glum Tang Ying, Wan Qing walked over and pulled her along. Come on, Captain Tang, don't just sit around. Let's work out together. I don't know yoga. I usually just hit the gym and do combat training. You can teach us. Oh, and you know how to fight. Teach us too. Right now the only thing we've got going for us is a slightly better physique. We don't know anything else. Tang Ying quickly waved her hands. How could I possibly teach you guys? Every one of you is way stronger than me. Come on, that's just brute strength. If you had this much time and energy, you'd be just as strong. What we're missing is technique. Come on, come on. Tang Ying got dragged upstairs by the two of them to change. Lu Yu grabbed her yoga outfit and headed back to her room too. I waited in the living room, brimming with anticipation, practically bursting with excitement. Yoga outfits were the best. They showed off every curve. This time I was in for a real treat. While I waited, Lu Yu came out first. Whoa, I was stunned. She wore a green yoga set that instantly added a splash of youth to her otherwise mature aura. Her voluptuous figure filled out that tight yoga outfit completely. Like a fully ripened peach, so tempting just to look at. Lu Yu blushed under my stare, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ears and shooting me a sidelong glance. Hey, little bro, don't stare at your big sis like that. You're making me embarrassed. Seeing that expression on her face only fired me up more. Her gaze seemed to reach straight into your soul, a charm that radiated from her very bones. This, I supposed, was the allure of a truly gorgeous young woman. Before I could get my fill, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir came down, dragging Tang Ying along. Holy crap, my eyeballs nearly popped out. Mu Wanqing wore black yoga pants on the bottom and a nude-colored tank on top. Tang Ying was the exact opposite, nude pants with a black tank. Perfect. They even knew how to mix and match. As for Lin Shishir, she'd picked an all-pink set that made her look even more tender. The three women were about the same height, all around 5'7". Tang Ying had the fuller figure. Her top was practically about to burst, probably from all that time at the gym. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir were a bit slimmer, being students and all. But looking closely, Mu Wanqing was a little more, prominent than Lin Shishir. Well, that was probably the difference between having a boyfriend and not having one. If you know, you know. In terms of looks, they were all goddess tier, and paired with those figures, they were downright perfect. Especially Tang Ying with her medium short hair, wild and untamed, the kind of look that made a man want to conquer her. I was dazzled, my eyes darting back and forth across all of them. It was absolutely sublime. Ahem, Mu Wanqing cleared her throat, snapping me out of my trance. She glared at me, then turned to Lu Yu. Yujia, that green looks amazing on you. Takes years off you. Lu Yu reached over and gave each of their waists a pat, praising them. Ugh, I'm getting old. It's better to be young like you all, these tiny waists. I can't help but want to wrap my arms around them. Haha, Yujia, you're not so bad yourself. All soft and curvy, so nice to touch. They all started patting each other's waists, giggling and clustering together. Watching this from a distance, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Come on, Yujia, let's head down to the gym on B2. Seeing the hungry look on my face, Mu Wanqing quickly ushered everyone downstairs. They headed down laughing. Yang Yang, the police dog who'd been playing with Meichio, saw Tang Ying going down and eagerly trotted after her. I figured, if even the dog got to go, why couldn't I? I quickly dug a men's workout set out of my storage space, and, since no one was around, changed right there before rushing down to B2 too. When Mu Wanqing saw me come down in workout gear, she laughed in exasperation. We women are doing yoga. What's a big guy like you coming down here for? I rolled my eyes. Can't you see I'm dressed to work out? I'm exercising too. What kind of exercise? Yoga with us? No, 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 I'm not doing yoga. I'm boxing. With that, I walked over to the punching bag and threw a dozen punches in a row. Mu Wanqing looked helpless. This man's true nature was hopeless, a born pervert. She raised an eyebrow and pointed at her own head, warning me not to let my mind wander. Thinking about her mind-reading power made my skin crawl. Damn it. You control everything. But can you really control my imagination? Lu Yu started teaching them yoga. Whether she did it on purpose or not, everyone ended up facing away from me. I secretly grinned to myself. Yujia really gets me. Lu Yu demonstrated up front while Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying followed along behind her. From my angle. Well, let's just say the view sent my blood surging and my pulse racing. I couldn't take it. I quickly looked away and started throwing punches. 1, 2, 500, 501, 1,000. 1,000 punches in one go, and I finally managed to tamp down the restlessness inside me. The room was too hot, the boiler was on this floor, and I broke out in a full sweat, so I just took off my shirt. When I looked back at Lu Yu and the others, they'd all stopped moving and were staring at me with expressions of disbelief. I was baffled. What? Lu Yu, little bro, this physique of yours, I'm impressed. Tang Ying, amazing, just amazing. Lin Shishir glanced at me, then turned to Mu Wanqing. No wonder, no wonder. I finally get why you call him. Before she could finish, Mu Wanqing clamped a hand over her mouth. MMPH, what are you doing? Lin Shishir broke free, huffing. You know too much, so I have to. Mu Wanqing lunged at her with hands flailing. and the two of them tumbled together in a giggling mess. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Tang Ying were both staring at me, a little lost in thought. My exposed upper body was muscular and well-proportioned, my bronze skin radiating masculine appeal, topped off with that firm, handsome face. What woman wouldn't take a second look? Tang Ying thought to herself. If I'm going to find a boyfriend, he's got to be someone like Xiaoyang. They did yoga for an hour or so, then had Tang Ying teach combat. Honestly, though, I found combat skills pretty useless. In the face of powerful abilities, even the most brilliant moves were worthless, unless your body was tough enough to withstand those powers. Still, skills never weigh you down, so I just treated it as a workout. Tang Ying's technique really was solid. At the very least, it looked good. High roundhouse kicks, axe kicks, grappling, chokeholds, groin kicks. When I saw the groin kick, I clenched. That move was downright brutal. I just admired their graceful figures like this. I can't even describe how great it was. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyang, you're a 1,000-year energy user now. Do you think if all of us teamed up, we could take you down? Mu Wanqing suddenly got an idea, wanting to test just how strong my physique really was. Hearing that just made me want to laugh. Come on, ladies, you just learned how to kick a guy in the crotch. Yeah, let's not. Your crotch kicks are brutal. If each of you gets one shot at me, I'm done for, aren't I? The women burst out laughing. Relax, no kicking, no kicking. If we actually kicked you, Wanqing would come after us. Lin Shishir glanced down at my lower half and covered her mouth, snickering. Oh, you Lin Shishir, always running that mouth. Mu Wanqing grabbed her by the waist with one arm and tickled her armpit with the other. I'm sorry. He. Lin Shishir doubled over, begging for mercy. Okay, cut it out. Xiao, my man, I think Wanqing's idea isn't half bad. Let's give it a shot, just for fun. Lu Yu stepped forward, raised an eyebrow, and grinned playfully. Only Tang Ying stayed quiet off to the side, but her eyes had that same eager look. Watching them all itching to try, I was grinning ear to ear inside. As long as nobody kicked me in the crotch, I was totally down. Happiness came so suddenly, though I had no idea what Mu Wanqing was thinking. Fine, bring it on. But let's get one thing straight. No crotch kicks. Deal. As long as we take you down, you lose. Lin Shishir clapped her hands. All right, if I go down, I lose. If all of you go down, you lose. I planted myself in the middle of them. Come on, you go first. Give me everything you've got. I wasn't scared one bit. Blades, spears, swords, staffs, none of them could hurt me. What chance did their fancy little moves stand? Seeing the way I stood there, the women got all fired up. Little fists and long legs came flying at me from every direction. Tang Ying tried to lock my throat, but couldn't budge me. She hadn't even had her powers for a year, way too weak compared to me. Mu Wanqing and the others hit noticeably harder. They couldn't do a scratch of damage, but the blows landed with loud smacks all over my body. Wanqing, sure, go for his legs. Sisyu, grab his waist. I'll choke his neck. Everybody pull back at once and take him down. Seeing that brute force wasn't working, Tang Ying started calling out a new strategy. They gritted their teeth, one grabbing a leg, another grabbing my waist, putting every last ounce of strength into it. That's all they had. I let out a laugh. Weak sauce. My turn now. I reached both hands behind me, grabbed Tang Ying's arms, hauled her up over my head, and gently tossed her onto the ground in front of me. Then I wrapped my arms around Lu Yu's waist, hoisted her up, spun her sideways around my waist once. She was shrieking in terror, and set her down lightly to the side. Then I bent over, scooped up Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir by their slim waists, one in each arm, and threw them over my shoulders. Their waists were so tiny I had them locked in tight. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. I carried them around 3 full spins, and, amid their screams, set them both gently on the ground. I smirked, feeling smug. Mess with me? Guess they really had no idea what a 1,000-year-old demon could do. The women all looked at me with a hint of panic now. This guy was way too strong. He was tossing them around like barbells. Tang Ying wasn't having it. She suddenly leaped up and, like an octopus, pressed my head hard into her chest, locking my waist with her long legs. My whole head sank in, a soft, sweet scent filling my nose. It was so soft I actually started struggling to breathe. Wanqing, sure, hurry, lock his arms. Tang Ying gasped and shouted. The two immediately got up and grabbed my arms, one on each side. My vision was completely blocked. I strained and lifted them both up, but they refused to let go, clinging to me like 2 monkeys. MMPH. I was about to suffocate. I tried to speak, but I was choked so tight no sound came out. Lu Yu crouched down behind my heels, grabbed my ankles, and pulled back, didn't budge me. At this point, even Yang the police dog, who'd been watching the fun from the sidelines, couldn't take it anymore and came over to bite my pant leg and drag me backward. Haha, my man, even the dog's got a problem with you now. Keep resisting, and I'll bust out my lightning powers. Lu Yu threatened with a laugh. That jolted me. My whole body relaxed, and Lu Yu seized the chance to yank both my legs backward. Off balance, I toppled straight forward. Whoa, as I fell, the three women on me hit the ground first, and with them cushioning me, I actually landed pretty comfortably. Lu Yu slapped a reverse joint lock on me and grinned. My man, you're down. You lose this time. I wasn't accepting that. I was going easy on you. You think you could actually beat me if I played for real? Lu Yu tightened her grip. Don't care. You lost, and no crying about it. My head was still locked in Tang Ying's grip, so I could barely get the words out. I.e. hint. I.e. hint. I give up, I give up. Only after hearing me surrender did they let go, all of them collapsing onto the ground, panting and exhausted. Get up already, I can't breathe. Lin Shishir flung my arm off. Xiaoyang, get off, my back's killing me from that fall. Mu Wanqing shoved off my other arm. I'd wanted to enjoy the human cushion a little longer, but with them insisting so strongly, I had no choice but to get up. I stared down at Tang Ying on the ground. Captain Tang, you're way too big. You nearly suffocated me. Tang Ying's face flushed red as she realized that move really had been kind of inappropriate. But she hadn't done it on purpose. She'd just been focused on taking me down and hadn't thought it through. She quickly covered her chest with one hand and pushed herself up with the other. Sorry about that. It's fine. It's fine. You all just took it a little too seriously. I waved it off, acting like I'd suffered a great injustice. Enough. Don't act all innocent after getting away with it. Come on. You lost. What's your punishment? I froze. There's a punishment too? Nobody mentioned that earlier. After you threw us around like that. Not punishing you would be an insult to all our effort. Lin Shishir wasn't letting it slide. I thought about it and grinned. How about I give you all a massage to make up for it? Get out of here, you wish. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at me. My little scheme foiled. I let out an awkward chuckle. Here's what I'm thinking. Lu Yu spoke up. My man, aren't you a beast at push-ups? The four of us take turns standing on your back, and you do 1,000 carrying each one. How's that sound? The other three's eyes lit up. Yes, wear him out. Lin Shishir raised both hands in approval. I think that's a great idea. Mu Wanqing agreed too. I'm in for whatever. Tang Ying laughed. Watching them all gleefully enjoying my misery, I felt a little uneasy. This was pretty harsh. But a man can lose his head and shed his blood. He can't lose his pride. All right, forget taking turns. All four of you get on at once, and I'll just knock out 4,000. The four women were stunned speechless. Okay, you said it yourself. Don't say we bullied you. Mu Wanqing was the first to climb on. My shoulders dropped under the weight. Then Lin Shishir, Tang Ying, and Lu Yu stepped onto my back one after another. Hold on tight, here we go. Wait, the dog pitched in earlier too. Let him get on as well. Lu Yu Suddenly, it was called to a halt. Tang Ying gave a knowing smile and beckoned Yang Yang over to stand on my shins. My face went dark. Fine, you win. Hey, look, don't we look just like Tang Monk and his disciples crossing the river of flowing sands on a giant turtle? Lin Shishir blurted out, cracking everyone up. Yeah, totally. And Xiao Yang's the giant turtle. I nearly lost my breath, half laughing in exasperation. Who are you calling a giant turtle? Careful, or I'll buck you all off. Okay, quit messing around. Let's start. The second Lu Yu gave the word, I got right into it. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,999, 4,000. The four of them counted from above. I gritted my teeth through the last one and collapsed flat on the ground. Seeing me actually knock out 4,000 in one go, they all wore looks of disbelief. Damn, Xiaoyang, you're incredible. I give up. Lin Shishir was completely blown away. That really was amazing. Tang Ying gave me a thumbs up. Little bro, you opened my eyes today. That's my Xiaoyang for you. Lu Yu patted me. Xiaoyang, you're the best. Muron Wanqing stroked my head, her face full of pride. Woof woof. Who knows what Yang Yang was trying to say? All right, I'm done. Everybody off. The four girls and the dog climbed off my back, and I finally felt like a weight had been lifted. Watching me lie there like a puddle of mush, Lin Shishir couldn't have been happier inside. Humph. There's no way you'll have any energy left to fool around with Wanqing tonight. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Tang Ying, meanwhile, was genuinely stunned. For women and a dog added up to over 400 pounds. Was Xiaoyang even human? Lu Yu looked me over thoughtfully, then turned to Muron Wanqing with pitying eyes. Wanqing, sweetie, you've really been through it. Catching that look, Muron Wanqing blushed and lowered her head, then started fretting inside too. How am I supposed to handle Xiaoyang from now on? It was getting late, so they went upstairs to take hot showers. By the time I came up, all four were already sitting on the living room couch chatting. Yujia, what's for dinner tonight? What do you feel like, little bro? You worked the hardest. It's your call. I thought about it. How about barbecue? I've got plenty of ingredients. I guarantee you'll love it. The four girls lit up with delight. Really? Awesome. I haven't had grilled skewers in forever. Lin Shirsher jumped up, thrilled. Tang Ying couldn't contain herself either. She was a skewer lover too. I ran down to the basement level and pulled out charcoal, a grill, and all kinds of seasonings from the storage space. Half a lamb, tendon, chicken wings, chives, some big kidneys, plus shrimp, oysters, and vegetables. All set. I handed everything to Lu Yu. Jia, you handle it. Let them help out. I'm gonna take a shower and rest a bit. Sure, I'll call you when it's ready. While I showered, I kept picturing the girls in their yoga outfits. Absolutely stunning. But the moment I thought of Murong Wanqing, I quickly reined in my daydreams. Steady. Can't let her catch on. Take it slow. You can't rush a good thing. Xiaoyang, come down for the barbecue. Murong Wanqing's call snapped me out of my fantasies. Downstairs, the whole living room was filled with the smell of grilled skewers, the table loaded with meat skewers and oysters. You guys dig in. I'll get this lamb leg cooked through. Lu Yu sat by the grill, flipping the meat. I hauled up 2 cases of Tsingtao beer from downstairs, cracked one open, and handed it to Lu Yu. Here, Yujia, thanks for all your hard work. Drink while you grill. Lu Yu said to everyone. Don't you dare fight my little bro for those kidneys and chives. Let him have plenty to build himself back up. No way I'm eating that gross stuff. I'm not fighting for it. Lin Shirsher pouted. I smirked. You don't know what you're missing. Is there anything more delicious than kidney? I opened a beer for everyone and raised my bottle. Barbecue goes with beer, cheers. I chugged mine in one go. The girls sipped as they pleased. Everyone tore into the skewers, grease glistening at the corners of their mouths. The girls' lips were shiny with oil. It was a surprisingly tempting sight. Lu Yu brought the roasted lamb leg to the table, and the atmosphere hit its peak, cups clinking back and forth. What a great time. Just then I picked up a bottle, walked over to Tang Ying, and looked at her seriously. Captain Tang, let's you and me have a drink. Tang Ying stood up quickly. Don't call me Captain Tang. I'm a general with no troops. What kind of captain is that? Just call me Tang Ying. I clinked her bottle and drained mine in one breath. Tang Ying wasn't about to be outdone. She tilted her head back and downed hers too. Nice. Murong Wanqing and the others applauded. Tang Ying, what do you think of us? I got straight to the point. Tang Ying answered sincerely. You're great, really strong. And I feel a real connection with these sisters. Tang Ying Jia, we feel a connection with you too. Lin Shirsher laughed. Yeah, I like you from the first glance. Lu Yu smiled too. Ying Jia, I think we could be sisters. Murong Wanqing stood up and took her hand. Thank you all, you're all so kind. Tang Ying was a little moved. She'd lost so many colleagues and teammates that, if not for these few people keeping her company, there was no telling how much more she'd be grieving. Tang Ying, stay and join our family. I gazed at her without looking away. You've seen it yourself. This world has already fallen into chaos, and the future's only going to get worse. I, Xiaoyang, won't claim much, but I can absolutely promise to keep you all well fed and taken care of. Never let you face the wind and rain. Never let you go cold or hungry, and I'll do my best to make you stronger. We really need someone capable like you. Are you willing? Tang Ying's eyes grew moist. She was genuinely happy that we valued her so much. Yesterday, meeting us for the first time and seeing how strong we were in combat, she'd actually thought about recruiting us to join her. But after this morning's fight, she understood. Her own level was far too lacking, not even in the same league as us. Especially me, my combat ability was off the charts. 10 of her combined probably couldn't take me down. Women have always only admired the strong, and in her eyes, I was the strongest person she'd ever seen. Strength aside, the key was that I also had a handsome face she couldn't find fault with no matter how she looked. And I was like 2 completely different people toward outsiders versus my own. She could tell I was someone who fiercely protected his own, someone worth trusting. Not to mention there were 3 beautiful women here, so staying wouldn't be awkward. So she'd wanted to stay for a while already. Say yes, say yes. Lin Shirsher couldn't help but clap and cheer. Murong Wanqing shot her a fierce glare, and Lin Shirsher shrank her neck in fright. My bad the way Lin Shirsher carried on, it was like I was proposing to Tang Ying, and my face went dark. Tang Ying's face turned red, but she still took a deep breath and declared firmly, okay, I'm in. Yay, Ying, from now on we're all family. Lin Shirsher jumped up. Mu Wanqing gave Tang Ying a hug. Welcome aboard, Ying. Lu Yu stood up, holding a bottle of liquor high. This is great. We've got to celebrate. Another sister joins the crew. Honestly, I was the happiest of all. On the surface I stayed cool, but inside I was shaking with excitement. I cracked open all the beers and lined them up on the table, then grabbed one myself. Let's celebrate. I'll chug 3 in a row. And I meant it. Amid all the cheering, I downed 3 bottles in one go without batting an eye. Mu Wanqing and the others each chugged one too. Ever since they'd joined me, their tolerance had gone way up. Oh right, there's still one more step. Ying's gotta swear an oath to Xiaoyang. Lin Shishir reminded everyone. Tang Ying froze. An oath too? She looked at me, puzzled, and I waved it off with a laugh. Nah, no need. It's just a formality. Lin Shishir pouted. What do you mean, no need? You made us swear back then. Tang Ying seemed to grasp my concern. The most important things for any team are loyalty and unity. She straightened up and said earnestly, Xiaoyang, I'm not really into the whole oath thing. But Tang Ying, give you my word of honor. I'll treat you all as family, and I'll never betray you. Good. I believe you. I nodded solemnly. Also, you've got to obey Xiao Yang's command. Absolutely, Lin Shishir added. Before Tang Ying could respond, I quickly cut in. Here's the thing. Tang Ying's had professional training and served as a squad leader. She's got way more experience than us. So from now on, she'll lead and command all combat operations. I paused there, my eyes hardening, and my voice took on more weight. But the overall strategy and deployment have to be my call. On that, you all follow without question. Because I know where the future's headed better than any of you. Tang Ying didn't understand why I was so confident, but she knew this. If I could build up a group of women this strong, I definitely had what it took. Besides, I already valued her highly, and she wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Fine, I'm in. Seeing her commit, I switched back to my harmless, easygoing face. I snuck a glance at Mu Wanqing. She happened to be looking my way too, and gave a knowing nod. I smiled inwardly. Nailed it. Oh, hey, there's 5 of us now, enough to form a little squad. Should we come up with a name? Lin Shishir's idea came out of nowhere. That girl's mind was always quick, catching everything. I figured it was about time we planted a flag, too. Just as I was thinking it, she clapped her hands. I've got it. Remember that game, Sheep a Sheep, that blew up? Everyone was fighting to get into the flock. Xiao Yang's Yang sounds just like sheep. So how about we call ourselves the Yang a Yang Squad? It means we'll just keep getting stronger. Everyone's eyes lit up. We were floored by her creativity. I'm in. Me too. So from now on, anyone who joins us is joining the Yang flock, huh? I was pleased, basking in the moment, until Lin Shishir turned to Tang Ying. But Ying, your police dog's also named Yang Yang. Isn't that kind of a clash? The smile froze on my face instantly, and I shot her a glare. Screw you. Why'd you have to bring that up? I glanced at Yang Yang gnawing on a lamb bone under the table and thought, this dog can't stick around too long. Outside, the blizzard had stopped, came fast, went fast. The 5 of us drank until the middle of the night. At some point, I gave Tang Ying the broad strokes of the coming disasters, and she was stunned speechless. I even showed off my spatial ability in front of everyone, pulling item after item out of thin air like Doryman, so that Tang Ying and Lin Shishir could truly appreciate how powerful it was. Tang Ying thought to herself, what a show-off. He really can put on a show. Then Lin Shishir accidentally dug out a pair of open-work black stockings from the stuff I'd pulled out. Xiaoyang, why do you have black stockings in your space? They're so see-through. Whose did you steal? My face went red with embarrassment. How'd that thing end up out here? Mu Wanqing immediately gave me a scrutinizing look. I snatched the stockings back. These are for Wanqing. Sorry you all had to see that. Everyone had an aha moment and stared at Mu Wanqing, mouths open. Oh, so you two are into that kind of thing. Mu Wanqing turned bright red and glared at me. Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no idea what he's talking about. Seeing no one believed her, she got up and ran straight upstairs. I'm going to bed. You all keep chatting. I figured it'd be awkward to stick around, so I grabbed the stockings and chased after her. That left Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying staring at each other. Master bedroom, 3rd floor. Wanqing, put them on and try them for me. Let me see if they fit. No way, they're way too see-through. That's exactly why I want you to wear them. Come on now, be good. You seriously bought these for me? Of course. Who else would I have them for? Then, close your eyes first. I'll tell you when you can look. A few minutes later. Okay. I opened my eyes and damn. I was done for. Way too tempting, and paired with that shy expression of hers, it was absolutely perfect. I lunged like a starving tiger, but she stopped me. Not tonight. You need more rest. I'm fine, I can do it. Listen to me. I really do have your best interest in mind. I promise I'll wear them again tomorrow, okay? Fine. But no backing out tomorrow. Deal. For once, it was a quiet night, and everyone slept soundly, not getting up until around noon. Lu Yu whipped up another 4 dishes and a soup, stuffing us full. Since it was still early and the snow wasn't deep, I decided to head back down the mountain to harvest more crystals. Speaking of crystals, I gave Tang Ying all 50 plus that I'd collected the day before. Absorb them now while you can. You've got the least time energy, so you go first. Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying finished absorbing them quickly, and the time energy in her arm reached 60 years. She felt refreshed and invigorated, brimming with energy, her strength multiplied several times over. She couldn't help but marvel at how magical the world had become. Then she thought about my 1,000+ years of energy and finally understood why my constitution was so strong. And yet I'd handed her all the crystals without a second thought, making good on my promise to help her grow stronger. That was me, Xiaoyang. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. That was the deepest impression I left on her. Once I geared up, I took out my pistol and the box of ammo I'd swiped, only to find they didn't match. Tang Ying just reached into her bag and pulled out revolver rounds for me. If you like this gun, these bullets are all yours. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took them and loaded up the revolver, then handed Tang Ying another pistol and ammo from my space. She loaded it and passed it to Lu Yu. Hold on to this, you. Wan Qing. Sure. Both of you, grab your guns too. Got him. Now everyone on the team had a gun. We didn't have much ammo, but enough for now. Regular zombies and survivors weren't worth wasting bullets on. Unless we were in real danger, we never fired unnecessarily. Once everyone was ready, I fed Cole 2 crystal cores and set off with the Yang squad. The heavy-duty off-road RV pulled up to the front gate of the Villa District, and we called out little Lou, the gatekeeper. It was her turn to get some exercise this time. The mountain road was covered in a layer of snow. Any ordinary car would have skidded all over the place, but for my heavy-duty off-road RV, it was smooth as flat ground. Once we got down the mountain, we headed straight for the area near the neighborhood we'd cleared last time and kept working through a few more of the newer complexes nearby. There were quite a few zombies wandering around the gardens of these new complexes, probably ones that had chased survivors out into the open. I had Lin Sure play her flute to lure all the outdoor zombies over. Then we waited them out and wiped them all in one go. Saved time and effort. As for the ones locked inside apartments, we were short on people and didn't have the energy to search room by room. We'd leave those for whatever survivors came later. The next few complexes went the same way, and we cleared them out fast. There were plenty of pet zombies inside too, but they were no threat to us anymore. Just up ahead was where a dozen or so universities were located. There wasn't enough time today, so I decided we'd start clearing the college town tomorrow. School hadn't let out yet when the cold snap hit, so the dorm areas were bound to be crawling with zombies, and survivors too. I figured it was about time to bring in some younger members. Just the few of us running ourselves ragged every day wasn't sustainable. Anyone with skills, powers, and decent character, I'd take them. Plus, college students hadn't entered the real world yet, hadn't picked up bad habits, so they were more moldable and easier to win over. Young was good. If the whole team was made up of old-timers, sore legs one day, stiff necks the next, what kind of operation would that be? No matter how much time and energy you've got, sick is still sick. We swept through the shops along the street, but didn't find anything useful. The little supermarkets had already been picked clean. Looked like survivors had started operating on a large scale. One thing especially caught my attention. The zombies that survivors had killed in the shops already had the crystals removed from their foreheads. That meant plenty of people already knew the secret of the crystals. From here on out, the competition was only going to get fiercer. Good thing I was already miles ahead of everyone else. In the apocalypse, the strong only got stronger, fall behind at the starting line, and it's hard to ever catch up. There were only so many resources to go around, and they were shrinking. Every bit one person grabbed was a bit less for someone else. Looked like I'd have to pick up the pace starting tomorrow. I'd been way too lazy lately. We drove on toward the Purple Mountain Villa district. It wasn't dark yet, but the sun was blocked by the mountain, leaving the winding road dim. I switched on the headlights and drove slowly, keeping my eyes peeled. Suddenly, a long black object lay stretched across the road up ahead, both ends extending past the pavement, completely blocking the already narrow road. I slammed on the brakes. Driving straight over something on a road this tight would have been an easy way to lose control. I told the women to wait in the car and got out alone to check. If it was a fallen tree, I'd call them over to help. By the light of the headlights, I'd just gotten close when the object suddenly twitched. I froze instantly. Before I could even process it, the end of the black object near the mountain reared straight up. A snake head the size of a wash basin appeared right in front of me, flicking its long forked tongue. 2 enormous eyes as bright as light bulbs locked dead on me. In the center of its head was a raised bump, glinting with 4 points of green light. Cold sweat broke out all over me in an instant. Holy crap, a mutated python, and a 4-star one at that. I couldn't tell if I was lucky or cursed. I happened to need a 4-star crystal core to upgrade my spatial power to level 6, and here one was, today of all days. From the looks of it, this python was just passing through and happened to run right into me. But the unlucky part was, at my current strength, I might not be able to beat it. Pythons were already stronger than humans, let alone a 4-star mutant. Still, with my Millennium Plus energy constitution, I was pretty confident I could outrun it. But the RV was stuck. There was no room to turn around here, and I sure couldn't reverse all the way back down. Besides, there were several women in the car, and I couldn't just abandon them. All I could do was slowly back away, aiming to retreat to the RV first. But the moment I stepped back, the python shifted its body too. It wasn't going to let me leave. I quickly pulled my revolver from the spatial storage and gripped it tight. If it came to it, I'd fight. I was just about to shout for them to get out of the car when the python's eyes suddenly flashed. My body instantly froze like I'd been caught in a nightmare, completely unable to move. My mind was still clear, but I couldn't budge an inch. I realized at once, I'd been hit by its power. I'd fallen for it by staring into its eyes. The python inched closer, and my heart was in my throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the snake's body dead on. Tang Ying was the first to sense something was wrong. She got out, saw me facing off against a massive python, and fired without hesitation. The python recoiled in pain, twisting back a few times. The moment its gaze broke away, my body could suddenly move again. But the python, recovering, went into a rage. It opened its bloody maw wide and lunged. I quickly raised my gun and fired at the python while backing away, shouting to the others behind me. Careful, it's a 4-tier mutant. Don't look at its eyes, just shoot it. But apart from Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing and the others had never even touched a handgun. They fumbled with them forever with no results. Turned out they hadn't even taken the safeties off. And the bullets Tang Ying and I put into the snake's body did nothing to stop it. With one whip of its tail, the python struck Tang Ying head-on, flinging her 3 or 4 meters into a snowbank by the roadside. I was out of bullets too. Losing Tang Ying's firepower, the python only got more frenzied. I snatched the gun out of Mu Wanqing's hands. Go check on Tang Ying, hurry. Another burst of fire drove the snake back a few steps. Sisyu, give me the gun. When it charges again, hit it with your lightning. Got it. I gripped the gun with both hands and unloaded on it. But this snake's hide was thick and tough. Bullets just couldn't kill it. It lunged at me again, its tail sweeping in. Lu Yu seized the moment and struck the tail with a bolt of lightning. Black smoke rose, and the python's strength faltered from the pain, letting me force the tail back with my bare hands. Even so, the impact left my arms numb, and I nearly lost my grip on the gun. Lu Yu fired off 2 more bolts of lightning, which pushed it into a total frenzy. With a snap of its head, the python sent Lu Yu flying. Little Lu, the gatekeeper, rushed over to look after her. Now it was just me and Lin Shishir up front. I took her gun. Get back. You can't take a hit from this thing. I let loose another furious barrage, emptying every last bullet. The snow was stained red with the snake's blood, but it still wasn't enough to kill it. Seeing me stop firing, it reared up and lunged again. I drew my Tang Dao and slashed, but with a SCRRCH, it only left a deep gash without cutting through. The snake's body came crashing straight down, pinning me beneath it. If my body weren't so tough, I'd have been flattened into a pancake. Before I could react, its body coiled around me, squeezing me tight. My bones creaked and popped, and my face turned red from the pressure. When the python realized it couldn't crush me to death, it simply opened its massive jaws, aiming to swallow my head whole. I couldn't move an inch. Just as I was about to die in the snake's mouth, a flute suddenly began to play. The python's body jerked, halting its attack, and it turned its head toward the sound. It was Lin Shishir, playing a flute right at it. Slowly, the coils loosened. I wasted no time. I yanked out my Tang Dao and drove it straight into one of its eyes. Yellow fluid sprayed out. The python convulsed violently and flung me away hard. I slammed into the mountainside, seeing stars. I barely managed to sit up and watched it thrash on the ground. So the eyes were its weak point after all. Lin Shishir stopped playing and ran over. On the other side, Mu Wanqing and Little Lu had already carried Lu Yu and Tang Ying to one spot. Both of them were badly hurt. With Lin Shishir's help, I got to my feet, picked up my blade, and decided to finish it off while it was weak. But the python sensed my killing intent. It suddenly reared up again and lunged at me, glaring with its one remaining eye. Gritting through the pain, I raised my blade and charged, thrusting with all my strength at its good eye. Just as I was about to hit it, it tilted its head and dodged, and my blade sank into its neck instead. Screaming in pain, it whipped its head, and before I could pull the blade free, I was flung away again, my insides feeling like they'd been knocked out of place. It had fixed on me and lunged again, jaws open. Lin Shishir hurriedly played her flute to draw it off, but this time it didn't work. The snake's tail swept out and sent her flying too. The python kept coming for me. Desperately, I pulled another Tang Dao out of my space and pointed the tip at its mouth. There was no dodging it now. If I was going to die, I'd stab it at least once. At the critical moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly charged in with a blade and drove it straight into the snake's good eye. Now both of the python's eyes were blind. It whipped its head and knocked Mu Wanqing to the ground. She cried out in pain. Though the snake couldn't see, it followed the sound and swept her up into its coils, rolling across the ground with her trapped inside. Mu Wanqing kept letting out muffled groans. My heart clenched. At this rate, she'd be crushed to death. She didn't have a body like mine. I forced myself up and rushed straight for the snake's head, blade raised, aiming to stab the crystal core between its brows. But it kept rolling, and the 4 green points of light on its forehead flickered in and out. I couldn't get a clean shot. Mu Wanqing's face had already turned a dark purple. She looked like she'd stopped breathing. I hated how weak I was, hated this useless spatial ability that was good for nothing but hoarding supplies. If only I had a combat ability, I'd never have been driven to this. Rage shot straight to my head, my eyes bloodshot. No, Wanqing can't die. I had to save her. Suddenly, there was a buzz in my head, and my ears rang like tinnitus. All the surrounding sounds vanished. I opened my eyes, and everything before me had changed. The python on the ground was still rolling, but at least 10 times slower, like someone had hit slow motion. Little Lou, standing guard by the RV, was looking over with tears streaming down, but the expression on his face was completely frozen. What was going on? Everything around me was in slow motion, yet my own movements weren't affected at all. I couldn't make sense of it, but I knew one thing. This was my last chance to kill it. I grabbed the gun off the ground, pulled ammo from my space, loaded it, aimed at the raised spot between the snake's brows, and unloaded round after round. Bang, 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 bang. Green ooze splattered everywhere as the bullets all buried themselves between its brows. After a few hits, I collapsed to the ground, drained. The scene around me returned to normal. The python thrashed violently a few more times, then went completely still, its body going limp. Mu Wanqing struggled out from under the snake's body and lay there gasping for air. Seeing her out of danger, I finally let out a breath of relief. Once I'd recovered a bit, I walked over to the snake's carcass, dug out my blade, and carved out that 4-star crystal core, walnut-sized, jet black all over, glowing with 4 points of green light, and surprisingly heavy. After stowing the core away, I hurried to check on everyone's injuries. Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing were fine, just some bruises. Tang Ying had a long, deep gash on her back from the rocks, still bleeding. Lu Yu's arm was dislocated, and he couldn't move it at all. But not a single one of us knew anything about medicine. First, I pulled bandages and iodine from my space and cleaned and dressed Tang Ying's wound. She gritted her teeth through the whole thing without making a sound. Are there any hospitals nearby? There's one big hospital, in the college town. Mu Wanqing answered. Let's go. Get them in the car. We'll try our luck. Tang Ying's wound really needed stitches, or infection would become a problem. Lu Yu's arm needed to be set fast too, or it'd be ruined for good. As for whether there were any living doctors left at the hospital, that was up to fate. Once we were in the car, I took out anti-inflammatory meds and had Mu Wanqing feed them to the 2 injured, then handed over some bruise ointment for them to rub on each other. Then I loaded the snake's carcass into my space, turned the vehicle around, and headed straight for the College Town Hospital. The College Town Hospital sat right in the center and covered a good amount of ground. I drove up to the outpatient building, and the roar of the engine immediately drew a swarm of zombies, which I'd expected. What hospital wouldn't be crawling with them? I turned on the lights all around the vehicle, grabbed my Tang Dao, and calmly stepped out, cutting them down one by one. To speed things up, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir pushed through their pain and got out to help too. Over 100 zombies, and in no time we'd cleared them all out. Not even bothering to collect the crystals, we rushed straight into the outpatient building. It was too dark inside, so I pulled out 3 high-powered flashlights, one for each of us. Are there any living doctors here? If you can hear me, respond. I called out as I walked deeper in. This way I could both lure out any zombies hiding in the rooms and let any survivors hear me. But after searching the entire outpatient building, aside from a dozen or so scattered zombies, there wasn't a single living person. Unwilling to give up, I headed to the inpatient building. When I reached the entrance, I found the door had actually been locked from the inside. Had it always been locked, or was someone in there? I couldn't worry about that. I had Mu Wanqing and the others keep watch while I pounded hard on the glass door. I banged for a long time, only drawing a few zombies from outside, not a sound from inside the building. Just as I was about to give up and move to the next building, 4 people suddenly appeared behind the glass door. My flashlight revealed 4 men, all holding fire axes. I felt a surge of joy. Survivors meant doctors might still be alive too. Who are you people? The ones inside asked on guard. Do you have any living doctors here? We've got wounded. Were they bitten by zombies? The men immediately tensed up warily. Ready? No. Do you people even have a doctor? I was getting impatient. We do, but not here with us, the leader said. Where then? My friend needs treatment fast. In the medicine storeroom, basement level of the office building. But don't get your hopes up. There's no power, and they don't see patients at night. I smiled. They've got no power, but I do. Thanks. I immediately took the other 2 and headed for the office building. Inside, the stairway down to the basement was blocked by an iron gate, locked from the other side. I pounded on it and shouted, Doctor, is there a doctor down there? After a lot of banging, an irritated voice finally drifted up. Where'd this hothead come from? Don't you know you can't bother people after dark? Get lost. Just a voice, no face. He couldn't even be bothered to come up and explain. We've got a wounded person who needs treatment right away. Can you let us in? I stayed as polite as I could. Are you deaf or just stupid? How am I supposed to treat anyone in the dark? Come back tomorrow. No, it's an emergency. The dark's no problem. I've got a flashlight. I pulled out the flashlight and shone it down the stairwell. The moment the person downstairs saw the beam, he went dead silent. A little while later, 3 men in army coats came up the stairs, hatchets in hand. They walked to the gate and sized us up. The one in front was a tall guy with a scruffy beard. Which of you 3 is hurt? None of us. The wounded one's in the car. Bitten by a zombie? No. His eyes turned menacing. Don't lie to me. If it really is a zombie bite, don't blame us for being ruthless. As he spoke, he raised the hatchet and gave his own head a light tap. The meaning was clear. If it's a bite, straight to the skull. I'm not lying. You do know this isn't free treatment, right? I nodded. Then I understood. Got it. Name your price. He nodded, satisfied. Depends on how bad the injury is. But those 3 flashlights of yours, those stay with us. I couldn't have cared less about the flashlights. I had plenty more in my space. Sure, no problem. My easy agreement pleased him. Good. Go bring the patient. I took my people back to the car right away and drove the RV straight up to the office building's entrance. The 3 men were already waiting outside, and the second they saw my heavy-duty off-road RV, their eyes lit up. Boss, that thing's huge. Looks like it's even an RV, and there are lights on inside, one of them murmured. I see it. That's no ordinary vehicle. Boss, if we had a rig like that, driving around would be a breeze. We wouldn't have to worry about zombies chasing us. The leader heard that, and his interest was piqued. A beast of a vehicle like that could plow right through zombies. With it, they'd be a whole lot stronger. He glanced at us as we climbed out, already scheming. I had Xiao Lu stay in the car to keep watch, hoisted Tang Ying onto my back, and got out. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir helped Lu Yu along, following behind me. Just as we reached the entrance, the man suddenly stopped us. No weapons inside. Hand over the knives first, you'll get them back when you leave. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir frowned at that. I smiled but ignored him, turning to say to them, if we can't bring them in, put the knives back in the car. Hand them over? Not a chance. The 2 nodded and passed the knives to Xiao Lu in the car. When the 3 men saw I hadn't done what they said, their faces soured a little. But since we genuinely weren't carrying any weapons now, they couldn't find fault. They just shot me a glare and grudgingly led us down toward the basement medicine storeroom. At the top of the stairs, the leader gave a signal. You stay and keep watch. 1 man immediately posted up at the stairway while the other 2 took us down to the storeroom. The storeroom was huge. The flashlight beam had to travel a long way before it hit a wall. A fire burned in a basin in one corner, and beside it stood a table set with a few bottles of liquor and 7 or 8 cups. Looked like these guys had been drinking before we showed up. But with that many cups, why were there only 3 men? We were led over to the fire basin, and the leader called out toward the back of the shelves. Dr. Yi, come on out. We've got customers. I paused. That line sounded like something out of a shady massage parlor. But the Dr. Yi who emerged from behind the shelves turned out to be a woman, and a very pretty young one at that. Her long hair was tied up in a bun, making her already delicate face look even more striking. She looked at me, then at Tang Ying on my back and Lu Yu behind me, and asked flatly, where's the injury? There's a wound on her back, and the one behind me has a dislocated arm, I answered honestly. She frowned. Carry the one on your back in. Let me take a look first. With that, she went in behind the shelves. Following her, I found a crude, makeshift infirmary set up inside. Dr. Yi had me lay Tang Ying face down on the cot, took my flashlight, peeled back the bandage on her back, and shone the light on it. Then she suddenly frowned. The wound's too deep, and I've got limited resources here. No point trying to save her. Hearing that, the blood rushed straight to my head. What do you mean, no point? You haven't even tried, and you're already giving up? I yelled at her. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir heard the shouting and hurried in supporting Lu Yu, and the 2 men came in after them. Dr. Yi, if she can be saved, give it a shot, right? The leader suddenly spoke up. A flicker of disgust crossed Dr. Ye's eyes, but she nodded. I suppose it's worth an attempt. The man smiled. Right, worth an attempt. But an injury this bad, the payment's going to be steep, wouldn't you say, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi replied coldly, yes. I looked at her, then at the man. Payment's not an issue. As long as you can save my friend, I'll pay whatever it takes. Dr. Yi looked up at me, surprised. The man clapped his hands. Now that's loyalty, a real man. Here's the deal. Dr. Yi will do everything she can, and in return, on top of those 3 flashlights, that heavy-duty off-road RV of yours comes to us. The moment he said it, we were all stunned. Well, damn. Talk about naming a sky-high price. This was straight up highway robbery. You've got some nerve, an RV, just to patch up one wound? Lin Shershire was fuming. The man sneered. Heh, and here I thought you were all so loyal and devoted. Turns out your friend's worth less than a car to you? Pathetic. Lin Shershire started to fire back, but I stopped her. Fine. As long as you cure my friend, the RV is. They're yours. I kept my expression flat, like I couldn't care less. Inside, though, I was sneering nonstop, trying to pull this crap on me. You're not far from death. The others had no idea what I was thinking. Lin Shershire and Lu Yu were both frowning. They understood how desperate I was to save someone. But couldn't they see this was extortion? Even Dr. Yi looked at me with new respect, thinking that in a world this messed up, there was still a fool this loyal and sentimental. The two men grinned from ear to ear the moment I agreed. Only Mu Wanqing had overheard my inner thoughts. She acted like she didn't know a thing, but under the surface, she'd already raised her guard. All right, I need to operate on the patient. Everyone out, and call in a few of my assistants to help. Dr. Yi started shooing us away. We had no choice but to step out. But the man in charge suddenly laughed toward a dark corner. Hey, you in there. Quit fooling around and get a few of the nurses out here to work. The words had barely left his mouth when a door creaked open over there. 4 women in disheveled nurse uniforms came walking out, buttoning up their clothes as they went. They didn't say a word to us, just headed straight past the shelves to help Dr. Yi. Right behind them, from the same direction the nurses had come, 4 more men emerged, each draped in a military overcoat, cinching their belts as they approached. Boss, it's the middle of the night. Why are we still taking a job? One of them shot me a glance. This friend here is willing to trade a heavy-duty off-road RV to save his buddy. I was so moved by his loyalty that I made an exception, the leader explained with a grin. When the others heard that, they turned to look our way. Their eyes landed on Mu Wanqing and Lin Shershire, and every one of them froze. They were stunning. Even though the two of them had just come through a life-or-death fight and looked a little worse for wear, nothing could hide their beauty. Whoa, so many beauties. Hello there, ladies. One of the men's eyes lit up as he hurried over to hit on them, not sparing me so much as a glance. When nobody paid him any attention, he didn't get upset. He just turned back to the other 3 and said, "Go grab all our best food and drinks." The 3 of them scurried off eagerly and soon came back with an armload of crackers, bread, and drinks, laying out a full table. Come on, you ladies must be hungry, right? Help yourselves. There's more if you run out. He plopped down, waved his big hand, and wore a smug look, as if certain they couldn't resist the temptation of good food. Instead, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shershire just gave him one disgusted look and ignored him completely. He was a little embarrassed, but he didn't get angry. Yeah, he understood. The prettier the woman, the more reserved and picky she was. No big deal. Go, bring out the best stuff we've got. The 3 of them made another run and came back with a pile they set on the table. When I looked, it really was a lot. Ham sausages, spicy strips, little drumsticks, duck wings, and even half a bottle of red wine. I was a little surprised. I hadn't expected this crew to be so well stocked. Come on, ladies, it's been a while since you've had meat, right? We saved this red wine for 7 whole days. Couldn't bear to finish it. You're in for a treat. He said it with his eyebrows dancing, as if bringing out this stuff was doing them the biggest favor in the world. But they just glanced at it, gave a cold snort, and turned away without a second look. Now the man was really getting frustrated. This was his most prized stash. Had these women dined on delicacies before, or were they starving out of their minds? How could they turn their noses up at it? Humiliated and enraged, he slammed the table. You're really pushing your luck. The only reason I'm bringing this stuff out is because you've got pretty faces. Don't sit there acting all high and cold. Do you even know whose turf this is? Lin Shershire couldn't take it anymore and was about to fire back when Dr. Ye's voice suddenly came from inside. Keep it down out there. The patient's friend, come in. The man gave a cold grunt and shut up, just sweeping his eyes over us back and forth. I sneered inwardly. If I weren't counting on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, this guy would already be dead. But it was only a matter of time anyway. Every one of these people was going to die today. I walked into the medical room, and Mu Wanqing followed me in. Conditions are limited. All I can do is disinfect and stitch up the wound. Whether she pulls through or not is up to your friend's luck. Dr. Yi pointed to Tang Ying, who lay face down on the bed, her back freshly bandaged. Tang Ying was already unconscious, and no matter how I looked at her, I couldn't shake my worry. From what the doctor said, whether Tang Ying would live was still an open question. Just then Mu Wanqing leaned close to my ear and whispered, "This Dr. Yi actually has a way to fully heal Tang Ying, but it seems there's something she can't say out loud." I heard her thoughts. I was taken aback. If she could cure her, why keep it hidden? Who was she guarding against? What about your other injured one? Let me take a look at the arm. Dr. Yi cut in. I led her over to Lu Yu. She felt around, gripped the shoulder with one hand and the arm with the other, then gave a sudden hard pull. Crack. and the dislocated arm snapped back into place. There, it'll heal in a few days. She said it offhandedly, like it was no bigger deal than a grain of sesame. But when she saw the time energy on Lu Yu's exposed arm, she suddenly froze. Over 119 years of time energy. She thought to herself, how did these people manage that? No wonder they value her so much. Turns out this woman is the strongest among them. Too bad she's injured. Otherwise, with that kind of strength, she might have been able to get me out of here. She stared at Lu Yu's arm, lost in thought, and every one of these musings was picked up by Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing quietly said in my ear again, this Dr. Yi is being held here against her will by these people. She wants to leave this place. I turned the two pieces of information over in my mind. She clearly could cure Tang Ying but wouldn't, and she wanted to escape this place. Yeah, she wasn't one of them, which made things easy. By now, the other men had also spotted the energy on Lu Yu's arm and crowded around. You've got that much? I really underestimated you lot. The leader started taking it seriously. The one who'd slammed the table earlier stepped up too. 100 plus for real, this chick's no joke. You're all running with her, aren't you? He laughed mockingly. In his eyes, Lu Yu had the highest energy, so she had to be the boss. None of the rest of us looked strong by any measure. After all, a single person with a century of energy was already rare. How could a whole group each have over 100 years? Where would you find a team that powerful? Within their own crew, the boss had over 90 years, and the rest around 50. That was already strong. No one in this hospital area could beat them. But their energy hadn't come from killing zombies. It was all extorted from people who came for medical treatment. A single box of medicine, a single injection, they charged sky-high prices, demanding either supplies or trade their time energy for it. And for those patients on the brink of death, they'd wait until the person was too far gone to think straight, then trick them into transferring their energy over. Now, seeing how much Lu Yu we had, these people's crooked ideas were bubbling back up. By the way, since Dr. Ye's already patched you all up, it's time to pay up, said the man who seemed to be in charge. Yeah, the one inside pays with the RV, and this one pays with her time energy. 119 years. Keep one for yourself, and hand the rest over to us, said the man who'd slammed the table, cocky as hell. Yeah, so you're trying to shake us down? I couldn't help but laugh. I was so pissed. I'd seen greedy people before, but never anyone this bottomlessly greedy. That's right, we're shaking you down. What are you going to do about it? Let me be straight with you. Every one of us has over 50 years of energy. My big brother here's got over 90, not far behind your eldest sister there. And your strongest one's already injured. So why don't you just do as you're told? As he spoke, he signaled his men to surround us. I laughed even harder. A bunch of guys who hadn't even cracked 100 years, trying to extort someone with over 1,000? They really had no idea who they were dealing with. And what if we refuse? I asked, smiling calmly. Seeing how unbothered I was, Dr. Yi started sizing me up again. So sure of himself? Could he actually be the strongest one here? If they really came to blows, maybe I'd have a chance to slip away? Refuse? Huh. Then nobody's leaving here today. I'll kill you first. Then let these women take real good care of me. The man cackled like he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, snatching up an axe with a cold sneer. Fine. Since you're all so full of yourselves, I won't hold back anymore. A knife suddenly appeared in my hand. Before the arrogant man could even react, one swing sent his head flying from his body. The head that dropped to the floor still wore that smug expression. It had all happened so fast, so suddenly, he never had a chance to process it. A few nurses who'd come out to watch the commotion screamed in terror. Dr. Yi shot me a startled look, then quickly shoved them back behind the shelves to hide. The other men were frozen stiff. This guy was terrifyingly strong. The one who'd just been killed was their second strongest, and he hadn't even survived a single blow from me. They were getting cold feet. You've got some nerve, killing a man right in front of me. Come on, brothers, all together, kill him. The leader raised his axe and swung at me. I didn't even bother dodging. I just swept my blade across. Thwack. His right hand, axe and all, hit the floor. Arg, it finally registered, and he collapsed to his knees, shrieking in pain. While the others stood there stunned, I showed no mercy. A few more swings, and every one of them lay on the ground, wounded and wailing without end. I walked over to the shrieking man, blade in hand, and leaned down. Was it really so hard to just save people the honest way? You had to go and do it dirty. Now transfer all your time energy to me. Keep 1 year for yourselves. Hurry up, or I'll kill you all right now. They were already scared out of their wits, and none of them dared refuse. One by one, they transferred their energy to me. Once I had what I wanted, I gave a cold snort, whipped out my blade, and finished them all off. Humph. Be honest, if I hadn't lied, would you actually have gone along with it? After dealing with them, I walked behind the shelves, blade in hand. The 4 nurses inside started screaming their heads off the moment they saw me come in. Dr. Yi, though, stayed relatively composed. She rushed to explain, We're not with them. We were forced into this too. I wasn't in the mood to listen. I put the knife away and walked over to her. You have a way to fully heal my friend, don't you? She froze, her face flooding with panic. I don't know what you're talking about. I already did everything I could. I gave a cold smile. Drop the act. You think we don't know anything? Listen, if you can cure my friend, I'll take you all out of here and set you up somewhere nice, way better than this place. Dr. Yi didn't understand how I knew her secret, but since things had gotten this far, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Still, she wasn't at ease. Who was to say I wasn't just like those animals from the medicine warehouse? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing walked over. Dr. Yi, don't worry. As long as you save our friend, we guarantee your safety and the safety of these 4 nurses. If you don't trust him, surely you can trust us women, right? Mu Wanqing had already heard the worry in her heart, so she spoke up directly to reassure her. Dr. Yi stared at her, wide-eyed. How did this girl know what she was thinking? These people were no ordinary group. Could they be like her, with special abilities? And looking at me again. If I really were some animal, I'd have made a move on her already, instead of wasting all these words. All right, I'll do it. But it's too cold in here. The treatment needs to be somewhere warm, and I'll have to take off her top. It'll take some time. I smiled. That's nothing. I had Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir take everyone back to the RV first, dealt with the last remaining guy outside, and handed the Tang Dao over to Mu Wanqing. Once they'd all left, I used my spatial ability and gathered up every usable supply. Maybe it was just my imagination, but whenever I used my power, I always felt like everything around me slowed down. I shook my head. It had to be that image of killing that giant mutant python resurfacing again. But why did the scene go into slow motion in that one instant? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I looked down at my right hand. Could it really have something to do with my spatial ability? Forget it. I'd figure it out later. Back at the RV, the guy left on guard was already dead. The vehicle was packed now, with Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses. That made 11 of us in total. The moment I got on board, I could clearly feel their eyes on me had lost some of their hostility. I didn't dwell on it. I drove straight to the front of the clinic building and extracted the crystals from all 100 or so zombie corpses. No way I was letting those go to waste. Then I floored it all the way back to the villa at Zijin Mountain. The RV pulled up to the villa's gate, and Su Tong, who'd already gotten word over the intercom, opened it right away. Are the 2 of them okay? She asked, clearly concerned. They're fine. We found a doctor. She nodded, then looked a little surprised at all the extra people in the vehicle, probably thinking I'd had quite the haul today, hauling back this many women. But she didn't ask. I let little Lou off, then drove the RV back into the villa grounds. I got out, opened the door, turned on the lights, and carried Tang Ying into her room. Nurses, stay and help. Everyone else, out. I'm going to undress the patient, Dr. Yi ordered, shooting me a pointed look. We had no choice but to file out and wait by the door. The 4 nurses got busy. The formation, she got kicked out in the end too. Seeing they had nothing to do, I quickly had them take turns showering. They reeked. I even made a point of grabbing a fresh nurse's uniform for each of them. These uniforms were originally meant for something else, but this time, they actually ended up on real nurses. The 4 nurses just stood there holding the uniforms, dumbfounded. You give us the uniforms, but what about some underwear? Wearing nothing but a nurse's uniform with nothing underneath? What kind of look is that supposed to be? I had no idea what was going through their heads. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just standing anxiously at the door, waiting for news. An hour later, the door opened. Dr. Yi walked out, her forehead drenched in sweat, looking exhausted. How is she? I asked urgently. She's fine. Your friend's going to be okay. She just needs a night's rest. Her voice was weak. Then let's go in and see her. We all followed her in. Tang Ying was lying face down on the bed, a blanket draped over her back, only her smooth shoulders showing. Dr. Yi, a gash that long. Is it going to leave a really deep scar? Oh my God, Lin Shishir said as she lifted the blanket, then clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. The other women wore looks of disbelief too. What is it? Let me see. I couldn't see clearly from behind, so I pushed forward to look. Tang Ying's back was as smooth and white as snow. The wound was gone, like she'd never been hurt at all. My jaw dropped. This. All right, get out of here. Since when can a man just gawk at a girl's back? Mu Wanqing shoved me out. I was speechless. Am I really that kind of guy? But I was still burning with curiosity. How did her back heal like nothing had happened? Dr. Yi, that's incredible. Can you tell us how you did it? Lin Shishir asked, curious. Dr. Yi hesitated, then decided to tell us. She knew there was no hiding secrets from this group, and figured being honest would leave a better impression. The truth is, I have a special ability. A few days ago, I suddenly discovered my hands can heal wounds. The women were stunned. There was actually a power that broken? They looked at me. My face lit up with delight, but I wasn't the least bit surprised. Life healing. I blurted out. Dr. Yi looked bewildered. This is called life healing. She only knew what her power did, not what it was called. But judging by my reaction, I seemed to know. Yeah, it's called life healing. Dr. Yi, you're amazing. I praised her out loud, but inside I was over the moon. I'd struck gold. People who awaken life healing were affectionately known among survivors in the apocalypse as healers. Any team lucky enough to have one treated them like royalty every single day. In the apocalypse, everyone got sick or hurt sooner or later, and with a healer around, none of it was a problem. And this was just the low-level stuff. High-level life healing could restore a teammate's health mid-battle, hugely boosting both combat power and survival rates. I stared at Dr. Yi like she was a treasure, my gaze so intense it made her a little uneasy. You seem to know a lot about my ability? She tightened her collar and edged toward Mu Wanqing. Realizing this, I gave an awkward laugh. I'd come on a bit too strong. Ahem, I don't know that much. I just know a little more than you all do. This life healing is amazing. It can heal a wound completely. Lin Shishir looked at her with admiration. Dr. Yi smiled and said nothing, but the pride on her face was unmistakable. Seeing that, I thought, no good. Once someone gets full of themselves, they get hard to manage. I needed to knock her down a peg while I had the chance. Life healing is great for treating injuries, but I paused deliberately. At the word, but, Dr. Yi and the women all pricked up their ears. But it can't take a hit. With an ability like that, you can only stay in the rear. Without a strong team to protect you, the moment you get attacked, you're guaranteed to die an ugly death. The women nodded. Yeah, it was a bit fragile. Dr. Ye's proud expression instantly deflated. It was true. If she couldn't even save herself, how could she save anyone else? So, Dr. Yi, you need to join a strong team. That's how you protect yourself, and how life healing can reach its full potential. What do you think? She nodded solemnly, thinking I had a point. But where was she supposed to find a strong team? At that thought, she glanced at me, only to find me watching her with a warm smile. Was he indirectly inviting me? This group was pretty strong, and there were so many women in it. Not bad at all. At the very least, she wouldn't have a pack of men eyeing her hungrily every day. I could tell she was already sold. It was time to strike while the iron was hot, and bring her into the fold. I took off my jacket, rolled up my sleeve, and showed her the time energy in my left arm. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi was stunned. No wonder he'd been able to wipe out that whole group so easily. He was the strongest of all. They all have over 100 years of energy, too. Join us, and we won't just guarantee your safety. We'll make you stronger. Think it over. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir cooperatively bared their left arms to show off their energy. Oh, and one more thing. Join us, and you'll never have to worry about supplies. We can feed everyone. Plus, as you've seen, the villa has heat and running water. It's absolutely comfortable. I added. Dr. Yi was genuinely tempted. From every angle, our terms were flawless. In a disaster like this place was practically perfect. But she still had one last worry. If you're all this strong, how did someone end up hurt so badly? The thought had barely formed when Mu Wanqing walked over and stood right in front of her. Dr. Yi, one of our people got hurt today because we ran into a mutated giant python. That thing's strength is way beyond human comprehension. I'm not exaggerating when I say it could easily wipe out a 500-person team. Dr. Yi was completely shocked, both witnessing Mu Wanqing's mind-reading ability again and stunned by their strength. Just then, the 4 nurses finished their showers and came up in their fresh uniforms. Cleaned up like that. I had to admit they looked pretty lovely. Only, it seemed none of them were wearing underwear, just the nurse's uniform and nothing else. TSK. Interesting. Dr. Yi, they've actually got hot showers here. It feels amazing. Go take one. Quick. The 4 of us will keep an eye on things, one of the nurses said cheerfully. Dr. Ye's eyes lit up at that. She hadn't showered in ages, and healing Tang had taken a lot out of her. She'd worked up a sweat and had been uncomfortable for a while now. She looked at me, seeking permission. I smiled knowingly. You? Dr. Yi, why don't you go take a shower first and think it over while you're at it? Give me your answer when you're done. Okay. After she left, the 4 nurses went into Tang Ying's room to keep watch. It suddenly occurred to me that if these 4 nurses were willing to stay, they'd make pretty good help around the place. Thoughtful, good at caring for people, and best of all, they had nursing skills. They weren't as pretty as Mu Wanqing and the others, but they were easy enough on the eyes. When the time seemed about right, I had Mu Wanqing bring Dr. Yi a set of pajamas. Before long, she came to me in the fresh set of pajamas. My eyes lit up. I have to admit, Dr. Ye's looks were flawless, mature, and composed, probably thanks to her profession. Her figure was just as impressive, curves in all the right places, exactly my type. She looked at me earnestly and said, I've made up my mind. I'd like to join you. Even during her shower, she deeply felt how important this shelter was. Life here was almost the same as before the disaster. comfortable temperatures, electricity, running water, hot showers. And most importantly, the owner was this strong and didn't seem like a bad guy. She had no reason to say no. That's great. Welcome aboard. We're all family now. I smiled and reached out, and we shook hands. Just call me Yiling from now on. Yiling? What a lovely name. Sure thing, Yiling. Oh, right. Let me introduce everyone. I'm Xiao Yang. This is Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, Lu Yu, and the one lying on the bed is Tang Ying. The women all greeted Yiling one by one. With her healing ability, we'd never have to worry about injuries again. Everyone was thrilled. Can we stay too? The four nurses asked me pitifully. Yes, I said with a nod. The four of them instantly lit up with excitement. But let me make one thing clear. You're not coming here to kick back and relax. I don't keep freeloaders around. For now, you four will handle the household chores, and you'll have to take turns going out to fight alongside me to build up your strength. Otherwise, I'll kick you out. I warned them sternly. The four exchanged glances. Deep down, they were still afraid of the zombies, but they also understood that if they didn't get stronger, this world would leave them behind. Even a team as strong as ours had people getting hurt. If they had nothing to offer, no one would take care of them for free. Once that sank in, all four quickly nodded in agreement. All right, we're running low on rooms, so you four will stay in the maid's quarters on basement level 2 for now. Yiling, you'll be in the room next to ours on the 3rd floor. Got it. Once everything was settled, the tension finally drained out of me, and my whole body suddenly ached. Today had been way too dangerous. That giant python had almost killed me. Even with a body powered by over 1,000 years of energy, I was definitely covered in bruises, and every little movement hurt. Then I noticed Yiling's hands, and my eyes lit up. Yiling, could you use your healing ability to give me a full body massage and work out the bruising? What? Use her healing ability for a massage? A powerful ability that could completely heal wounds, and I actually wanted to use it for a massage? Yiling looked at me in disbelief, wondering if I was joking. What? I really do ache all over. Don't believe me? Take a look. Afraid she'd think I was trying to cop a feel, I quickly pulled off my shirt. Bronze skin, a well-proportioned build, radiating a wild, masculine charm. Yiling's heart pounded as she looked. As a doctor, she'd seen plenty of shirtless patients, but never one with a physique and complexion like mine, topped off by that handsome, chiseled face. She thought he was the most perfect man she'd ever seen. And when the four nurses saw it, they were even more starry-eyed.